like shit. Never seen you so down, there ain't no doubt. Gotta snap out of this. I hate to see you, I hate to see you this way, this way. Lying in your bed, covers over your head, thinking that it's over, but it's not. Just stop and woman up, 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 up. Pull it together. Where's the tough, 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 tough girl that you would go and get up? Time to get your ass back on track. Wake up, girl, you better. Woman up, 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 up. Woman up. Look at you, they're acting like a victim. Girl, what is this? I just can't believe you. This can't be you. Girl, you better fix this. You can't go on. You can't go one more day this way. Lying in your bed, covers over your head. Get off that victim train you're on. Stop. Grab hold of yourself and woman up, 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 up. Pull it together. Where's the tough, 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 tough girl that you would go and get up? Time to get your ass back on track. Wake up, girl, you better. Woman up, 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 up. Woman up. Pull the shades up, turn the lights on. Get your pride back, get your fight on. Ditch the pity party, that party's over starting now. Lose those blues that's been keeping you down. And woman up, 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 up. Pull it together. Where's the tough, 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 tough girl that you would go and get up? Time to get your ass back on track. Wake up, girl, you better. Woman up, 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 up. And woman up, 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 up. Pull it together. Where's the tough, 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 tough girl that you would go and get up? Time to get your ass back on track. Wake up, girl, you better. Woman up, 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 up. Woman up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you America's top foundational health coach, Dr. Joe D.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Jody Bear, and here we are again. Here we go, here we go. What did Tiffany say in that song? The party is starting now. It is absolutely my honor and privilege to be your host for the next 72 hours, 30 hours of broadcasting for this 3-day live virtual summit to celebrate. Our context of this project that birthed a baby over this 9 months was celebrate everything. The essence of a woman, unleash the feminine soul. As your host today, I'm envisioning that we're going to bring to you, the audience, the most holistic health, healing, and hope imaginable on planet Earth. How are we going to do this? Well, it's through inspiration, some perspiration, getting this birth of this book birthed for sure, through those labor pains, that transition, and now it's here. That was the perspiration, but that inspiration, motivation, inspiration, let's just celebrate in celebration. You know, if I could sit down with a cup of coffee with each of you, and it would be my great mushroom coffee right here. You'll hear about it. It's one of our sponsors. 6 mushroom blend. Oh, yes. And I would say to you, I'm just going to use the name Linda. What would you like to unleash in your day today? What would you say? Please share this on our comment section because we are virtual. You can go to our YouTube channel, Healthopedia 365, like, subscribe, and share because we have 9 programs per month on health, healing, and hope. IG, Healthopedia 365, where all our 40 authors will be featured now for the next year. Of course, Facebook, Healthopedia, and LinkedIn, Healthopedia, and also my brand, after 47 years, Dr. Jody Bear. Our focus today is on the power of one. What does that come up and bring up to you? The power of one. Well, this one was just a little girl from a small town, Montana. Brown eyes, big brown eyes, ponytail, and hair down to the middle of my back. Music was my talent. Health became my passion, however. You see, that power of one, that personal power of one was through my mama. I want to give her all the shine and glory. The late Tilly Catherine, that was her name. Tilly was a very, very, very common name like Linda, Sue, Karen, Jamie is kind of common as well. Tilly was that in her era. But she knew from the very beginning she was unique. So she would always introduce herself. I am Tilly K. Ruck or Tilly Catherine Ruck. She brought the emphasis on the syllable of her middle name. That power of one brought her into, as a young widow woman, what did she do? She put her power of her uniqueness into my sister Kathleen and myself and gave us music, piano, and voice lessons, money that she could ill afford on a single parent income. But she poured into us. And my sister and I sang the concert stages of the world because of that one power of one, that one woman. You see, she invested in us through her actions, the power of one. The power of one, the person was there, but the event was when I got a call. I was now a young mother with 2 babies, both in diapers, got the call from my mother. She was diagnosed with pancreatic and liver cancer. My power of one was that event that catapulted me back to Montana from Atlanta. I knew I needed to help my mother the way she'd helped me. That power of one was that event in the little Laurel, Montana library when I found the protocols of Edgar Cayce, and I was able to implement those for my mother and give her length of life way beyond her 6 weeks to live diagnosis. And then when she was transitioning from this world to the next, she looked up at me and said, Jody, just give others hope the way you've given it to me. And she passed. That's what I've been doing, ladies and gentlemen, and especially ladies. We're talking here today. Yes, I did that, and I've done that for 47 years. But I want to go into that young mother now with his toddlers. I was 29 years old. My manifest blessing was just attracting the iconic Dr. Hulda Clark into my life. I was living in Atlanta, Georgia at the time, and so was she. It was like finding a needle in a haystack with that gold and that silver thread. I just followed it till I found her. She was retired at 70. She was not taking on any more client patients, but I pressed her when I found her, and she took on my family to change the trajectory of our health, the power of one. And then when I saw this manifestation in my own life, I pressed into her and I said, Dr. Clark, will you mentor me? And she said, Jody, I'm retired. I'm not taking on any more mentees. When you find something that will change your life, you press in, you press on, you pursue, as Les Brown says, until you get the pressing result that you want. And I looked at her and I said, feeling my mother's power of one behind me. What if I'm the person that will change the trajectory of health long after you're gone? Wouldn't that be great, Dr. Clark? It would, wouldn't it? Well, I was in. I was in, and I had a magical 2.5 years being mentored by this woman to the degree that I had a goal card that I wrote, and here it is, March 1984. See how orange almost it is. It says, I will pen the Eastern medical version of the PDR. And it was signed Joe D. Nylander. Was it Bear yet? Was it Dr. Jody? I was just little Jody. But I had that burning desire, that passion in my life. Well, decades later, the universe heard that sign. Yes, it did. And in September of 2023, Healthopedia was born. You know about this acclaimed book, Healthopedia, putting the puzzle pieces together of foundational health. Well, this hardcover is the size of a PDR, I can guarantee you. Those 40 authors did something amazing and groundbreaking and became an international bestseller on all markets. The 6 pillars of health that I practiced this protocol for my 4 decades: spiritual, then we go to mental, emotional, physical, financial, and social. Now we've created the 2.0 edition with women's health. And here it is. This is the paperback, 532 pages, which puts us into a divine number of 1. The essence of a woman, unleash the feminine soul. I can guarantee you in this pages, you're going to find more than just one power of 1, but it still focuses on the 6 pillars, the 6 pillars of holistic health, the power of 1. Like my mother, Tilly Catherine, personally, like Dr. Hulda Clark, the power of 1 in my life, professionally. That is the essence of a woman. An essence of a woman desires to share her generosity and her wisdom in such a way that we will give back the community over and over again, just like it was for me, this thirsty young fledgling of a 29-year-old health coach. Well, now guess what, gang? I am 70. Like a Dr. Clark, it is my honor in this decade that I'm giving back my wisdom to this next generation of healers. That is the community, the power of 1, the complexity of our anthology, ladies and gentlemen, like these reoccurring circle of wisdom. You'll be hearing from Kathy Strauss, Cynthia Hamel-Knipe, Doctors Golda Joseph and Hapsarat Armadi, the little younger than 70, Dr. Nefertina Serrano, Ann Boro Lawrence, Betty Norland, Karen Rudolph, Gloria Kurz. They're all my baby boomer sisters. But we've met our wisdom with the enthusiasm of this present younger generation. Dr. Needy Solomon, Christine Candulo Dodi, Jennifer Louise Kerr, Sonia Rixnader, Lorena Sanchez, Laura Ibarra, Desiree Peacock, and Dominique Brun. Our book, By Women, for Women. I am humbled and actually astonished about this power of 1 in my life. Who knew that this would be a case with this little brown-eyed, brown-haired girl from Montana, that I would have the honor and privilege to lock hands and hearts with these women spanning the globe, from the US to Canada, the United Kingdom, Panama, Mexico, Belize, Chile, Croatia, Germany, Nigeria. We'll be hearing from her in just a minute, and the Philippines. It was my life, the power of 1. Tilly Catherine, my mama, Dr. Hulda Clark, my professional mama. Who will be your power of 1? What will you unleash during these next 3 days? May it be one of these international, highly acclaimed, best-selling author speakers, along with our A-listers, Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Moradeun Ogunlana, actress Tiffany Haddish, and the incomparable Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali. during these next 72 hours of these authors. The essence of a woman lies within her heart, the capacity to touch others with her love and within the quiet resources of her soul. May your soul be stirred to the extent that you're compelled to join our vision mission, now a global fruition. Just sit back, absorb, make some coffee. Here's my coffee cup. And how are we going to do it? With pink pearls, pumps, and a little perfume. Here we go as we send this aroma all the way to our keynote speaker in Qatar today. And I will be introducing the one and only Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Moradeun Ogunlana after her promotional video. Stay tuned. Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Moradeun Ogunlana. I want to go ahead and introduce you just in a little bit because that video, I hear that music, boom, 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 boom. That's your boom, boom, oof. It really is. Here you are over in Qatar. I want to thank you for making this possible and just give you shine, being the absolute essence of a woman behind the African Women's Health Project International. You're over there working with your Africa 259 project, I know, with climate change. You are such a leader. If you want to just connect with her, because there's so much to do here. I have like 3 pages on you because that's the woman you are. Princess, thank you for gracing our stage today.
Thank you for having me. What an amazing just even hearing your stories of power, your stories of courage, stories of resilience. It is just Dr. Joe D. Bear, I'm giving you your shine right now. Yourself.
Oh. You just shine away. You just shine away. Let's have a conversation. I'd like to begin really a little bit about this little girl from Nigeria. And if you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, is she a real princess? You got to buy the book on Amazon because guess what? We wrote your lineage all the way back to the 15th century. She's the real deal. All right. From Nigeria to Canada. Then you became an Arkansas Razorback. Give us a little bit of your story, please.
Yes, stories from Nigeria. I grew up with some amazing female role models. My mother and my grandmother they was just really, they come from the lineage of the Amazon women, from the Benin Republic. So these women are powerful beyond measure. They are unstoppable in every essence that you can think of. So when you see me today, is really I'm channeling my mother and my grandmother at every turn that I take. So they are the very fabric that makes this little girl that grew up in Lagos, Nigeria. and came to the United States. I went to school in Arkansas. My father brought me over here to the United States, and then he eventually got married and lived in Arkansas. And so my early years, of course, was in Lagos, Nigeria, but definitely my defining moments were in when I was living in Arkansas, because that's the time when, I came from Lagos, Nigeria, as a young, innocent student. A princess always knew that, the princely garment was on me, and that was something that we definitely, have to carry along. But then when you come to the United States, you sort of strip away some of your power that you come with, because you're trying to assimilate. And I'm pretty sure a lot of women can definitely, they can resonate. This can resonate with them, because most often time like this, we're always trying to shy away from the spotlight. We're always trying to, stay in the background. Don't want to bring too much attention to us, or even don't even want to even walk in our power. And of course, the word of my grandmother and my mother was always at the back of my mind. So I was always reminded that definitely I need to walk in my power, and I need to walk in the might. And so after my grandmother passed, I think that was a defining moment for me. That was in 1997. So by 1999, by the time we had our funeral, that was the time when I knew that even the work I was doing prior to that, which was I was in fashion. I had a big clothing store in Arkansas. I was a woman leader. I was doing a lot of things that I think I needed to do, but it was really just really focusing on more on the outer beauty, the fashion, the clothing, and wanting to introduce my Africa to Arkansas, to America at that time.
That's so adorable. And I noticed, Princess, you've got pink, you've got pearls, and I know when you walked through that video, you had some pumps and perfume on.
Oh
I
yes,
know, I
absolutely. I
know,
came
I know.
prepared. When you said the pink and the pumps and the perfume, I said, "Oh yes, she read my email."
Oh my goodness. And so, I mean, I love the fact that your grandmother was your power of one for sure. So how did you go from your fashion on the outside to that power on the inside? And I think this is a good time to love to bring up I would love to bring up your book that you can get on Princess Moradeun's site, because so many of our wonderful authors here are solo authors. And I think this is really just an outstanding that achiever's power. You went from that fashion to inside. Please share with our audience.
Thank you so much. And just like I mentioned about once my grandmother passed, I think it was on the it was on up to me now to really carry on our legacy, and our legacy of giving back, and even not just really just looking on the outside, but also to on the inside. And I think it was during the moment when she passed, right after that, I got my calling into health. Because prior to that, I was in, like I mentioned, I was in fashion, I was in the artsy world, but I was awakened to a plight of a mother that I saw that was battling breast cancer at that time. And the woman had 6 children with her, all under the age of 9. And she was openly, you could really see that she was battling breast cancer. And I think that was where something clicked on the inside, that I
Mm.
knew that, not only are we should we be looking on the outside, because we as women, we're constantly giving and giving and giving. We're always pouring out. But what pours in? How do we get poured back in? Or how do we even refill to be able to go back out there to go and pour out more into the others? So the idea of even the African Women's Health Project International, AWHPI Global Foundation, was founded during that time, just because of the what I saw, and I knew it was a reason why I saw it. So I needed to do something about it. And that's how the AWHPI Global Foundation was founded. It was founded because I saw a mother that was battling breast cancer. And so that's one of the reasons why it's so important to us, especially every October of each year. Of course, we do this every all year long, 365 days a year. But in October, we bring special attention to breast cancer awareness. And that's why, all this month, any which way you see me, you're going to see me with a touch of pink somehow, one way or the other. And I just love even that, we're having this launch and we're having the book and even the cover. I don't know if you planned this purposely or because the cover, shows it was as if it was done just even for breast cancer awareness.
Yes, in October. There are
Yeah.
no coincidences. And Kathy Strauss is speaking at 3:30, but Princess Moradeun, this is a divine calling. This
Wow.
cover was designed one go around. See, it was meant to be. It was meant to be. It was meant to be that we came together. I want to just go into this though. When you said, here you are, you could have kowtowed, got under. That wasn't your essence of a woman. You created African Women's Health Project International. It wasn't just, oh, I'm going to do it in Houston, Texas. Oh, no, it was international. That's just the way you do things. I just want to give you shine. That is the Achiever's Power. That's your book. That is certainly, and I will be putting this up in a minute. That your main website is Princess Moradeun Ogunlana, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I
Princess
want
Moradeun, yeah, .com. Yes.
Yes, I'm going to bring this up so they can get that book because you will be inspired by this woman just as I have. But continue on with your story because it is so amazing.
Yeah, the AWHPI Learn Pink, really to just bring awareness to breast cancer. But what I've done actually, especially with this amazing, amazing book that you've unleashed on us, that where I'm looking at it and I'm saying that it is such a profound honor to speak on this topic that is very close to my heart and resonate deeply within each and every one of us. The essence of a woman, of course, by you, Dr. Jody Bear and Dr. James Marina Kiss. Now, and then we're talking about unveiling you unveil the essence of a woman, a global movement, empowering women to embrace their feminine power. When I started my organization 20 years ago, that was my whole idea. That was my whole goal, is to be able to join together with other forces. Because one thing I always believe in divine order is that when God gives you an assignment, he has already placed people along the way that you are going to join forces with, that you're going to automatically just magnetize towards each other. And that is why we're here today, And so, this global movement, empowering women to embrace their feminine power, is so much at the core of everything that I do. And so I just want to just read up a little bit of what I wrote on here about the idea of the book itself. I'm very excited, of course, to be sharing the stage with the amazing personality like the movie actress. She's everything. Lord, I didn't even know she sings. Okay.
Yes.
When I was hearing the woman, a woman up, you just have to just move when you hear her, with that woman up. And so, when you're talking about Tiffany, Tiffany Haddish, just our stories of resilience and empowerment, it resonates deeply within, and offering guidance and hope. And even when, over the years, I've learned about her, about even what she went through to even be where she is now. So, she's really a real testimony of woman, all empowered woman. And of course, Dr. Khalilah, Camacho Ali, the wife of the legendary Muhammad Ali, her contribution, and what she's even doing is just really is mind blowing. And so, and of course, I have to mention that all of this would not have happened if our amazing sister, because she is ours. So I can't claim her for myself alone. Dr. Net Fitina Serrano, who is such a strong force even within the AWHPI Global Foundation, and she's really doing some amazing stuff. And with her and our foundation and the things that she does, really, delving into the transformative power of spiritual grounding, and of course, we have so many amazing. I can't even list all of them. Or we met. I met Laura of backstage a little bit earlier on. Just really amazing woman. Of course, Shannon Roper, Dr. Niti Solomon, Jennifer Lewis. The list goes on, and even Dr. Shelley Lou. I haven't met her personally, but I have had a chance to talk to her. So I'm very honored to be in the midst of these amazing women who in this book, The Essence of a Woman, who are teaching us techniques of maintaining a mind, body, and soul grounding. And the fact that, especially Dr. Shelley Lou, I know that she's very much into the financial part of it, like getting you financially grounded. It is very important, because I do believe that women empowerment cannot be complete without women economic empowerment. Because when you are economically sound, then you can make decisions that really transform your life, that really is good for you. And so today I just want us to just journey together through an exploration of what it means to embrace the full power, the depth, the transformative potential that lives within each and every woman. I want us to tap into the wisdom of what it truly means to be an empowered woman, because my chapter is actually titled "All Empowered Woman." To that, what it is that make us a force of nature and nurture, a figure of resilience and grace. And you cannot, measure that until you actually measure the power of the woman. When we talk about the power of a woman is boundless, it is silent, innate force, one that emerges in moments of quiet courage and bold dreams. And when you talk about quiet courage, remember when we were during the COVID, that's when you really see the power of a woman really come to surface in all the different forms. And you saw that when there lack of or when it's being decreased, that the light is up on it, because COVID was almost like a groundbreaker for each and every one of us. In nurturing, care, and fierce resilience, yet this power is not always visible or celebrated. Society over time has often defined power as strength or authority, but the woman's power is something much more nuanced. It's a blend of strength and softness, a balance between leading and listening. A woman's power shows up in her ability to create life, to nurture it, and sustain it, whether in the form of raising children, fostering communities, or leading organizations. Her power shines when she chooses to uplift others, to create opportunities, and to envision futures that are brighter and more inclusive. Because true power lies not in domination, but in the ability to shape, to influence, and to inspire. When a woman taps into this power, she becomes an unstoppable force, a catalyst for change, a champion of justice, and a protector of peace. And these are all the things that I put in my book. When I turned 50, my children were asking me, "Oh, what do you want?" My friends, everybody was asking me, "What do you want to do for your birthday? You want to do this?" And I knew straight away that I wanted to have a book that will be a 50-chapter book, that each chapter would just be a short read, but it would be straight to the point. It would be a 50 golden nuggets type of book. So that's one of the reasons why I created the Achiever's Power, and it's 50 golden nuggets to becoming an unstoppable achiever. So let me share some of my ideas with you. The depth of a woman, but beyond our powers of a woman lies an immense depth, a depth of emotion, empathy, insight, and wisdom. A woman's depth is a reservoir of experiences, trials, and triumphs. And that's exactly what I try to do in my book, to just really go over all the things I've tried. You try, as long as you're trying, even when you fail, you try again, then you're still a success. That's one of the things that my grandmother taught me. It is an intricate weave of stories, memories, joys, and sorrows. And this depth allows her to understand the world and connect with others on an unparalleled level. It is our strength, our humanity, and our intuition. And this depth is the wellspring from which she draws her ability to empathize, to counsel, to heal, and to guide. When we, as women, when we honor this depth within ourselves, we learn to trust our own voices and respect our instincts. We learn that there is strength in our sensitivity, in our clarity, in our compassion, and wisdom in our emotion. And to know and respect our depth is to celebrate the wholeness of our human experience. So you ask me, how do you become an all empowered woman? Becoming an empowered woman is actually a transformative moment, really. It's a moment of true awakening. You go from one where you have these thoughts, and then it now catapults into something else whereby you have a moment of true awakening, a moment when a woman opens herself up fully to become the all-empowered woman. This is the woman who has harnessed her power, embraced her depth, and integrate them both into the fullness of her being. And she's a woman who moves through life with conviction, purpose, and an unwavering sense of self. Because one thing I believe is that an all-empowered woman is not defined by the roles she plays, but by the souls she unveils. She stands as a model of courage, of compassion, of leadership, and love. And she's a beacon in her community and a source of inspiration for others. She has learned that our journey is our own, and she writes her own narrative, carving out the part that reflects her true self. When I'm being brought over to the Middle East, I'm doing a lot of programs around there. One of the things that people always ask is like, okay, how do you get over? How do you do that? I said, well, when I start writing my own narratives and I'm carving my own path, I'm able to be my true self. And within that, like this, I can go into anywhere in this world. Because when you are when you're actually operating in your true self, people around you know it. Even if you don't speak the same language, the language of love or oneness always comes through. And so you can actually communicate without necessarily opening your mouth. And one of the things I always believe that is that when a woman reaches this stage, she does not seek permission, to dream or to lead. She does so with clarity and confidence. Our empowerment is not only hers to cherish, but also hers to share. And that's one of the reasons why I'm very, very big on sharing. I'm very big on sharing and knowing that what this work that we are on, this journey we are on, is a collaborative effort. And it's a collaborative effort everything that you need to do in this world, you're going to need somebody else that's going to be able to pour, and vice versa. And so to be able to, for us as women to know that, we all need each other to be able to, get to where we need to go to. Not that we do things individually, but when you actually come together in numbers, the strength. Case in point, this very book right here is just really amazing. Because
Yes,
you can
yes, we
just
are.
see what Dr. Jody Bear has done here is that she's done it to, bring all these amazing, amazing powers together. What do when you have this much power in one room, what do you think is going to happen?
It's going to absolutely explode to the nth degree. That's why we're giving 10% the proceeds back to feed children, hungry children in America. And then we'll be going and taking it around the world. This is just the beginning of a movement. This kind of power, I will just say, it is that power of one, isn't it? I mean, for real, for real.
For real, for real. And what you become now, Dr. Jody Bear, is that you are a powerful testament to the boundless potential that lies within every woman.
Yes.
A reminder that true strength is not about restriction, but about freedom. The freedom to grow, the freedom to create, the freedom to uplift, and the freedom to thrive.
Oh,
Because with you have 10% of all the 10% of the proceeds going to go. I mean, who does that? Just amazing.
Dr. Gemini, Dr. Gemini, that was a no-brainer. And then we have you. I want to in the last 2 minutes and we're going to have you back on Life's Milkshake Moment. We're going to be doing things throughout the year. I know this, that we have just begun to scratch the scratch, but I want to give you shine. We each have a power quote in our story. This is why, Princess, you are the last chapter, because it goes from financial, like you said, when you have that financial security that Shirley Lou will give all of us in the book, and then you are the social pillar. A woman is just not the whispers of her soul. Finish your quote. It is as elegant as
But
you.
the elegant grace that echoes through eternity.
We could stop, drop the mic on that one. When you wrote that to me, Princess, and so just give us in your last minute, how did you come up that quote? What does it mean to you, dear Princess?
What that means to me is that when a woman opens up, you see, we women, we are the only species that when you drop anything in yours and we open up to receive it, we multiply and we explode. When a woman opens herself fully, a wellspring of qualities flows from within her, each carrying its own unique power and beauty. And oh my God, a woman is like when you talk about the essence of a woman, the woman actually is definitely the essence of everything, because it is still is this the woman that births out? It is the woman that nurtures. It is the woman that you give her one little, there's this adage about, give a woman a seed and she'll, or give her a little seed, she'll have a whole ready for anything you give her. You have you have a harvest. So that is what we as women are. And it just takes, just the right seed being put inside of us, and then we open up. So when she opens up, that's going to be my next quote I'm going to be going around with, is that when she opens up, her well springs of amazingness comes through. When she opens up, lives are changed, compassion reigns, wisdom comes through her, resilience comes through her, creativity comes through her, joy and passion comes through her, leadership and vision comes through her, healing comes through her, love comes through her. These qualities, when flowing freely, makes a woman a powerful force of nature, a well of strength and inspiration. And her openness allow these gifts to touch lives and transform spaces and make this world around her a better place to be.
And that is what you're doing in Qatar, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in the UAE, you're back in Houston. I'm going to bring you to Mission in Howie in the Hills so we can have that virtual cup of coffee. Thank you, Princess, for being a part of my life, this book, this project, and just bringing your elegant grace. It's just not whispering, it's shouting through eternity. Thank you from the bottom of my grateful heart. Have an awesome evening. And as we go on, I will say, let's bring up that Learn Pink video. Why? Because Monday is when I'm going to be a part of this. Being a 25-year cancer thriver, breast cancer thriver, I am part of Princess Ogunlana's Initiative Monday. And then we're going to go right into Vibra 360, our first sponsor, greatest mushroom coffee on planet Earth. Let's take a look, take a feel, take a listen.
In the night, when shine around. We don't know how to rhyme with them, we try.
And think about what Princess Moradeun said, that when we open ourselves up, we can love freely. Kimberly Meredith, The Power of One. Thank you, Dan Gilman, for introducing us. She was featured in the Spiritual Pillar, How to Awaken Your Higher Consciousness, in our Healthopedia book. The energy of the fifth dimension is perfectly balanced, a duality of feminine and masculine energy. Once again, I want to give a shout out to Kimberly, medical intuitive, her dealing with celebrities and dealing with like regular people like me too. All right. Awakening the Fifth Dimension is a must read. It is one of these that will change your life. The power of one book. And it is with great honor that I bring you up, Kimberly. Thank you for being in my life, being my friend. You are going to be giving us your best of the best. But before I give the stage to you, I want to give you one more piece of shine. Because Kimberly, never in my life, in 70 years and 48 years of doing this kind of work, have I had someone who said, well, I would like to write and put something in your book. And I knew to be in the essence of the woman, you volunteered this chapter at the end, and it's called Love Freely, because Kimberly, that's who you are. I just cannot wait for you to just unleash your power of one. So the next 15 minutes is yours. Much love.
Thank you. Well, it's morning in Los Angeles, so good morning or good afternoon, good evening to everybody. And it's an honor to be in this beautiful book, The Essence of a Woman. And I come from a space of being a medical intuitive medium, best-selling author. And it's important to, I feel, love freely. The only way for us to love freely is to let the love that already exists in our hearts to flow effortlessly. And you can do this by practicing good communication. And good communication is expressing our honesty within our hearts and having unconditional love. And unconditional love is getting into this fifth dimension. And the fifth dimension is being non-judgmental and accepting other people, whatever they are, whatever they have, with no boundaries. And also understanding when we accept people and when we have an open heart, we are a pure example of God's love. And being in God's love is the omnipresent. And being in our natural state, to be in this state of unconditional love, is where we came into. When we came into the world, we were in this state. So this is where we really want to be. We want to be in this natural state, loving freely. Loving freely is where we need to spend more time, like in nature and in meditation. When we do meditation every day, when we go on nature walks, when we're laughing, we're back into the state. We feel good. When we're around community like this, we feel good. When we are spending our natural experience in loving, we get away from the negative perceptions, the third dimension, worry and fear, anxiety. We're more in this projection of our heart. We're preventing our love from freely loving when we're in a third dimensional frequency. So getting into loving is already what we want to be in. So loving freely, effortlessly between people, our brothers and sisters and women, especially women, our bond, is already the state we want to be in effortlessly. But we have to choose to let go of fear and anger. We have to feel this in our heart. We want to be there. We already want to receive this unconditional love. This is our natural state. The universal consciousness is here for us. The Christ consciousness is here for us. When we do this, when we give and receive unconditional love, we feel good. We feel happy. When we're in service, we feel good. We feel happy. Like when I reached out to Jody and I said, I wanted to be involved with this collective group. Was it me that did that? No, it was my higher consciousness that did that. It was my tapping into the God energy, the omnipresent, that did that. It said, Kimberly, be of service. And that's where we're going. That's where we are headed, more of being in service. when we can feel that something is important, when we are really operating from this good energy, we're operating from not feeling defensive. We're operating from being in that moment, in the zone. We're all the while wanting to be longing for love. Love is community. Love is miraculous miracles. Loving freely, not wanting anything really in return, giving. This is the fifth dimension. This is where we're going. This is you. This is love. This is loving freely. This is an amazing place to be. It's coming from your heart center. This is God's love. This is you. So I'm so honored to be here today to help give you this beautiful message. And in my book, Awakening to the Fifth Dimension, which really is a part of the book, The Essence of a Woman, because we are all a part of each other and we are all on this same journey. Namaste.
You are a namaste. You are a namaste. You are a namaste. Every time I'm with you, I feel that love freely. We've got a few minutes here, Kimberly. I would love to let's just dive in, because maybe someone hasn't heard of, maybe this is the first time they're, as I say, unconscious, incompetent. They didn't even know that there was a fifth dimension. Where
Oh.
would you begin with someone? And by the way, you can find her everywhere, everywhere. You're one of the reasons when we do our event for the Essence of the Woman, we'll be out in LA. We're doing the other coast just because of you. That's, next September, there's no doubt. But how would you begin? How would you begin with that fifth dimension?
Well, I didn't create the dimensions. This is Einstein and Tesla and all of those scientific guys. But I experienced the dimensions. Thank you, Jody. After I had 2 near-death experiences, I started going into these dimensions and teaching the dimensions through them researching me at these different institutes that I had scalar energy in my hands. And I started doing laying on hands healing and taking people into the fifth dimension and healing people. I'm a laying on hands healer, besides a researched, documented medical intuitive holistic practitioner. And going into the fifth dimension is where we're already going right now and experiencing. More and more people are experiencing this dimension where we want to be in, which is love, and understanding that Eastern medicine and Western medicine can be combined together. And there's quite amazing results in those benefits. And I work with both. And getting into the fifth dimension, which my book is out right now called Awakening to the Fifth Dimension, I was told I would never walk again. I could never hold my head up ever again. I was drinking out of a straw for 3.5 years. And as I became healed through the awakening in the fifth dimensional energy, and then I started teaching it. So it's an amazing energy to be in. Once you experience a healing and a miracle healing, I believe everyone can have that.
Yes.
You learn how to get into that dimensional frequency. It becomes easier and easier for you to get into through prayer, meditation, and nutritional wellness plans. It's an amazing way to learn to practice.
Well, and I loved what you said when you said you've been drinking through a straw. They said you'd never be well. I hear Les Brown saying your diagnosis is not your prognosis.
Exactly.
You
And
knew, didn't you? And and can I just say something about this? You looked at your hands, and who said to you, in your book, when you talk about that, said that your hands look like, in this little girl, that they look like they were old hands.
well, I actually was born as a little kid. I had exhibited healing abilities when I was even young. I was doing healings on animals. And so it wasn't for me. I already knew I had some healing abilities when I was little. I was doing laying hands on animals, and I was doing healing as a little kid. So, but it didn't fully awaken until after my near-death experience.
Wow. And because you go down to the lowest frequency, you came up, I will just say, to the divine frequency. Because Kimberly, you're divine. What your work is second to none. And I want to put up to just give our listeners, and which they will be, and our watchers and the ones that replay. What is your website? Is the trilogy?
It's called thehealingtrilogy.com. And we have a clinic in Los Angeles that we run. And I'm also doing lots of readings and scans and medical information on my Zoom platforms that we do in classes.
You know, to think that we've never met each other and we're going this deep over these years, it just is. It is the, I did that right? Yes, trilogy. Yes, I did it well. Okay, I can type on the little thing and listen to you, but it's just an example of that frequency. To think that we've never met each other. We'll just have everybody just say, okay, we're going to have our 5-minute hug when we really do meet in person.
I cannot wait. And I want to be a part of everything that you're doing. You're fabulous. And I'm just excited to be here today and express loving freely and opening our hearts up, because we're in a time in history right now where we need more. I'm getting goosebumps. We need more love. We need this right now. And this book is so powerful and amazing with all these beautiful women. And I actually had another author come in my office the other day, and out of the blue, she knew of the book, and it was amazing.
Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
she knew of Tiffany. She knew of Tiffany, and she was like, "I can't believe you're a part of the book." And I'm like, "Oh my God!" And she was coming in for I do cold laser therapy in my clinic, and she was coming in to do that, and I was like so proud. I was so excited
Because it is. I'll be showing this all the time. It's pink like yours. Can you imagine when we can go into Barnes and Noble? I want you to imagine. Yes, we can go into Barnes and Noble with this and this, and
Yes.
go and have a heyday, because I'm going to be featuring this in a bit, Kimberly. But we have hit Amazon bestseller in all markets. All right, they were a little late with the algorithms, but it happened in the first hour. We sold enough books with this. Talking about right time, right place, right here, right now. We sold
Right.
enough books for Amazon to be out of their inventory in 3 hours. And then I woke up the next day and they upped the price of the book. They knew, because the power of one is that's just who you are and who you are in everything you do. So just share with us from your heart that power of one before I let you get on with your miracle Saturday, your soulful Saturday. I would just love to hear what comes up in your spirit, because I know it will be amazing. I know it will.
Oh, a word of wisdom, or
Of course, because
okay,
that's what you have.
okay. Okay. I believe that well, because I believe in the omnipresent. I believe that everybody deserves a miracle. And everybody came here, especially in this time, to witness miracles. And I believe that everybody here is special, and everybody here is to give something special, and everybody here is to witness witness miracles. So I believe that you're just so miraculous.
Yes. We all are. We all are that walking miracle from and they knew you were a walking miracle. I just want to leave this with you, Kimberly, because the universe knew that you were a child of the universe. It wasn't a death experience. It was a near death experience. The universe knew that you would be a walking miracle. They knew that I would be a walking miracle, being paralyzed from the shoulders on down when I was 24 years old.
Amen.
Because, yes, we are those walking miracles. We are connected. You joined, and because you spoke, this is a good time to bring these up. See, I I made this. We're going to talk about what we're doing on our initiative for the children before we bring up our next fabulous speaker. But I made these paper dolls. Okay.
Oh my God. They're
I
so
made
cute.
Okay, because we start. See, if they go ahead, Kimberly, and they buy this book, see what happens with these paper dolls?
Oh my
This
God,
is
those are
one
adorable.
woman. Yes, that inspires one here, and all of a sudden you have three. When you find and inspire two women to do the same, guess what you have with these paper dolls? We
I
are
love
going to start, yes, a paper doll hanger.
Aw.
Why? That's the power of one. With 10% of the book proceeds, Kimberly, going back, that one woman who gets it and inspires in her generosity to another and tells and inspires two others. Do you know that that hungry child will eat for 2 months? That's where it starts.
That's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
where it starts. In the fifth dimension, there is
Yes.
no more going
Let's
into the sixth, because let's go, let's grow. Kimberly, I love, honor, and I always say peace, love, joy, because you are all three. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your event. Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you. Thank you. And Kimberly Meredith, you feel her heart, you feel her soul, you feel her passion. Now, you saw the paper dolls. I was going to wait, but I always shook my Christmas gifts to see what was in them before Christmas Day. Couldn't help myself. So this is what I want to share with you. And Toya, Go Giga Creations, our great producer backstage. Toya, if you would bring up the scan code, that would be great. If you don't scan, go, and this is Empowered Stories. This is our whole thing. Scan the code, see the Amazon code. When I said, who knew that a little girl from Montana would have a book at age 70 and a half with these amazing 40 women or 39 others, a couple of great men as well that you'll hear from Saturday and Sunday, that we would do something. It begins with one. It's like what Les Brown says, you got to get started to be great. You don't wait to be great to get started. Just get started to be great. And this is what Jim and I, Dr. Jim Marinakis, my wonderful co-founder of Healthopedia. You see, these are the statistics. And yes, I am going to read this because it's so staggering. I want to get it right. Today, 1 in 5 children are at risk of true hunger. But in America, I think we can do better. You think about what this is. These children, if children, as Les Brown says, are 40% of our population and 100% of our future, there are 167 million women in our country, 300 million. Of that 40%, you do the math, 70,000, that means around 12 to 13 million, excuse me, not thousand, million children go to bed hungry every night. Now, I can't change the world, but I can change me and then go to the world. And what we decided to do with this initiative, I live in Florida. It's been Hurricane Central. We don't name hurricanes by hurricane this. We just call them by their first names, Helene and Milton. Well, Hurricane Helene hit Western North Carolina with such ravage. These children need help. And we found an organization, feedthechildren.org, that will specifically let us make this donation and earmark it for those children. So when you buy this book, like I said, proceeds, 10% of our proceeds go straight to feed those hungry children in ravaged North Carolina. And this is a beautiful segue. And you'll be hearing more about this as we go along. Remember, buy one book and one for a friend. We don't do anything by ourselves. We don't even go to the ladies' room by ourselves. Now, do we, ladies? We always bring somebody with us. It's community. Then inspire 2 other women to do the same. You will feed that child for 2 months and continue to find your 2 and your 2. We can make this not just dropping a chair off the Titanic. We can lift the boat up, for all boats rise. And that's what we're going to do with the children. So it is absolutely, I'm just getting goosebumps upon goosebumps. This is how it always works. It always works this way. We were talking about love freely. Princess Moradeun said, when we open ourselves up, we love freely. Then Kimberly Meredith is talking about loving freely. That's her chapter. And then we start about the children. And then we have author Deborah Dennis coming up to talking about extra growth kids. Deborah is the wife of David Dennis. She is the proud mother of 4 children, a first-time author, a fierce product of what she will be talking about. So welcome to the stage and to the Essence of a Woman Virtual Summit. Welcome, Deborah, to our stage.
Hello.
Hi, I'm on. Oh, wow. Okay. That's
You are live. And it's okay, Deborah. Everything and everyone has a first times. So
yes.
welcome.
Yes, we're 3 minutes early, so congratulations on that. Can you see me and hear me?
You are just fine. I would tell you if you're not, I've got your back, because that's what we do. Because my mother always said, Deborah, if you're early, you'll never be late. When I said to our group that the only thing that I'm a Nazi about is I run this affair because we have to be on time to honor people's time. So thank you for coming up and just being with us, being your wonderful self. So let our audience know just who you are and a little bit about you. Would you please?
I'm Deborah Dennis, and thank you, Healthopedia. Thank you, Traverse TV, and Tom and Denise and everyone in the book. Thank you to my husband, David. Thank you to Extra Grow and all our Extra Grow fans that are listening and rooting for me right now. Thank you so much to my family and the board of directors of the Extra Grow Foundation. I mean, I could go on, but we're here today to talk about the essence of a woman and the project that we have been working on since this spring. And there's so many people that I love inside of this book. And I'm just so incredibly proud of this book. It came in the mail. Can you see it? So, yes.
How exciting, Deborah, was it when you got it in the mail? How exciting was that?
It was amazing. Amazing. And here I am. I'm on page 373, the picture. And it says parenting extra growth families. It says an artful expression of love is a human life. And we have been since March talking about this and loving this project, so much. And I've had some people look at it, and the layout is so beautiful. The layout gives room for note taking. And if you're following along, if you have the book, go to please page 373 and just jot down anything you want, anything you might want to talk to me about in the future or later on today even. So I'm here for that.
Deborah, I wanted to just bring you up just like this because you can see her loveliness. You're a little dark on the light on the stage, so I just wanted them to see this because and how this came about. This truly was a power of one. When I met your husband, David, and he graced us with our beautiful Boca Raton retreat for our Healthopedia, and he said, "You must get in contact with my wife." We connected. And the rest is history. You said that you absolutely wanted to write. And I will say that you, when you came to your first edit, I've as many authors as I've done in my life now I can truthfully say I'm a 60-time best-selling author, publisher of 4 books. Nobody ever came with, say it's a 2,500 deal. You had so much to say that it was, I had 5,300 words. I said, Deborah, do you understand? There's a solo book in there too, because you just wanted to honor your children. It was amazing. I just wanted to say that.
Yes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really like the other book that you did, the book that David was talking about in Boca. Some of our friends were in it. It is such a good book. So many doctors, Dr. Bernie Siegel did the foreword of it. And it's just such a compilation of extremely accomplished individuals. So I was more than honored to be asked to be in the women's book. And it was so much fun working with everyone. Dr. Jody, when we were talking about what is the essence of a woman, it's such a humongous subject. How do you possibly begin? But we began by dividing it into categories, and the social pillar has parenting. That's a big part of the social pillar. So I was invited to write about that. And yes, I could go on and on. What I want to do right now is go ahead and just read the first paragraph so you can get the tone of my book and my chapter.
Before you do that, I want to bring up your extra growth families, because you're talking about families. That is your quote. Go ahead.
Yes, parenting extra growth families, the artful expression of love is a human life. And I'm just going to read the intention real quickly because, I mean, I can't paraphrase it as well as I wrote it. I mean, it was like so much editing and concentration. My intention is parenting, mothering is an artful expression. When a child is born, divine purposes collide. The uniqueness of disposition of each child is a reflection of their soulful desire. Recognizing and harmonizing with each child's individuality can guide a parent's choices. So in writing the book, I was able to talk about each of the 4 children with their adorable baby personalities. My first thought was to talk about music. And back then, oh my gosh, it was the year 2000. I was a technical recruiter. I had a Mercedes convertible with the top down, and only a 2-seater because, you know, we didn't have children yet. I was like listening to the music, just blaring the music with the top down, with downtown Dallas and all of the honking horns and, you know, just so much noise. Then I would walk into the office and there would be music. And sometimes I would put it in my purse, so it would be right next to me. And David bought me a cello, so I had that right next to me when I was trying to learn the Brahms lullaby. We just put so much music in it. It was so loud. We had no idea how easy it was for our baby to hear. So when she was born, she was a very, very loud baby. Now we're talking to get enough air to scream the way that baby would scream. It was like, you know, 7 times over, then it just earth shattering, glass shattering. And people were wearing earplugs when I wasn't there to pick her up. Anyone babysitting will remember her for that. So we kind of tamed it down for the second baby, and I was listening to ocean sounds, and the ocean sounds were seagulls. And our second baby was like crying like like an ocean creature, and it was so beautiful. And then, you know, our third baby, I was starting to get a hint that yes, as we are intentionally feeding our children information as they're, you know, in the womb, they're really gaining it. Our third baby, I played Rachmaninoff all the time, and guess what? He plays the piano really well.
Go figure.
Yeah. And then all the ruckus of having, oh, wow, you know, just the 3 other children when I had my 4th baby, my husband, all the people coming in and out of the house, everything we were doing, you know, swim team and ballet and Nutcracker and all of that. My 4th baby got really, really quiet. She just wanted to hide. There's so much going on around me. There's so much going on around me. She was like the hide me baby. That's what I named her in the book. And I could go on and on and on about her. She's just so beautiful. David and I, we have had such a wonderful time raising these 4 children. And we raised them watching us do Extra Grow and other entrepreneurial focus that we've had. We've brought them everywhere with us, traveled with them, introduced them to everyone. We're just so proud of them. And it just sounds wonderful. It really is truly wonderful. I believe that our children choose us. They choose us as the parents. And they come in knowing who we are and what we're like and what our life lessons are and what our mission is, what we're bringing to the world. They completely, you know, come in and understanding of that and join us. And it's our job to help them go through, you know, they're growing up. And in the book, in the chapter about parenting, I talk, oh my gosh, what is it like if you have like a child with dyslexia and they literally are in the same reading level for 5 years? What do you do if your daughter has type 1 diabetes? How do you manage that? How do you put that in her frame and manage that every day so she grows up with the confidence that she needs to move forward? What if there's a brain injury? What if your child has ADHD? What if the teachers say, oh, this is so enigmatic, I'm not quite sure what to do, and you just go from one specialist to another? What if you have a very willful child that, is very demanding? I mean, I go through what we did to be successful in those areas in the book. So that was really
you had every single one of those what ifs. But the what ifs, I'm just going to say, because you're so giving and loving, Deborah, guess what? The what ifs. You know what they've got to do? They've got to buy the book to hear what your solutions, because not only does Deborah give solutions for this, but she also gives action steps. Every single author has at least 3 action steps. So you can buy this book, ladies, and you can do an action step a day. How much better will you be in all 6 pillars the next year in 2025?
I heard somebody say that and I was so excited. I was almost like, well, that's, what if somebody goes on Instagram and does that every day? That would be so much fun, just to remind everybody of this book. And my action steps, I mean, I'll just really briefly go through them.
No, Deborah, only give 2 because they got to buy the book to hear your action steps. Oh, this is a teaser, honey. Come on, you got this.
Well, I think that everybody's a genius at something. Everyone should not be afraid to be around people that know more than them. It's fun to live a life filled with different perspectives and viewpoints on, other people's experiences. And I'm so in for that. And there's been some incredible people that I've met in working with this book, like Dr. Golda Joseph talking about menopause, and Anna McKee talking about meditation. And the previous book had Jason Estes, and he's a very strong thought leader. And Tom Chesser, he's been so supportive of all of us women. I mean, he wants each and every one of the 40 of us to have our time on the stage to talk about what we've done, what we've accomplished. This is our party. This is what we, it's like a culmination of sisterhood. And, when we were talking about what is an essence of a woman, it is this. It is communication. We're good at communication. It is love. I mean, that's what we always come back to. No matter what other emotion that we feel, the love and joy that we have as women for each other and the earth and God and us as creators in this world is paramount. It always comes back to that. That's the feminine essence. That's the feminine energy that we share. And as the girliest girl ever, I just love having 3 daughters and a son who has basically been raised by me and 3 daughters.
Oh,
David, of course, he's very, very supportive of the feminine spirit. But I did have 2 brothers, and I have some best friends that are men, so it's okay. But anyway, I'm just so incredibly honored to work, with you guys. 100% honored. Jody, did you want to dive into any particular aspect of my story today while we're here?
I would like to dive into one thing that with, and as you mentioned Tom twice, and yes, big shout out, and to Diverse TV, they'll be getting their ad after you, that all 40 authors have already, if you go back to my radio show, Building Fortunes Radio, any Traverse TV program over the last 4 months, all but 3 authors have been there because life happens. All right. And also that what you'll be able to see, and something, Deborah, you don't know as a first-time author, when you go to Instagram on Healthopedia 365, your wisdom, when we get to the social pillar, will be featured for an entire week. So all 40 authors, it's 40 weeks out. So you'll be getting a part and a snippet. Then you think about what we're doing. I just think that one thing, because we do have a couple of minutes, that just speaks to my soul, Deborah, because it's just innately who you are. is that I know when my sons were teenagers and they said,
Mhm.
just ask me questions. Well, I was a single mom and I just had to tell them what to do. And it was so much easier guiding them through that ask because I'm a type A personality, red, blue, high D, and high I, 98I. I'm going to lead that way. When you have an innate ability, and when you talked about those the four children, and she's given them names like the seagull, and let's refer to them as the seagull and the noise
The
maker.
swivel head, the swivel
Yes.
head baby.
Yes.
I'm proud of that one.
So go ahead and say those four names first of all, would you please?
Oh, well, there was this golden dragon baby born in the year 2000 that we named the swivel head baby because her head literally would go back and forth, taking in the world. My second daughter is the seagull crier because she, cried like a seagull. My son is the pure love baby, everything that First Corinthians is and is not. I mean, he would just look at a person, any person, the grouchiest person in the room. He could look at them and smile at them and just gaze until they responded. He had so much patience. And he just lit up so many people. And he's still that way. His personality is he's a man now. He just literally turned 18 just a minute ago.
Beautiful.
And my swivel head baby just got married in May. So, I mean, my life is changing. I only have one little kid left. And she's 14. And she is the hide me baby, because she was the baby that, wanted some peace and quiet among everything that was going on. And this girl is like amazing in art. She's a writer. She's just the most beautiful soul, and called her the hide me baby, but she's starting to come out of her shell a little bit. She's in 9th grade, and we're just really, really super proud of all of our children, obviously.
And,
a lot of fun.
And it's fun because you've created community, you've created family, and it's really true. It's financial pillar and then social pillar. So in your partingness, I would say, Deborah, and thank you for gracing our stage, giving us your wisdom, and as the princess said, that we're just getting this party started. Who knows where this movement is going to be? Vision, mission to global fruition. What piece of wisdom would you give to a woman who is out there and who's struggling with her children? What piece of wisdom would you get?
Remember that they chose you. There's nothing that you can do to get rid of any kind of tether with them. They love you. They love you. And what you're going through right now with them is part of the learning for you. It's part of your journey and the people around you, and of course them. But as they're under 18, you are responsible for keeping them from harm. So it is upon you to say no and be very firm with them if they're doing something precisely that would take them away from doing something they love later on in life. That's when you say no. If you can imagine them just exploring and being a little different, and maybe there's a generational difference between you two and you don't understand what like goblin core and cottage core are or whatever, just look it up, ask them, they'll tell you. And then all of a sudden you're participating in their life a little bit more and understanding where they're coming from. And life is just so incredibly beautiful when you realize, just have confidence because they did pick you and you picked them. Yes. This is what you're supposed to be doing. And it's not a negative thing. It's opportunities to grow and to learn and to discover and to expand. That's what God wants us to do. God wants us to expand and create. And that's exactly what we are doing. Exactly 100% as parents, when we recognize that each kid is unique, that each kid has their own, their own baby personality that you can influence for the music. You can, and be careful of that, obviously. I mean, I'm pre-grandmother and my grandchildren are going to be hearing didgeridoos and all kinds of drumming. I mean, we're definitely setting them up. In fact,
with that frequency. So on that, Deborah, I will say thank you. Thank you for giving just extra growth, which is your company's foundation. It is certainly, look up extragrow.com. It helped my plants, especially after both Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. And Deborah, your extra growth philosophy will help those parents. Thank you. Peace, love, and joy always to you, your family, and let's just extra grow to the globe. Ciao for now. And now we're going to, and I'll just have to say, the extra grow of your health, Personal Performance Institute, Dr. Jim Marinakis' company, I will say second to none, is the reason that this stage 4 cancer survivor became a thriver. Just take a look, take a listen, and experience the wisdom of PPI International CEO, Dr. James Marinakis.
The main reason I believe people's health is declining globally is because they don't do the things every day that they need to maintain themselves. They don't walk enough, they don't get enough nutrients, they accumulate way too much stress, they don't expose themselves to nature. They work under artificial lights that damage the rods and cones of their eye, their brain, disturb functions of their liver. Everybody wants to be free from disease, and they want to enjoy a long and happy life. At the Personal Performance Institute, we teach you how to do exactly that. It starts right in the beginning. The very first things you'll do, which are simple instructions, will improve your health, and they will make you feel better about yourself. Not believe that you feel better about yourself, but actually feel better about yourself. That's what the Personal Performance Institute can do for you.
Now, we have doctors, we have healers, we have health enthusiasts in this book, but we've got a lawyer coming up here. I'll just tell you, with Leilani Alesh's title, Indomitable Joy, you've just gotten smarter because you have to learn how to spell the word. But Leilani Alesh is truly, truly the epitome of that power of one. We were coming out of our Boca event, since we just talked about this, our Healthopedia event. Remember, we will be having our Women's Essence Summit Symposium in Los Angeles, September 2025, because we need time to celebrate the essence of the woman and what we're doing on this global initiative. We've got enough events, ladies, from here through June that are going to make your head spin. We'll be everywhere, not only being Amazon bestseller and doing it in all markets, but now Barnes & Noble bestseller. You can go to Barnes & Noble right now and pick up our book. You can go to Barnes & Noble and pick up the ebook. And then we'll follow the following week, Wall Street Journal and C-Suite international bestseller. C-Suite bought out Wall Street Journal. That's why we are where we are. And that's when the power of one, I can still see it. Leilani was at Barnes & Noble. We decided we were going to do a splash ever, just have a party, because we're always going to have a party when we're around Jody. All right. She came, she said, I want to buy your book. Well, we were in Barnes & Noble. And of course, that beautiful big bear of mine said, well, we've got some out in the car. So here we follow out with Leilani. I did not even know her name, gave her the book, autographed it, wanted to know how you spelled it. And I remember we got into the car and my husband said, well, is she going to pay you? Well, Leilani Alesh, you have paid us in full. You have paid us then some for that book, because now we can see how you paid in spades and every other type of card around with your indomitable joy, with your chapter, being an attorney, being a noted writer yourself, and meeting you through the power of one, through Christina and Tony Doty, being at that event. I just knew that you would be in my life for a really long, long time. So I'm just going to say how I started out. Here we are. How does it feel, Leilani?
I can't tell you how incredible it is to be here. First of all, I just want to give a shout out to Christina and Tony and tell them that I am forever grateful for so much, and including for you. So it was just a wonderful treat to meet you and David Dennis and so many others. And I wanted to say thank you, because your power and strength and capacity for pulling this all together. I mean, there were a lot of threads and a lot of balls, and you were just pretty masterful at pushing us all through us, really pushing us all through us. And thank you for that, because I don't know that it would have happened if it hadn't been for you. So
I've been called a pusher before, but now I'm going to learn, like Deborah, to push more from behind. But it's that passion and power. When you see the people like you in an initiative like that, it becomes easy to push. Thank you for being you. So tell us a little about that indomitable joy. And here, are you in Florida, or are you already in the UK? Where are you right now?
Well, I just got back to Florida. I have a talk about joy. I have quite a little story for you. I just got back from Los Angeles, and when I was a child, I learned I was adopted. And when I was about 25 years old, I finally found my dad. And we had a day together, and but that was it, just that day. And then I decided, no, I really want this guy in my life. And I tried to find him, and he'd already passed away. But I did find that I had 4 brothers and sisters. I couldn't believe it. And so I got in touch with one of them. We've been communicating. And this last week, I just went out to meet my family for the first time in my life. And
you're not 20. I mean,
I'm not 20.
The first time in your life.
First time in my life. And it was, I met 4 brothers and, no, I met 2 of the brothers and sisters. 2 of them were not available, but I met one of them has 4 children of his own. I met all 4 of his children. I met 9 great nieces and nephews. I mean, and I look like everybody. I understand. I look just like my dad. I got to know him through knowing them. They are the kindest people. I mean, my heart is just bursting. And then I was speaking to one of them last night, and he thanked me for being willing to reach out to them, to spend the time to come out there and meet them. And he's like, you've had some, challenges in your life, a lot of stuff that you've gone through. And even like, his mom really didn't want me around. And he said, and despite all of that, you just continue to exude such joy. And it's such a pleasure to be around you. And I'm really looking forward to having a long and very loving relationship with you. And I couldn't believe you said that. Joy.
So indomitable joy, your chapter title. Who knew?
Yeah. It's just great.
Wow. Well, and so all of a sudden, I think this is a nice tie-in, Leilani. One of the things you talked about, having joy in the journey, where there was something that eluded you, motherhood, and look how you were blessed now with a whole family and all these grandkids, these nieces and nephews. My goodness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I couldn't. That's enough. Thank you.
Yes. And it's the circle of life. It always comes around. Mm-hmm. Are you just like overjoyed? So get into your chapter and what it meant to you to write this chapter, because I know it was a very big experience for you.
Yeah. So just in time for the weed whacker. So excuse me if you can hear that. Yeah, it was a story I've been meaning to share for a long time. And I always hesitated to do so. I finally kind of started telling people who needed to know. And when you asked me to write about it, it was so cathartic. I mean, the writing, to getting it all out there. And it's one thing to live through it piece by piece. It's an entirely different thing to look back at this story and to realize, wow, that was something, I was so busy just living my life. I didn't even really take into account the impact of the health challenges I had. So, I'm so happy to be alive. I'm so lucky to be alive. And yeah, so for writing it for me,
if I could just interject one minute, you may not have heard it, but like Kimberly Meredith, that's why you have indomitable joy in your health and your life. Why you've written in the emotional pillar, Leilani, because you had a near-death experience. You went down to that frequency. That's why you live up in that divine frequency. That's what Kimberly's story is about. You're an epitome of that indomitable joy.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So
So I am thankful for every single day, and for all of my relations, for all of my challenges, for anything that I can share with people. And I just heard your last speaker talking about her child who's will just beam that smile into the person who's in a bad mood that smiles, smiles back at them. And I think it's important for us to all do that. You know, it's so easy to just respond with the frequency that you have, that you're receiving, rather than just maintaining, that high level. And, even if it takes a minute, you have to step back. You got to check yourself. You've got to come back in, and you just got to be that warrior for light. Yeah.
and you are that warrior of light. I mean, and you're that warrior of light in your business, and being that part of just getting trademarks and this, and making sure that you're protecting people. But I want to jump to something. Okay, lawyer, author, writer, gifted spiritual woman. But when you buy the book, you see her picture, and she's in front of a grand piano, and with that melodious voice. Can you even think how beautiful a jazz singer you are? Because it's got to be just liquid gold, like that gold thread through your story. How did that all come about? Such a diverse woman you are.
Well, my mother was a piano teacher. Well, she taught third grade. She was a professional educator, but she also taught piano for a little extra money on the side. And I always wanted to play. And she wouldn't let me touch it. She made it, she's using reverse psychology on it.
Oh my goodness.
So she said, when you're understanding that it is an instrument, it is not a toy, then and only then can you take lessons. And you can only touch it if you're going to be practicing. So I was so anxious by the time I was 6 years old. I just couldn't take it anymore. So I started taking lessons, and it turns out I was pretty gifted. And got sent to the best teacher in Colorado, and studied classical piano. But it was always really frustrating because I had such a passion for singing. And so, as an adult, I finally allowed myself to challenge that, the fear of performance, and get out there and take some classes. And now I get to sing with a jazz group, a few times a year. And while I was in California, I sat with like a really great producer and just recorded a song that's just about ready for release. How about that?
Oh, and can I ask you? Of course, we'll have to have rights and all of this, because one of our next projects we are going to have an audiobook with the essence of a woman. And I think we all need to take vocal speaking lessons from Leilani to have that melodious voice on there for real. But there's got to be a way that we can use Tiffany's "Woman Up" and then your beautiful song on our book as well. All rights reserved. So, me, I've always got an idea. I've always got an idea. Better way. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. I'll write a song for you. How about that?
Oh, that'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work for real. And my goodness gracious, in knowing that, what about, I want to go into the writing process just a little bit with you, because the one thing that I know is that you have, in a way, this is your indomitable joy, because what you told me when we were doing our editing, I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Because you're that kind of a giving woman. You said, you really made my story. You said something about, I really made your story come to life, or you really did edit. And I was just, I'm going, well, I'm an editor. What else was I supposed to do? I was so shocked that you said that. So what was the backstory of that comment?
Well, I I guess when I was first starting to practice law, I was doing a lot of brief writing rather than getting to go to court. And my bosses would always say to me, you know, you're not writing a novel. You know, you got to tone down the emotions and be more, you know, straight legal facts and da da da. But the thing about my passion is that I was winning. I won my first 13 motions based upon, I
13?
think, yeah, based
That's a
upon the
lucky
passion.
number now, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I know, you know, there are workers that Saturday, we wear so many hats as women,
Yes.
but this is, what I can say is this is just typical. That was your lucky number. First 13 motions.
Yeah.
That's because that mother of yours says, don't touch the piano because, unless you're serious, you were serious about your law too.
Oh yeah, I was very serious. And then, you know, so I kind of tapped it back a little bit, and I think I tend to do that. I'm always editing down, getting things as concise as possible, and you know, being straight to the point. And you took the feeling that I must have had about certain facts and circumstances and really brought it out of me. And you know, so it gave the story a more personal touch and more a more impassioned flavor. And so that was my experience with what you were. It's like you understood, and you understood that you kind of bridged the gap between what I wanted to convey and what would be understood from the reader. So yeah.
And Leilani, that was, and I will say that was easy. You know why? Because you feel. I rejoice when you read her chapter, and you've got to get the book. Go to Amazon. They up the price by $1 for a reason. And I know Toya will put the scan code up there because you can hear people's words, but you read them yourself. You feel it jump off the page. And that's what I feel like you did, because you made, as I called it, a triumph from tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, being totally together from a testimony that wasn't easy to go through, but you got through it. As Les Brown says, what you're going through, you'll get through. How
Yeah.
did you get to that side, going with that tragedy to your triumph? And
I'm
say,
sorry.
how did you get to that other side of saying, I am joy, I am spirit, I'm not going to live in my story? Please share.
Mhm. Yeah. So my mother also had a lot of health challenges. When I was starting from the time I was 9 years old, she developed thyroid cancer. And we didn't, well, much earlier than that, we didn't know it. And we couldn't understand what was happening to her. She was just so difficult. And of course, that interferes with your emotions and makes you just very, I guess, impassioned is a kind way to put it. And so I watched her struggle through that. And even though they got the cancer, she always, well, substantially, I don't think they actually ever really cured it. I think that she remained, she would always have to go back in for, you know, she'd come out of remission and get more treatment and more treatment and more treatment. And she hid it from us. I mean, we didn't realize until much later on what she was doing. She just pretended like she didn't have it anymore. It was just, you know, basic maintenance. And so there's that. And then there's also that she gave me such a foundation in religion and in you know, an understanding of what the divine is and our integration with it. I've spent time on my own. I spirited myself away to for a year of just studying with a religious historian and some medicine men. And, you know, my brother is also a Buddhist, and he's given me a lot of stuff to read. And just all together, no matter what difficult challenges I've had, there's always been a mysticism that came along and kind of helped me through it. It's some pretty remarkable circumstances. I mean, there's absolutely no reason why I should be alive right now. And that can only have been that I was being carried. I remember going on Highway 1 in California, up in the Redwoods, and, you know, hairpin cliffs on one side, 100, 200 feet drop into craggy cliffs and ocean. On the other side, trees larger than my car. I didn't have brakes. And something was carrying me. I knew something was strange. I didn't feel like I was really on the planet. And then when I finally got to my driveway, whatever was carrying me let go, and my car went crashing into the forest, but I wasn't hurt at all. So I've always understood. No,
That spirit, the spirit was lifting you up.
carried me. And I know that there is something, and the more you provide the nourishment for that spirit of joy and kindness and caretaking for your other brothers and sisters on this planet, the more it's returned to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And you're such a giving soul. You're such a giving heart. And I mean, I just know that in the emotional pillar, and when you can go through this, you're one of the women, I can just say, because we have a little extra time here, that in our book with our 40 authors, we have 2 doctors that will tell you how to regulate your hormones. I call it, so the whores will be moaning the correct way, because there's nothing worse, my humor. There's nothing worse than having your hormones all over the place.
Yeah.
That in the physical pillar, we have deaths of spouses. We have divorces. We have 5 or 6 miscarriages. We have women that had abortions, that were on drugs and alcohol, that could have died in foster care but survived, and the list goes on and on and on.
Mhm.
Ladies, I will say, buy the book. Remember the paper dolls. You get one for yourself, and it multiplies around the world. Get one for a friend. Go ahead and have 2 others, and inspire 2 other of your lady friends to do the same. We will change the world, because that's what it's all about, from tragedy to triumph. So, Leilani, I mean, in your fluidness and your inspiration, I could just hang out with you all day. Let's make sure before you go back to the UK and be with your man that we sit down with some real mushroom coffee and do this up right. What is the last piece of wisdom that you would like to share with our lovely ladies, and how to have that indomitable joy, because it is all of ours for the taking?
Right. Okay. So I think that one of the real keys to having internal joy is honesty with yourself. And that can be very tough to come by. We all want to go into denial about this or that, or and hang out in our misery and our anger about this person or that person. But if you can take that time to really reflect upon yourself, your integration in it, anything that you might have done, and in a way that is loving and kind, not the kind of critical way that you're beating up on yourself, but in a way that allows you to say, aha, I want to be better than that. I'm going to step beyond that. I'm going to transcend that. And I did the best I can. Now I'm going to do better. You can release things that you don't even know are lingering out in your body, and you will be elevated. Your outlook will be better, and your antennas, what you're bringing to yourself, will be in a higher frequency and more joyous.
Leilani, you are spirit, you are joyous, and everyone will be inspired just for taking the time to read your chapter in the book. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for running me down in Barnes and Noble. For real. And going out to our car, because that's the reason we are here. It's that power of one experience.
Well, it was really your personality. I mean, when you were speaking, and I was like, oh yeah, I've got to read what she's writing. she's incredible. And she's smart.
And guess what? I always say about that, we're mirrors of each other. If you spot it, you got it. So Leilani, with that, I will say peace, love, joy, and rejoice in your story. Rejoice in your new relationship. And guess what? Jamie Kerr, your fellow UKites, and his wife Jennifer will be on our stage on Sunday, writing in the mental period. Yes, you can't wait to connect with them. But he said this book, because of our frequency, he just sent me a clip. He said the book with this frequency will elevate others. And here that came in when we were talking. There is no coincidences. I would say peace, love, joy, and especially Leilani with a name like that. I do love you.
I love you too. Namaste.
So now from that, we go to regeneration, but it's not just any regeneration. I'm going to give New Hope Regeneration a shout out. It's the power of one connection. As you heard me say when I was talking with Kimberly Meredith, I had a situation where I was broadsided by a Lincoln Continental. I was paralyzed from the shoulders on down when I was 24, never knowing whether I could walk again. I think that was my indomitable joy, but you can read that in one of my other books. And of course, in my solo book, I talk about it, that mindset is a skill set. And what happened is that I said it wasn't a hospital, it was a hotel. And I walked out of there untethered, not even with a wheelchair 6 months later. I can say that I just kind of put up with my neck pain. It was there. It was just where it is. And that's what we had to do. We absolutely had to be a part of just being with that pain. Anybody understand that? That's where I was for these 40 years. I had a situation where I was rear-ended with a car wreck from a car. It wasn't much, but it was enough to put me in real trauma with my neck again. And have you ever felt like, well, maybe I've just got to live with it? I was at that point. But the power of one, I'm sorry that you will not hear Kathy Vergara's story. She's on a honeymoon of her 30th year with her husband right now on a cruise, but you will hear that. The power of one, because Dr. Bill Janicek, who's a real fan of Healthopedia, said, I know Kevin Lucas. I know somebody that I think could help. Well, I was on the phone with him. I got their premier stem cell. I have now been pain-free for a year. It's amazing. Even better than what my neck felt when it was at its best post-accident. Who knew? So take a look, take a listen to what Kevin Lucas has here. And of course, when I met Kevin and I got my stem cell, Kathy Vergara, his nurse practitioner, was there. Power of one. She is an author in our book, In the Physical Pillar. You'll be checking her out on one of our milkshake moments, our shows that we have on Traverse TV at a later date. But thank you, Kevin Lucas, for not only restoring my health, regenerating my neck, and making me feel like a million, but where you do this for millions and millions of others across the United States in 9 locations. New Hope Generation, one of our sponsors.
Hope and restoration really are ingrained in us. We're designed. It's literally in our DNA. The ability to have the body heal and have the mind and the soul, all these things are important. But what I believe my path is, and the way that I help people with that process, is that I specialize in the physiological aspect. So for 20 years in my private practice as a board-certified structural integrator, I thought I was helping people restore their bodies, but I realized I was helping them manage their decline. The restoration of families is significant. I can't tell you how many times I would have a mom in tears in my office because she couldn't get on the floor and play with her kids. I would have a dad who couldn't go on a hike or throw a ball with his son or his daughter. It's really, when you ask people, what's the biggest problem here? My back pain hurts. Okay, if you didn't have back pain, what would you do? Then we get the list of, my wife and I could go on a motorcycle ride. We could go camping. I could go play soccer with my son. I could, whatever it happens to be. Now we're in a situation where a person can receive these amazing infinity cells. The body can use those cells for what it knows it needs to do. Our clients are able to receive the most simple thing that I have ever seen in all of healthcare, and they're able to get their life back at a level that many people would say was impossible. And quite frankly, until 5 years ago, I would have also told you that was impossible because we never see it. And now we see it all over the country, hundreds of times a day, thousands of times a year. And now I've observed this process over 125,000 times. I just almost don't have words to know, after I've seen it so many times, what kind of hope people can get back in their lives. If we can help your body do what it's naturally designed to do, which is to regenerate and restore and heal, you can then begin to do so many other things that you didn't think you were ever going to be able to do. And that really is why, I'm so obsessed with what we're doing.
And I am obsessed, but the hope that he's giving, don't you like that? Infinity cells. That's a great word. And that's a great word that describes Karen Rudolph to me. She's an infinity woman. She is a woman who came into my life. We've been mentioning Les Brown because he's such a mentor to me. And he's been a mentor not only once, but 3 times. Just like Lalani said about Misha, I want her energy. I want to be around her. When we were being coached by the incomparable Les Brown last year at this time, I saw Karen Rudolph on the screen, and he was doing something about her name. Now the common name is Karen. Well, she got in a conversation with Les Brown about what is her common name. And I knew she was not common. Just like Tilly Catherine Ruck, Karen is a real infinity Rudolph. She's got an infinity amount of energy, just an infinity amount of everything about her. And the way she got into this story with Les and the way they spun this together, it wasn't that I heard her story. I saw her story. I felt her story. I got to have her in Healthopedia. So here we are again. Karen Rudolph was an integral part of being a Healthopedia, our Women's Essence ambassadors. Even when she didn't have a lot of time, we've been kind of kissing cousins here because we've been through 3 hurricanes. We got something in common. We both got tarps on our roof still now. And she was cutting trees later on, but she just makes it happen because she has every single reason to be doing this kind of work in and restoring her home right now. But she shows up. She shows up in a way that is mind, body, and spirit. She shows up in a way that absolutely creates something that is infinity when you feel her and you see her and you hear her speak. She is one of our sponsors with Tranquil Solution, SOUL, because that's how much soul Karen Rudolph has in her spirit, her mind, and her body, probably cutting down those trees. So, Karen, welcome to the Essence of a Woman Summit, our second one together. How cool is that? And I think you probably have to unmute your mic. No, I got you. So you are that empowerment, that infinity, like Kevin Lucas was talking about, that infinity cell. You're that infinity woman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such an honor and privilege to be on this second journey with you again. I mean, after the first, I was hooked, but the people and the community and the tribe that you've created and we've created cohesively has just been absolutely amazing. And, certainly a shout out to all the people behind the scenes that we don't even tap into. I really want to acknowledge them as well. The Tom Chesters, the people running Traverse TV and doing an amazing job. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you.
Well, and let's give a shout out to Laura Ibarra. She's being our wrangler for today.
Yes.
And wrangle she has been doing back there. She has, and also for sure, Toya Glenn of Go Giga Creations. What a name, because she just goes and gigas anything I need. I'm absolutely here to say we have a team, we have a tribe, and you are part of that tribe. And I can't wait to have you in my house tomorrow as we celebrate our culmination. And as it says, celebrate everything. Yeah. So tell us about your chapter. You are such a gifted writer. I mean, I think I added a comma in your edit. That was about it.
Thank you. I'm getting a little bit of experience. I was one of these people that said, I just want to write one book and say that I did it. And now I'm on a roll. So this particular book is called, my chapter is in the emotional pillar, and it's called Dancing with the Divine, a Graceful Journey Within. And my quote is, embrace the beauty of the journey within your own. Yeah. A page 165, by the way. Just saying.
Just saying. 165. Yes. And when you put that all together, numerology, that fits you, because guess what? It's a divine number.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the number 3. Of course it is. So with experience comes passion, and yes, you are a writer, you are a speaker, you're certainly an amazing amazing of course, Dancing with the Divine. Here it is. We've got a few banners back here. I knew I had your quote. Dancing with the Divine. How did you come up with that quote?
Because for me, being a spiritual, on a spiritual journey myself, and really feeling one with the universe, that I feel like life is a dance. And if we don't take part in the dance, that's when things start falling apart. And you mentioned earlier, like, we're going through all this hurricane stuff here in Florida and fixing life up. If I'm not able to dance in the moment and be present in the moment, then I lose track of my steps. So it's really learning how to balance. And it's not even balance, it's really learning how to harmonize it more than anything else.
I've just got to say something because it's too good. So it's Hurricane Helene, Milton, Ian. If you hear a little noise in the background, Karen's getting a tree sawed up that was in her front yard. That is just dancing with the divine and going with the flow. Yes.
Yeah, it's been all I can say is it's been, and I'm learning. I'm a big advocate of breathing, deep breaths, and the work works when you work it. So I've been doing a whole lot of breathing lately. So, and it's really getting me through it because I have to realize that, all the trees and all the lushness that I had around me, which was so important to me, it was like cutting my hair back in the day. It was so traumatic. But then I realized it grows back, so it's okay.
Yes. Yes, 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 and yes, and yes. And
Yeah.
so you have a way. I love the part of your story. And when I was saying that we've had this many women have had deaths of spouses and divorces and miscarriages and abortions and this type of thing, but we've got several women that have
Yeah.
gone from tragedy to triumph with
Right.
bullying. And of you of
Exactly.
all people are one of those. Would you like to share a little bit about that in your it's very, very powerful.
By Costa Rica, you're talking
No,
by
as a child,
oh, we
you
all
went
have so many stories. Yes, forgive me. Yeah, as a child growing up, excuse me, as a child growing up, I was diagnosed with asthma, and my mother became very overprotective of me and treated me differently. And I'll never forget it. She sent me to some Nahara camp in uh, New Hampshire or such because it was children that had problems breathing. And so my whole life I've lived into there was something wrong with me. I was different than everybody else. And I wanted to be like everybody else. And I didn't realize the impact it had on my life until later in life.
And so how did that come up from then? As you say, it was no April Fool's Day. That was serious. How did it manifest later on in life?
Well, it manifested later on in life with every time I stressed out, I didn't realize I was getting into the space of like, ugh, that not being able to breathe, but I wasn't really probably that's probably why I'm such an advocate of deep breathing today. And I wasn't really aware of it until after my divorce, and I started breathing, and I was like, wait a minute, what's the correlation here? It's not like it goes away 100%. But there are times when I can really breathe deeply and clearer, and other times, in the elements, when living here in Florida, if we get a cold snap, or I just got back from Colorado and the altitude, the cold, and the fire, I was like, that it manifests in a lot of ways when we feel as emotionally, when we feel as if we're trapped, when we feel as if there's no way out, when the feelings of disempowerment come up.
Sure.
Things like that.
Those issues, as we both say to our client patients, those issues are in your tissues.
Absolutely. And the body doesn't lie. So it's
Yeah.
really getting clear for me. It's really getting clear and really delving into those. And it's so easy for me to do it for everybody else. And I have people that support me in getting it out of myself so I can live a happier, fulfilled, and fulfilled life. For me, it's all about that's building the sassy confidence and the classy wisdom and that badassy boldness. Well, if I want to do that, I have to take care of my health and well-being. I can't not look at that. So I'm always clearing and cleansing and being present so I can be present for others.
Well, and you are present for others. I mean, just to the standpoint, I will just say, here I'm in the middle. You think you have it all done with a large production like this, and you don't. It's just the way it is. And I'm done with my autonomic nervous system, my process that I've done with Dr. Jim for decades. And what do I
Right.
have to do? This lovely quote to say, I know it. I'm just sending you love and life. And I thought, boy, that was a great oxymoron. You usually say love and light, but love and life, that's what you're showing in your story from that cocoon to the butterfly. Please share that piece, which is, it's just not your chapter, it's your personal life philosophy.
It is my personal life philosophy. So whenever you get something from me, there's always a butterfly attached because I've always had the butterfly replacing my W in front of the word holistic. When I don't have a butterfly there, it's the capital W in quotes, because when we look at ourselves, right? When you look at yourself, it's not just there's a person there, right? There's your mental, emotional, physical, spiritual aspect of self. So if you don't look at the whole of it, so it's like we're all here on a journey. And transformation, I like to refer to the butterfly because there's always going to be a struggle, always going to
Yes.
be a struggle. And when you look at the butterfly going through the transformational metamorphosis, right? If you go up and you see this butterfly in the cocoon, right? Well, it starts out as a caterpillar, and the caterpillar actually breaks down chemically to mush. Right. So here this little caterpillar is eating its way through life, thinking doesn't know what it doesn't know. And then all of a sudden it starts transforming into this mush within the cocoon. And then all of a sudden it creates this beautiful butterfly within that cocoon. But if you see it and you see the struggle, it's sitting there within the cocoon. And if you go up and you tear a little part of it, you've just ruined the whole, the butterfly will not exist anymore. It will actually die, right?
Yes.
So we're here, if you look at that as a metaphor for our lives, right? We're all here on our journeys. I like to say it's the becoming. Who we're becoming as a result of those struggles is what's going to really support you in becoming that badassy, classy self, of becoming your authentic self and stepping into your own power and your own shine. Right? We're here to shine. We're here, I believe, in my spiritual journey, I believe we're all here to not only lift each other, but I believe we're here with gifts. And it becomes what's the word I'm looking for? It's a travesty in a sense if you don't share your gifts with others. So why not? And I remember being a victim back in the day, and oh my God, life is over, and I'm going through a divorce. I've got 3 kids, and I'm never going to XYZ.
I mean, you were going like that. We do that all the time when we talk. Yes.
Right. I refuse to go down that road anymore because I can't even relate to that person anymore. But there are so many people that I work with now that are on that journey, and they just don't see past that metamorphosis of the beauty that they're becoming as a part of that journey and that struggle.
Back up to that. There's beauty in the struggle. What does that mean to you?
There's always a silver lining. There's always there's always a lesson to be learned if you're willing to want to look at it. And a lesson for me is like reading a good book. you can take that lesson and you can put it on a shelf, or you can apply the lesson and say, what am I going to do with that? How is this going to support me in my next steps moving forward in the becoming of my beauty and grace here on this earth?
Because you truly are a spiritual being in a physical body. That's who you are to me. That's who you are to your clients. And so just to share your last piece of wisdom, there's so much more, but I am not going to boot you from the stage, because guess why? We're going to have your commercial because you're a sponsor of our program of Healthopedia with Tranquil Solutions. But then we're going to bring up our next guest, because Kathy Strauss, the absolute creative beauty of this book, and Kathy was in Healthopedia, and I really, Karen, this is just like what women do. We want to share it with somebody. I have got a real big surprise. So hang around, will you, after your commercial? Because I want you to see this next piece of an amazing surprise. And yes, I didn't take your deal off. And Toya, if you'll just put our Amazon banner, because guess what? You got to go buy the book. This is the stories of recovery from resilience, rejoicing in the divine. It's from being from the cocoon to the butterfly. But let's just wrap up this piece. And Toya, thank you for being a woman with 65 hands, because I think she has 65 children. I've never known a woman who can do more in her life. I think she has 11. So, it's more than the 10 fingers here. So that's why you're just an amazing producer. If you need someone to produce your shows, just go Giga Creations. She's the woman. All right. But you are the woman of this moment. You're the woman with a tree in the background. That will be
it's okay.
It's okay. Okay. I got one more thing to say. So tell Mr. Tree Man that he's got to wait 5 minutes.
That's
What
what I
is your
thought.
last piece of wisdom, dancing with the divine and being in your most tranquil, soulful space as a human being and the essence of a woman? What would you say?
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Step into your authentic self and change your perception of what you see, what you feel, and who you're becoming in that transformational metamorphosis of self.
Yes, yes, and yes. And now we're going to go to the yes woman, the empowerment coach. Let's take a look, totally get a feel for her business, and a listen to Karen Rudolph of Tranquil Solutions.
Working with Karen for me has been invigorating. It has brought new joy and confidence in my abilities and confidence in sharing that with other people.
Karen Rudolph helps people break free from negative thought patterns and self-talk that keep them stuck. By becoming more aware of how we communicate with ourselves and others, we can let go of what holds us back. Much of this negativity stems from past experiences. When we heal those wounds, we can transform our thoughts, feelings, and even our physical health. Our bodies constantly send us signals, and by tuning into them, we can enhance our well-being. It's all about learning to talk to yourself in a kinder way, allowing you to show up more confidently in the world.
It's all about being free, being fearless within our authentic selves. And that's exactly who and what I do for my clients. So if you are interested in having a little bit of that, reach out.
Just reach out. And now I'm reaching out to none other than artistic director, our graphic magician for sure, Kathy Strauss, and then I will introduce you. But I've got a surprise for the three of you. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Here we are. This is what we did with Amazon and Kobo. It was a little timely that Amazon was a little slow. They were doing some updates, but check this out. These were our 5 authors that we featured, obviously. in Amazon. Dr. Jody Bear, that would be me. Dr. James Marinakis, co-founder, you'll hear from him on Sunday. Tiffany Haddish, the woman up, she will be here herself tomorrow. Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali will be coming in, hopefully, and we believe so, from Afghanistan on Sunday. Her Royal Highness, you heard her speak about the all-empowered woman, Dr. Moradeun, Ogunlana, and Dr. Glenn Depke, the extraordinary world-renowned author, speaker, and trainer with none other than Joseph Mercola. Guess what? Do you like those little stickers that are going to be on everything? I just have to have a big shout out to Michael B's extraordinary. You will be hearing from him on a Sunday because so many of y'all have books that you want to write. But do you want it to just be sold to 5 people? I don't even know how many people have purchased this book. When I go back to Amazon, it updates like every 5 minutes. That's the acclaim, and that's because of Michael B's. He will be speaking on Sunday because I want to make sure that author speakers are out there that will be hearing how you can leverage this to the next level. And you've got an opportunity. All you have to do is DM me if you want to know how to leverage and monetize your book. Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, the incomparable Money and You quintessential queen, Dame Doria Cordova, will be doing how to leverage and monetize your work. This is what we offer in Healthopedia. This is what we do, but this is what we have done at this point. This is where we were bestseller. You might just want to take a screenshot of this, Kathy and Karen, and put it on our Telegram list. This is amazing. Multiple bestseller categories in alternative and holistic medicine. The biographies of medical professionals. Do you know how many physicians and doctors and practitioners write? Really? And we were number 1. I mean, I am just overjoyed. Number 1 in holistic medicine. Number 1 in medical. I mean, we can't even say medical ebooks.
Beautiful.
The number 1 release in physician and patient reference, and number 1 in physician something or other. Who knows? But then we were number 6, top 10 in professional and academic biographies. Maybe we have a few degrees. What do you think? And then in biographies and memoirs, because this is the beginning, ladies, of your memoir. And I am going to be a shameless self-promoter right this. If you feel like I have a story that I'm sitting on, someone is waiting on, we are putting a few authors that are qualified together starting mid-November. We're taking applications to do the Healthopedia Elite formula because your story will get out there. I guarantee that. But then, can I go on, ladies? Can I read a few others? Bestseller in holistic medicine. Everybody writes, every doctor I know that's an ND writes a book. Okay. Physicians and patient, that is a handbook. And then it's a physician something or other. This is, who knows, but that alternative and holistic medicine, that's the one that stands out. You see, these categories are very tough to break through. But guess what, ladies? I just want to say that, sing that song, break out, because we did. My goodness. After promotional rankings, this is where we were. You can go and check it out on Amazon underneath our book. But please, if you purchase the book, and you receive the paperback book, go in, write an honest review. We would like it to be a 5-star review. Karen Rudolph, I don't know how you do it, but you always get your number 1 ranking up there. You're so cute. You're so adorable. But good job. And then you'll see this is where you can buy the book. Why are you going to buy the book? Because, and then it's a hot new release. Because women, we were hot.
Love it.
A hot new release because we're hot. And then we were hot again. And then and we were hot again because we are hot, hot, hot. We are hot, hot, hot. I can just see Les Brown dancing across the stage because that's his song. We are hot, hot, hot. We are hot, hot, hot. This is amazing. Scan the code, see where we're at. Bestseller, bestseller, bestseller. We are in Barnes & Noble. We will hit in the next 5 days Barnes & Noble bestseller. You will find out how to go ahead and find that piece of the pie that you can go ahead and do a book signing in Amazon, now that you're an international bestseller on all markets, all Amazon markets, and Kobo, I will say Michael B's. I called him the bee's knees, but then he told me that his wife already used that for his Instagram account, but he really is. That just click the review, go ahead and click there, take a screenshot, but remember, we may be started, but we'll never be through. Now we'll be, ladies. How do you feel, Karen, about seeing that acclaim? Just take a minute. We've got time.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I already have the champagne on ice.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but I am so excited to be a part of this project, an ongoing project, right? Because for me, it just keeps expanding and evolving, and it's been a lot of fun. I mean, it's been a lot of work, and Kathy, you have put an amazing amount of time and energy into it, and I want to acknowledge you as well personally, because your artwork has just been absolutely amazing. And I know with everything else you've got going on, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jody, in the midst of everything going on, you've just been pulling it together and putting it, and it takes community, it takes a team, and it takes a tribe. So thank you.
Together, everyone achieves more. Kathy, and then I realized I am going to boot you off the stage because our next speaker is Gloria Kurz, but I wanted you because you have been such an integral part of this. How did that make you feel to see? And by the way, we didn't have to, this time around, we didn't have to stay up till 3 a.m. in the morning to do this.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness gracious. How did it make you feel to see all of those categories, tough categories that we penetrated and went through that wall? Did you feel hot, hot, hot?
Oh, I was like, are you, oh my God. Oh, it's exciting. It really is exciting. So it's an honor, and to actually see my, the artwork, out there like this, I'm going, really? Me?
And you can order the hardcover book for $77. It will be one that will stick on your coffee table. Is that movie? As Kathy, as you said, at least we're not anymore, right?
No kidding.
Kathy and Karen, you're no longer fat. You're part of the 1.1 million pounds of toxic fat lost in my world. But it's not that book. But my goodness gracious, to see this and know that 10% of the proceeds are going. So if you buy the $37 book, it's $3.70. You see, I'm not really good in that math thing. That was my lowest score, but actually that's $3.70. That will feed 2 children. That's where I came up with it. So who knows? We're just going to feed children. We've got the math. We've got the feel. We've got the vibe. Let's keep it alive. And I will, there's a saying, Karen and Kathy, that I want to give an honor with shine to you right now. I mean this from every soul in my body and every, down to the soles of my feet and every cell and every fiber of my being. There are people that come into your life for a season and a reason. But ladies, you're here for a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Woo!
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Okay, let's think about ice cream there. I mean it with all my heart and soul.
I got it. Thank you.
You are a soulful creation. And Kathy, you got to wait until Gloria speaks, okay?
That's perfectly okay.
Bye-bye. These women are our heart and soul. They've been my heart and soul. And it's that power of one. I'm thinking of how Gloria Kurz came into my life. I didn't know her, but it was Dan Gilman. It was Dan Gilman that brought her into my life. And he said, I think you would be a great fit as a health coach. So we started health coaching, just like I coached Karen and I coached Kathy. And then we ended up just hanging out together. That's kind of been my business model and my life for the 35,000 client patients that I saw when I had a real life practice before I retired and then unretired. When my husband said to me, my goodness, COVID hit, and he goes, no one knows this like you do. Just how much yoga are you going to do? When I think about the people that would not have come into my life, and you think, ladies, you're thinking, but I can't do this. I can't speak. I can't do this. Deborah Dennis, this was her first time writing a chapter. All right. First time author. I can't do this. I can't do this. Kathy Vergara, first time as an author writing, and she did it. My goodness. And I will just give you a little takeaway. She has dyslexia, and she was born blind at birth with one eye. And she became an author with that. Oh, I can't write a book. I can't be an author. How about writing a book in your second language, like Lori Barra? She's from Mexico, and she wrote it in English. You see, you can do with passion and purpose if you persist whatever you wanted to do, because I knew nothing about the internet. Not really. Didn't have a website. Didn't have this. My client patients just found me by referral. But then when I unretired and came back to serve in COVID was when I met Gloria Kurz. Through Dan Gilman, once again, the power of one, that connection, that silver or golden thread, where is it going to lead you? What are you going to do? Well, the minute that Gloria and I talked, and it wasn't my usual 30-minute consultation, we were on for an hour and a half. We had so much in common. I felt like she was a sister from a different mister. Gloria is an accomplished professional. She is not only is she another one of these Juris Doctor lawyers. She worked with the DOJ once she got out of law school in California. She is a consummate professional. She has real estate offices in multiple locations in Beaufort, South Carolina, with she and her husband Rick live, and also in Jamestown, Rhode Island. She is a sponsor of our Healthopedia initiative and this Women Essence Women, and the Essence of a Woman, Unleash the Feminine Soul, and everything Essence, because guess what? Gloria Kurz is the essence of a woman. And her story in the financial pillar is like none other. She gives you the reason and the way how to become an entrepreneur, how to do it. Because something that Princess Moradeun said that was very, very important to me, when she said, if women want to be powerful and be that empowered woman and go with elegant grace through the world, guess what? They need to be financially secure. She has a plan. Yet another reason that you go buy the book, get one for your bestie, give it away for a holiday gift, and then be inspired to give it to 2 other women, and then tell those 2 to do it again for those 2 and those 2 and those 2. And I can just say with Gloria, perhaps because she's got a new hairdo, when we say, and so on and so on and so on, it's like the Fabergé commercial. Welcome, Gloria Kurz, complete with background, just shows with persistence and passion it can happen. Welcome, Gloria.
Hello, Miss Jody. How are you?
I am fabulous. I'm having a good time. Are you?
I am. It's just been so wonderful, although I've had a few technology breaks today, to be able to listen to everyone. And it is so humbling to be part of such an extraordinary group of women. I mean, it is inspirational. It is motivational. It is like the lovely Leilani. It is just a very, very special moment in my life.
Well, and you have had a few moments in your life, and you have, as your chapter title says, for some reason you got your chapter title and your quote in our banners, which is just fine. It was meant to be. Pursuing your American dream. I know you had been writing this for a while. I know that what you found that it just came together in a different way. So how was this writing process for you? And and this is another one. I mean, you had every reason to not do this, having multiple locations, a husband, this, that, and the other, not to mention a first person by the name of Cotton. Why did you decide to do this with your unspare time? That's a good place to start.
Because I believe it's just very interesting. I believe something that Eleanor Roosevelt said, which is that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And I think that each and every one of us has the ability not just to dream, but to manifest our dreams. And it makes no difference where we come from. It makes, no difference our backgrounds, whether, I'm one of 8 children from a very sort of unprivileged at one level and very privileged at another level beginning. And it just made me dream and work harder. And I believe the American dream is alive and well. I believe we all have the ability to pursue and experience it. And I just thought that maybe if I could write something that helped one young woman or girl live their life, pursue their dream, and have the ability to experience what I've been blessed enough to experience in my life, it would be worthwhile. And it was fun. And I got to meet all of these amazing women, most of whom I think are so much more extraordinary than I am and have done so much. Youth, starting with you, first and foremost. And by just a little plug, Miss Jody. So
Yes,
for those people that think that you just work with, how do you refer to it? The toxic £1 million loss.
Yes.
I was not a client who needed to lose weight. If anything, I usually need to gain it. So we were working on a totally different health related aspect that had to do with balance and well-being in a time that was challenging for everyone. And it was amazing to work with you. And, the path forward has been fabulous. And look where we are.
And look where we are, because guess what? We check in from time to time, but you retired me as your health coach. And that is the ultimate compliment. That's what it's all about in my life, for real, for real. So Gloria, my goodness gracious, think about it and where we have gone with this journey. You wrote, I want to focus in on that one thing that you said, because it just like Deborah Dennis said that. She said, oh, well, we gave these children their names, and even the princess just said, oh, the all-empowered woman. And she went on to the next day. And I said, whoa, come on back here. Karen just talked about, well, being boldly, if a butterfly clips his wings, it dies. No, let's go back there. I want to go back in with you. This is your essence. Tell them about how you became that entrepreneur, getting that 3-speed bicycle. That is a story.
So, gosh, when I was about 8 years old, my father was military, so we were raised military, and there just was never enough money to do anything. So my dad had to get a little additional income for the family. He used to do papers, so like a paper route after or in between or whenever he did. So my older brother and sister and I all sort of were conscripted to assist, and I ended up selling newspapers at 8 years old at the mess halls at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. And in 3 weeks, I actually earned enough in tips to be able to buy a 3-speed English racer. And it was the first time I was able to put together that formula of, if you work, if you persist, if you persevere, if you put your heart and soul into it, you can actually earn and achieve what you need. And that was sort of one of those aha moments where you realize that you've just experienced something that you can carry forward in life. So from that moment going forward, I was able to pretty much work for everything I needed except for room and board. Obviously, my parents took care of that. But if we had extra needs, if we had wants, we basically figured out how to achieve those for ourselves. And it is something that stood with me my whole life. And then I worked my way through college, and I worked my way through law school, 40 to 60 hours a week, and just went from there.
And and then your essence of a woman just enter, as I call him, the man. And you attracted that man into your life, and he whisked you away. There are so many single women out there that I just love to have the man. You had an essence about you, Gloria, that he was ready to sweep you off your feet, and being more than a wine salesman for Gallo, that's for sure.
Well, he was not a salesman, for starters, but
Oh, I thought he was. Excuse me, forgive me, Rick.
it's okay.
My bad.
No, but my joke is, I think he came back to California from the East Coast just long enough to meet me and bring me back.
Oh, there we go.
It took all of about 6 months, and it was pretty amazing because it was a life. Meeting my husband in California, I was a deputy DA at the time, and we happened to move into the same building and met, and it was, as my mother said at the time, you finally met your match. And I was back in New York within 8 months, gave up my job, left my family, and came east as opposed to going west, which is what people typically do.
Yes.
And I felt like I was coming home and just started a new life, a new career, and everything just sort of segued from there. And it was just a constant evolution. It was total change, and you just learn to pivot, be flexible, and accept the doors that open for you as they open, and make the best.
And by golly, your quote, passion, purpose, and power of your dream. See, he was your passion. How did you get to the purpose? Because you went through, when people think that, well, see, DA, it wasn't just automatic real estate and being a real estate broker of one of the premier boutique organizations in the country. No. There were many entrepreneurial adventures. Now, wasn't there? And weren't there?
There were. I went through, and if people, it's really interesting. I think we all meet individuals, and I have some among my 7 siblings who always knew what they wanted to do. You always hear the stories about, I always knew since I was 5 years old, I was going to be a doctor, or a lawyer, and whatever. I was one of those people who always was involved with something that I loved and had a purpose. I worked in the public sector. I worked with the CETA Title I programs. I was DA. I practiced for a little while on Park Avenue. I was in marketing in the cosmetics and fragrance end of the industry. Everything I did, I loved doing, but everything I did was part of an ongoing search because somewhere, somehow, I knew that wasn't what I wanted or needed to do on a full-time basis. But one of my passions was always real estate, and it was a passion when I was in law school. It was, other people would read like the New York Times sports section. I would go right to the real estate section and probably read the whole thing back in the day when it was still a paper as opposed to online. And eventually everything came together. It was really interesting how, if you will, the universe managed to put me in a situation where my human resources background and my legal background and my marketing background all just got packaged, and they got packaged in real estate. And I've never looked back. And it has been, gosh, this is my 30th year in Jamestown, Rhode Island. So it has been, and it probably close to 40 in the industry. And I would like to say, yeah, I started when I was, a baby, obviously. Obviously. And I've never looked back, and every day is still like a new day. Every day I learn something new. Every day I like to think that I may be in a position to help someone, because it's all about relationships. It's all about facilitation. It's about problem solving. I mean, there's so many facets in real estate.
Well, and And the facets are, as I was getting this, I can't say that all my friends are my clients, but many of my great clients become my friends, and that's where I put you. You know, we we had our time doing consulting with you and Rick with Dr. Jim. You attended our Boca Healthopedia retreat. I mean, it just like you're one of these like Kathy and Karen. This is for a lifetime. And when you were saying, oh, we had delay, and here you are looking as bright and bushy-tailed, not after the 3 a.m. deal that you had. My goodness, is that the part of your powering the dream? What is your secret? I mean, that's something to really hone in on, I believe.
Thank you.
I mean, for real. For real. So how do you hone in on this? How do you, I get people say, well, I have this passion, but then when the going gets tough, they just kind of don't do what they need to do. Or how do you stay in that purposeful life?
There is, along with the passion, there is a lot of perseverance. You've got to persevere. You've got to have patience. You also have, and I think this is true of anything, you also have to have conviction. You have to have faith, and you have to believe. And you have to hold on to all of those and not let them go. And I think that is true of life in general. Faith, conviction, belief are
Yes.
foundational elements for each and every one of us, regardless of what we do, regardless of where and how we live. And they're just important attributes that we need to make sure we keep close to ourselves and that we take with us every day. But yeah, it's all of the above.
It's all of the above. That was that a multiple choice question on at one time on the SAT. That must have been, all of the above was the real famous one, wasn't it?
Yep. Or none of the above.
Yeah, none of the above. So how was it for you really writing this story? How was it for you?
It was so interesting because writing forces you to inherently just sort of synthesize your life. You have to distill it into 2,500 words, and so it was a really fascinating process going through one's personal history and attempting to determine what were the most important parts of the life, what were the ones that really changed your lives, what were the moments that defined your life, who were the people that assisted in that process, and how did you get from where you started to where you are. It was really fascinating, and it was just so interesting as an exercise to look back and take stock personally of how it all happened. And it's been really fun because my family has been reading the chapter. And, one of my family members, it was something that he got arrested for underage drinking many years ago in California. And it was that actual experience going up there and watching what was happening in court at that point in time and realizing back then, and unfortunately it really hasn't changed over the years, back then, what the correlation was between having money and being represented well in court. And I was afraid he was actually going to get tossed in prison with some adult offenders until a public defender stepped up. And after the court, meaning the judge, just sort of said, is there someone here for this young man? And that set in motion just a chain of events that has carried me forward, because that was the motivation for me when I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with my life in college, because I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. You know, I lifeguarded, I cocktail waitress, I was a hostess, I did all this stuff going through school. I was a teaching assistant, but I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And all of a sudden I was court and I went, I can do better than that. And so I decided on the spur of the moment that I was going to go to law school when I got out of college. And then it just sort of went from there. But it was really interesting to step back in time and remember that moment, because so much has happened since then. And it was really fun for him to read it, because I think he had sort of forgotten about it. I don't think he ever really appreciated that it was that one experience that started me on my journey, kind of personally and professionally. So there's a lot of serendipity that happens, and we just have to appreciate it when it does, and hopefully see it for what it is. And if we're lucky and we're fortunate and we take advantage of it, you know, it can power us forward, and that did.
And I've just got to say what our real thread, and what I started out this morning with, actually at noon with my keynote. It just came to me last night, Gloria. It's the power of one. That is the power. And just like, you know, every person that is of your stature in life and of your accomplishments always does something to give back. And I remember when the Ukraine war happened and we were still health coaching. This was just at the very beginning of the war. And he said, I want to do pennies for peace. I want to do something to give back. I want to do something that's going to make a difference, because pennies can add up. And then I was thinking about how we came up with the initiative, Dr. Jim and I did, going ahead and thinking that we were going to do 10% of all proceeds of our book go to really helping the children, the underprivileged children. It was kind of like your pennies for peace. And I see Marbeth down in the backstage, and she has a whole peace initiative. Blessings. We are peaceful women, and want to bring peace to the world however we can. But did our initiative kind of remind you of that? Pennies for peace?
Well, yeah, because you know, that just needed a much bigger background, and I so wish there was a way to still take advantage of that, because there is so much need. But there is also, I mean, there is no question that there's an extraordinary need in terms of feeding children and hunger in this country, and people just, unfortunately, I think because we think this is the United States of America, and as a nation, we have so many gifts, and we are so fortunate compared to so many other countries, that we sometimes forget that in our own backyard, that it is, I think the statistics are something like 1 out of 5 children do not have enough to eat on a daily basis. And so I just think that as, you know, as people, but particularly as women, that it was just the perfect tie to be able to take the proceeds from the sale of this book and give back in that way. It's magic. It's just magic.
It's magic. And frankly, Gloria, you are magic too. And so what, in so many ways, and I'm so happy. I remember when I did a summit when we launched my book, my anthology, which was my first writing with Les Brown, Ignite the Hunger in You. And you said, well, I don't know. I remember this. We have to just include this. I don't know this world, the power of a word. I don't know this word, but I'm going to be there to support you when you speak in your summit. And I said, well, guess what? I think one day you'll know that world. And here you are. My goodness. Let's go ahead and celebrate the power of the American dream. Your passion, your purpose, and your power as a woman is extraordinary. So I will say that thank you for being in my life. Thank you for us being able to do this. And frankly, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Toya, this is something brand new. This is live TV. All of a sudden, my screen got really, really large. So guess what? We always need someone with that we can bring in. And guess what, Gloria, that's going to be you. I'm going to be calling and saying, what in the world did I do with my MacBook? As soon as we do this, and we're going to do it with none other than, of course we are, Mansions and Manners, your brand. Thank you for being one of our sponsors. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Gloria Kurz is the principal broker and founder of Mansions and Manners. 30 years ago, she saw a need for a more intimate, personalized real estate experience, one that feels like working with a private bank. The office of Mansions and Manners in Jamestown, Rhode Island feels like home, just like the communities we serve. We understand the emotional and financial commitment involved in finding the perfect property, and we're here every step of the way. At Mansions and Manners, we don't just help you buy or sell a home. We build lifelong relationships. Let us help make your dream home a reality, one home at a time.
Yes, and Gloria, you're still up here because, like I said, I'm not sure how to hit the escape button, and Toya's going to figure out. So I'm just going to bring Kathy up here. You'll disappear in a minute, but we have technology. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Thank you, Toya. And I'm going to be. I know because you're such a professional speaker. Guess what? You're going to be going ahead and doing part of this. So Gloria can text me. Gloria, tell me what I need to do to escape full screen on my MacBook. I love the layout, but it does have its little challenges. But one of the challenges in my life got very, very taken care of in such an amazing way. Kathy Strauss, you did this amazing work on Healthopedia. Here we were. This book was your deal. Yes, you have it too. Yes, the hard copy. And we worked, this is just so a part of you being a creationaire. We worked and worked and worked like for weeks, really, on that layout. I remember, but we were going to get it right. And then we came in to the essence of a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need somebody who's a graphic artist, no, she's a graphic magician. To lay out, to take something when we had a not so good editing company, remember that experience from Healthopedia? And you put it in Illustrator, and we just had, because we got picky at the end with these little tweaks. So we had 10, not 72 different iterations, got it done. I mean, it was amazing because guess what? You're that amazing. Not only is Kathy Strauss an amazing graphic artist, she's a fine artist. She is a creationaire coach. I love that part. I just love that saying about you. And she is the photographer that gave us everything about all things bokeh. I mean, I didn't know that you could have like 5 hands to be a photographer, but she showed us that that's what you did. But here you are again, not only being the anchor, really the hub of the wheel, partnering with me with all these spokes of these 40 authors. I just want to give you one more time, shine and honor Kathy Strauss, not only for your expertise, your professionalism, but your heart and soul, and just a freaking no problem attitude. Creationaire, image works, photography and art. You've got the spark. Welcome to our second live virtual summit, The Essence of a Woman. How did it feel to unleash your feminine soul with this project, my dear? Good place.
Oh my God. It was actually, an honor. I think in our conversations, everybody kind of, or especially you and some of the people in the back, meaning Renee and Karen and everybody knew that what my background was actually as a publications designer and an art director. I worked for a large international organization, the World Bank, and also worked for USAID. And this is what I did for a living. I was always in the background as a photographer. I'm always behind the camera. I'm never in front of the camera. So what ended up happening is that I literally, I like we do on our cameras, or on our cell phones, flip the scene. So all of a sudden,
You're like
instead of
this.
being
It was,
behind,
oh,
all of a sudden I'm in the front. So, oh, wow, cool. So this project was for me, not only was I in front of the camera, I was behind the scenes. So up late or wrangling or texting people and texting you, and you and I on the phone at like midnight when I'm up at my dad's with a family emergency, going, hi, I need everything now. So I am, yeah, the art director Pest came out with this project. So
oh, and you can pest me at any time. And the comments are blowing up. Just yes, this was really the transformative power of creativity. And as Jim Marinaka says, my amazing co-founder and my mentor at all of this, guess what? It was not a situation with you where it was artificial intelligence. Maybe AI had something to do with this cover.
a
It
little
was
bit.
your artistic intelligence. You really take the transformative power of creativity, which is your chapter title. I gave you honor in that as well, just because of who you are and what you were with the book. Kathy got her chapter title and her power quote. We texted it, we put it in. But how in the world did you come into that transformative power? Because creativity is a transformative power.
It absolutely is. The creativity, I talk about this, I teach this. Everybody knows that creativity is what I do. I live it, I eat it, I breathe it, I sleep it, type of thing. But creativity, everybody is creative. That is my whole thing. And somebody had asked me the other day in a podcast, actually, it was one of our other authors, Dr. Betty Norland, or Dr. Betty Norland, and she editor, and she interviewed me the other day, and she said, so, tell me about, this art stuff. And I said, people come to me and they go, well, I'm not creative, or I'm not an artist. And literally, and I mean, the shoulders go and the body goes like this. And I'm going, well, let me ask you a question. I said, can you write your name? Most people goes, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I said, can you scribble? Mm-hmm. And I said, good, you're an artist. So, it's just very simple. Creativity is innate. It's innate to the human species. And when we tap into that, and the more that, underlined the word more, the more you tap into this, and I just got chills. Our hair on my arms just went up. So I know that word more is right there. The more you do simple creative activities, whether it is painting or pulling out a coloring book and drawing, doodling, journaling, getting outside in nature. If you live on the East Coast near the beach, like you, Jody, or Gloria, or myself, you can go down to the ocean, do some of that saltwater therapy. That activates the right side of your brain. That judgmental voice of I can't, that unfortunately is beaten into us as we get older or over time. What ends up happening is the left voice, and that left brain voice of the judgmental voice, his name is George, and I've nicknamed him George. And what happens is that George actually has this habit of saying, you can't do this, and you're afraid of everything, and all of that. And so you just tell George, go take a walk on the beach. Just go walk outside. Go walk in nature. And what happens is that, you stop thinking. You start creating. So and I'm passionate about art and education, and creativity and education. So if you've got young children or you've got grandchildren, and everybody in the educational system teaches to these programs of science, technology, engineering, and math, and it's STEM. The problem is that you need to have that STEAM. If you do not have art in that STEM, in that science, technology, engineering, math, it does not happen. So we need to live in a world of possibilities. That is how creative people work, how we think, is that we think in the world of possibilities. So, you know, back to the education, it is 2 + 2 = 4. We knew this, we memorized this over and over and over again. 3 + 3 = 6. But what if we were to do blank plus blank = 4? Or blank plus blank = 3. All of a sudden, that blank space becomes that possibility where your right brain kicks in and you get to start thinking with all of this stuff. So art and creativity is just part of who we are as a species, as a society. We live this, you know, everybody's bombarded with ads and color and, you know, I mean, it's over and over and over again. So, you know, I mean, I can talk about this for hours and I'm quite passionate about it. How I ended up realizing the transformative power of creativity was when I was dealing with my late husband's illness, when he got so sick. Both of us were working full time. We had the business, etc. And he too was an artist. And I basically got to taking to social media in the journaling. I was always a journaler. I was always a doodler. And when he landed in the hospital, misdiagnosed, 3 months, actually 4 months, 3 hospitals, 2 surgeries, and dealing with the healthcare system, my saving grace through the whole entire process was sitting in his hospital room with a laptop, either working on a logo for a client project or journaling and letting people know through Facebook what was going on. So I was writing my feelings and getting all of that emotion out of my head and onto paper. And, you know, I even brought in drawing paper and drawing tools, and I literally just drew and drew. And one day as he was recuperating, or actually he was, you know, in the other room and sleeping, I stumbled on a site called Creatively Fit. And are you looking for your artist within? And that was it. So I literally, with paintbrush in hand, and this is very funny. So as I was watching everybody today and listening to all of this, so guess what I have? Paintbrushes.
Oh.
I'm actually preparing for a class on painting.
Oh, of course you are. Of course you are. But I love the fact that you used in your story and with your time with GC, that you used that once again with a tragedy turned triumph. From a test became a testimony. From this situation didn't come and didn't consume you. You found something else to elevate you. That is really who Kathy Strauss is. And you found this whole new platform for your own brushstroke of healing. Please go into that.
So I'll bring up an example. So my dad, God bless him, is 99 years old, just turned 99 in August, and he got sick over the summer. And, you know, I mean, aging, you know, obviously the brain is there, and he too is an artist. He does watercolor paintings and is passionate about art, working all of that stuff. He got sick, and I ended up having to go up to Connecticut to be there to help out, to put things in place for him and his partner. I call her my bonus mom. And one of the things that I ended up doing, this creativity served as the brushstroke of healing, because I had been living this healthcare world for so long. But I also, this creativity literally keeps me calm. I'm an A-type personality. I'm one of the first people to tell anyone that I am an A-type. I'm an extrovert central.
I had no idea.
You had no idea, did you?
No, and I had no idea why we were so attracted to each other. My goodness. Force of Nature 1 and Force of Nature 2, just depending on
Exactly.
who is the project manager. There you go.
And so ended up happening is as I was working there, as you tap into this creative space, synchronicities start to happen. You start to get clearer thinking, better ideas, and ideas start to pop into your head. So all of a sudden, you are now connecting the dots. So not only do I call myself a creationaire, I call myself a creative connector. So I literally connect people, things, happenings. And so when I was helping out Dad and June, it was, oh, my friend knows how to do this. And I was able to find the help in the house. And oh, all of a sudden, because I have not lived in Connecticut for 50 years, but I still had friends and I knew how to find them just by the simple word of asking. Again, going on and go to your social network and ask people for help. That is the best thing you can do as a creation, being your own creationaire. Do not let the pieces of your life fall apart. You literally are and I'm writing my own book right now. Your life can fall apart, shattered mirror or shattered glass. Put it back together again and become a disco ball. You are that. Or put it together because it's all colorful. Put it together like a kaleidoscope. Oh my God, you can redesign your life no matter what the situation is, just by adopting simple creative activity into your life. Your brain will start to think clearer.
And I will just say, I want to expand on one thing that you said, because this was a good one. This was a good one, like you always are want to do. But Kathy, yes, go out. But people do. See, the essence of a woman is attracting that thing into you. I remember a very, very poignant time when we were health coaching right after, like on a weekly basis, right after Boca. And I said, what I really think that would really help you, Kathy, would be acupuncture because I really believe it is a great inflammatory. And the fact that here, I said, but you need the right TCM. It's got to be somebody who's trained in traditional Chinese medicine and was Chinese. And Kathy, tell the audience where you were standing.
I was standing in the Hong Kong market here in the city of Myrtle Beach, and it was a Chinese or Oriental grocery store because I needed something that I was cooking for some friends. And I got my ingredients that I needed. I walked up to the front desk and I said, hi, this is going to sound really crazy, but do you have a reference or referral for a good acupuncturist here in Myrtle Beach? I could tell you who up in the Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia area was. Not down here. I knew nothing. And the gal was, oh, yeah, sure. Healthcare 360.
And there you go. See, you can't make this up. There are no coincidences, only heavenly coincidences coming down, that law of attraction, whatever you want. But that is the essence of a woman. When Dr. Nefertina says this, and I'm sure she got it from the princess, but maybe the princess got it from Nefertina. I don't know. But those two are like twin sisters. Okay. But when she said, you plant a seed in a woman and it grows, that is the essence. So just to bring this all together for you and where you're going. And I want to give you a shout out because she just doesn't paint with brush. She's got coloring books. Go to imageworks.com and it's spelled WERKS. Oh, there, right behind the grid, coloring your life. This is for adults and children. Of course, she was in Healthopedia. Your solo book is coming out in January. And that's where a solo book platforms off and an anthology. We have all this expanse with this amazing together, the muscle, like we've womaned up. Ooh, yeah, nice biceps, huh? And it was that we can woman up to do this kind of work together. And of course, we're going to propel in community your solo book in January, and many, many more, because we've got Real Men Are Aware. It's coming up. That's the next one. I always said in Boca, it's got to be ladies before gentlemen. So men, if you're out there, okay, and you want to really feel your muscle, much bigger than mine. Real Men Are Aware. We'll be starting to take applications in January. We're giving us all a little bit of a hiatus and market this beautiful book, but we've got to start one upon the other. So, Kathy, what is your final word about just mindset and creativity and really, really exploring your canvas of life?
First thing that comes to mind is be open to everything. Do
Mm.
not close yourself off. Be open to everything. There are things happen for a reason. And if you are going through a tough time, the universe will not give you more than you cannot handle. That
Yes.
is the biggest thing. Dr. Jody, you have experienced some tough times right now. I have experienced a lot, and I know several other friends that are going through some things. The other is believe in something bigger than yourself, because that is what resiliency is. That is what positive thinking is. And that actually is the creative mindset. The other
Yes.
is just one of the things to remember is I'm top of my head is you are the artist of your life.
Yes.
Nothing else. You can write your name, you can scribble, you are an artist. But the thing is that look at your life as the canvas, as a blank canvas. And every day you wake up, greet the day with thank you, thank you, thank you. First thing you do, your feet hit the floor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, or thank you, thank you. It is gratitude. Be open-minded. Always expect the best, and be open. Be that open vessel, because that's what your life is. Your life is this absolutely beautiful canvas, and it is a beautiful piece of art.
You, Kathy Strauss, are an amazing piece of art. You are a creationeer, and I give you one of my true, you only need 5 in the world, one of my 5 BFFs. Thank you for being in my life. Thank you for helping us transform this. Thank you for, no matter what, we transform together. Can you even imagine what we're going to do 6 months from now with this book and feeding the children? But guess what? My why is a better way. We got to say one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can we give a shout out to Miss June being a
Oh
centenarian?
gosh, absolutely.
Goodness gracious.
Before we go, I have to share this story. It's short. So Miss June, my bonus mom, is an award-winning poet herself. She has published 3 books, so you can find her on Amazon at June Mondel Kern. And when I was telling her that we were doing this book, and she said, "Oh, that's really cool," and I was helping with the design of some of her books. And Jody, you said, "I would love to have her in the Legacy Lady section that's part of this book." And I went, "Oh, that would be kind of cool." So sure enough, 2 of her poems, you can find it on page 449 in the book. And her first poem is Old Women in the Locker, and the second poem is called The Young Women. And when I called her the other day to say, when we found out that we had gone international bestseller, I can't wait. I did the screenshot when you brought me up with Karen. So I'm going to send it to her and my dad. And when I called to say, all right, Dad answered the phone, and I said, "Get June on the phone." And he was like, "Okay, fine." And he says, "What's up?" And I said, "You have to sit down for this."
They're old. We didn't want them to fall. Yeah.
I didn't want them to fall. It's enough that they use canes and if they have to, but they both want, mind you, she's 100. She turned 100 in June. God bless her. She's like a firecracker. And I said, "June, drum roll." I said, "The book?" Healthpedia? And she said, yeah. And I said, yeah, it's the one that I was working on when I was up here working with you and Dad. Uh-huh. And I said, it just went international bestseller. And I literally had to hold the cell phone away because it was a squeal. It's the cutest thing ever. And she was like, oh my God, I need copies. How can I get them? She said, I have to give them to all my children.
So this is how you say, this is, you know, how you put these jokes on Facebook. How do you get 100-year-old woman to squeal? Tell her she's an international bestseller. That
Absolutely.
was just because
And
age is just a number. She just proved that, didn't she?
Age is literally just a number. When I called the other day to say hi, and she said, oh yeah, we're going to temple tonight and everything. And your dad's outside brushing down, you know what, sweeping off the front steps. And I'm going, what the hell is he doing? And it's like, she's going, just let him be. It's just let him do what it is. But she's, you know, and then she was so excited because she's part of a couple of poetry groups up in Connecticut, and she's the featured speaker or the featured poet, I think, next month. So I have to get her a couple of copies of these books so she can sign them. I mean, you know, how cool is that?
It is just amazing. And for those of you that are go buy the book. Make sure that we put the scanned copy up there, because not only does it go to hungry children in earmarked through feedthechildren.org to ravaged Western North Carolina, but it goes ahead and we're creating something just here. We'll move this out and out and out. I can truly say that we're going from the youngest woman in our book is 24 to 100. We have 2 sections, Legacy Lady and a high heel moment. And when you hear about these high heel moments that are pumps and perfume, it will change your life. Humorous and poignant. But you are everything, Kathy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Words cannot express. So I'm just going to say, oh, you know, I got a rhyme. Words cannot express. You, like Tina Turner, are simply the best. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Kathy Strauss to another woman in the same circle. I bet you're thinking that when you hear Christina Kandula-Doty on Sunday, that must have been a heck of a dinner party, because that's where, once again, after Leilani bought this book, you're getting a little bit about our integral publishing author life. When Leilani got this book, and I thought that was one and done. But then we were invited through Tom Chesser to a dinner at Christina and Tony Doty's house. This was after Boca Raton. Like I said, it must have been really magical marinara sauce, because guess who was there? Who was there was Marbeth Dunn. And when she goes ahead and she says that she is extraordinary, like she says, well, I'm an intuitive, I'm a Reiki master and somatic healer. Well, I could tell you, I felt all three just looking into her eyes. You know, when people go ahead and they look at you, well, she looks through you. She and her husband, Harrison, have become fast friends. We have gone through many journeys. And I remember when she said, is there room? Because there was a reason why perhaps she shouldn't have been in this book, because she was doing her own solo book. But real women that are essence of women, they don't say, well, I can't do it, but they says, I can do it besides what I'm doing. And she was one of these besides women. It was just amazing when she said, do you have room? I'm going, if I had 52 authors rather than having 40, I would have room for you. And what's happened is my life is forever changed. Marbeth, you truly, truly are magic. Not only a somatic healer, but you are a magic magician healer. And with this, I just honor you and your chapter. And what you say is your body loves you. If you want to see one of our baby boomer women here doing actually a yoga pose in her jeans, in her picture, that's reason enough to buy the book. Welcome to our Women's as a celebration of everything. unleash the feminine soul. You are my power of one.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here with you, Jody, and just celebrating. We're celebrating. Look how many bestseller categories we're in. It's amazing.
Can I just take a moment and put that up again? I mean, that and
Yeah.
some tough categories. There can be, I'll do that once we get in, before we get done with that, because that's really something, as I put in my chapter, I call this I've got to give Rex Sykes credit for this. The first time I ever heard celebrate everything.
Mhm.
Yes, celebrating that many categories is really something to celebrate. But right now we're celebrating you, your chapter, and how you came up with this. Your body loves you.
Well, your body loves you because it does. It does. Our bodies love us. And, you talk about the mind body connection. You talk about, oh, that's all up in your head. Well, it really isn't, because our bodies and our minds are one integrated unit. And we hold our emotions, we hold our traumas in our bodies. So when you hear someone say, ah, my heart broke when I saw that, they're actually talking about how their body felt. There's a heaviness in the heart, right? Or maybe, they were saying, gee, I've got butterflies in my stomach because I'm so nervous. Well, they're feeling that nervousness in their body.
Mm-hmm.
And the body loves us so much, it communicates with us, telling us, this is what's going on here. You want to take care of it? But so often we don't pay any attention to it, or we just kind of suppress it because, oh, I'm just going to go on and do what I want to do, not recognizing that you have a partner here and your partner loves you. And so it lets you know what's going on, whether you're feeling stabbed in the back because somebody betrayed you, or if you're, yeah. So that's how it loves us.
It loves you. Frankly, our body loves us when it listens. And I certainly listened to Tony when we went to Las Vegas, and I met Michael Bees at that amazing event in August. And here, this is what we got. We got sales ranking worldwide. This is our report. And I want to just say, and Michael threw this together really quickly. Glenn Depke is a naturopathic doctor as well, Dr. McCullough's partner. So, I mean, thinking of, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doctors and an actress. I guess we did it. But look at these categories. Who gets top 20 in biographies? Think about how many biographies are written. I mean, thinking about even biographies and memoirs, because this is both what this is, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of not only the ebook, but the paper-bound book, of which, as Marbeth knows, we sold out. I had to wait for my copy. It's your book. I said, how can Amazon sell out of my book that we did as a popular? How they do it? Because guess what? They underestimated, as Anna McKee said, that the numbers. But when you think about this, very tough categories with medical and holistic and medical professionals. Every doctor I know writes books. So you are a part of this. Yes, scan the code, get the book, because what we're doing, 10% of all of our proceeds are going to feed hungry children in America, of which 1 out of 5 children is hungry. Do you think, well, how many is it? 17 million. 17 million children go to bed hungry at night. You can make a difference by your purchase than telling 2 women, and you're my contemporary, of which I gave you a shout out, being a baby boomer. During my first speech, guess what we will say? It's that Fabergé commercial, and so on and so on. And 2, 2, 2. Let's just build this like Noah's Ark and get this spark that is unending. Shall we, Marbeth? Because that's,
I love it. I love it.
That you do it. So just please talk about this easy to learn language of yours, because it is.
It is an easy to learn language. Well, first of all, we need to become aware of our bodies. And so many of us have been disconnected. We're basically up in our head and we don't really pay any attention to what's going on here. So the language, this love language from our body, it speaks to you. It lets you know something's going on here, where you might feel like your throat is feeling kind of clogged. And that may be because you needed to say something and you didn't say it. So it's still sitting there in your throat, and your throat is just saying, pay attention here. You need to express your feelings. And when we can tune in and acknowledge what our feelings are, very often they just dissipate on their own. But we do hold trauma. We hold emotions in our bodies. And so the body will let us know. It'll just let you know, I have this feeling here and I'm feeling sad. So I need to sit with that feeling, and the body will just unveil what it means. It'll just let you know, like, oh, you're still grieving because such and such happened. And it's like, oh, okay. So I'll just sit here with that. And then the feeling just leaves. Like our feelings, our emotions, they're like clouds. They're supposed to flow in and flow out of the body. They're not supposed to stick there. I mean, just if in a perfect world, they wouldn't just sit there. But because, right, they wouldn't. But because we've experienced trauma, we've experienced grief, we've experienced loss, we've might have been in a car accident or had abusive parents or whatever, and we weren't able to handle that grief or that experience, that trauma at the time. And so we just kind of suppressed it until it's ready. The body's loving us and holding it for us. And it lets us know, like, okay, now it's time. You can feel this now. Yeah, it's time now. So the body's always talking to you.
Yes, yes, it is. And that is a love language that you can have with your body. I mean, for real. And I would love, because you're really an expert. I can say that for when you have years of experience, that is expertise. And frankly, that is amazing how when you just come in and you're present. No wonder you're a yoga master. You are present. People have to work and it doesn't make it right or wrong as personalities. People like Kathy Strauss and I, being type A personalities, reformed, have to work on being present. But that is one of your gifts, just being present. So what would be a tip or two that you do in your consulting and your coaching work if it's you just have to be that present to do the right, not the right, that's not how I want to say it, to do the present thing, because you were unconscious competent, you just do it automatically. What would you say to a person who is more of a driver like myself? What is a tip that you can give that you can learn how to make your body love you?
Okay, well, I think that's beautiful. One of the things that you can do is just to slow down a little bit, because I know you're like a speeding bullet. And what I like to do when I'm working with people, I'm an empath, so I feel what's going on with them in my body. So like when I'm working with a client, I can, very often they're not aware of what's going on, but I can feel it. Their bodies speak to me, and it's like I get a computer printout of all the different issues that they're holding in their tissues. And
okay, hold on, time out. She's so good that she did it energetically with somebody across the pond in the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, I just had to throw that out because I'm a big fan of Marbeth. Obviously, I could be president of your fan club. Okay.
Oh, well, I would love that. But no, that was actually the first time that I developed my method of the intuitive energy mastery. I was sitting in my office looking out over the lake, and I had a client, well, a possible client. We were going on a strategy call over Skype but it was audio, no visual. So I have no idea what he looked like. And so and when you do a strategy call, you basically want to understand what's going on with them and how you can help them. So I was asking all the appropriate questions. But while I was talking to him, there was another conversation, that language, that body language that was happening underneath. And I started to feel the heaviness in my chest. And I realized that this man was grieving. He was very sad. And so I wrote down on my notepad that he was grieving and he was sad. And then surprisingly, that indicator just vanished. And now I'm feeling, these knots in my stomach, in my solar plexus. And so I just, wrote down that he was having power issues in his relationship.
Right.
And he didn't feel like he could really, express himself or really feel his power, and it vanished. And then I was feeling rage, like he was really angry. And I wrote that down. And then I got the betrayal, the stab in the back. So and also the congestion in the throat. So he wasn't expressing himself, or he was holding his emotions inside. And so, I had this whole picture, and this had never happened before. I mean, I would feel other people's stuff. I didn't realize that there was, a method here that I could use to help him. So then I asked him, I said, Franz, I'm an energy healer. And would it be okay if I sent you some energy? And he said, yeah. So I asked his body, what do you want me to do here? And his body told me. So I did it.
Told you, my goodness, there. It's an easy language. And what was that easy language? Really great place to give your last word of wisdom. I love that. See, it just flows. So beautiful.
Yeah, it just flows. Our bodies know they love us, and they do speak to us, and we just need to tap in, and we can do that. There's so many ways that we can, just, by taking a deep breath all the way down to the belly, and then following that breath in your mind, just following it, let your belly contract and feel your ribs contract, and your chest kind of, just go inward as with the breath. And as you're doing that and you're completely present and you're following it all the way down again, and you do that for about a minute, and you're so present with that breath, you can see where it in your mind, where it's going in your body. And, after about a minute, you're calm. You can just feel yourself relaxing.
That 1 minute, everybody has a minute. And this is a great reminder. When you purchase your book, ladies, you will have 372. You will have extra action steps. Imagine where you will be October 25th, this time in 2025, reading Marbeth's amazing story. She's an expert. She's been doing this a long, long time. And as they say, and she does it so well, being present. Just be a part of our mission, which has gone from vision to mission to now global fruition. Marbeth, I'm so glad that you are part of this amazing journey with me. Just blessed to be on the ride with you, my dear. Marbeth, it kind of rhymes like just with, Marbeth Dunn, you are more than just the sun. You're the moon and sun to me. Sincerely.
Aww.
Thank you. Much love. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now. Love you.
And that's how I do on the phone. So we go ahead and say, love you. I felt it. I felt it. Speaking of feeling, this was someone that came into my life once again through Papa Les Brown. She came on the screen. We were coaching. This was coaching number 2 that I did after COVID. Well, she came on with red glasses. And then I found out that she had the Kim Jacobs show. And I found out that she was looking for people to speak. Next thing I know, I'm on her Freestyle Fridays. Next thing you know, I've become sort of a helper from time to time with her volunteer organization with Gabe's Heart Foundation. raising money, being an initiative. I will say that we will be doing this on an ongoing basis as well, because when you can do that, it just makes a difference. Then we're doing Healthopedia. Kim and I are connecting. Thank you, Les Brown. Connecting on such a way. And I'm thinking, Healthopedia. I knew her son, Jacob, had lost all this weight. And he is in Healthopedia. He's in the bestitarian section. I've had the opportunity. He's one of these young guns, as we call them, that I'm able to give some of my wisdom back to him as he has his own weight loss and fitness initiative, business, company, losing 100 pounds, all of this. Then I had the pleasure. It was like I'm having the Bobbsey twins of the Jacobs boys with Jeremiah and Ivan and Boca. It was just a magical time. But when the Essence of a Woman came around, I'm going, oh, no. This one, I got to have my girl Kim in the book. Once again, I hear of my mentor, and I wrote about this in a high heel moment about Mary Kay Ash. She was my first mentor and coach, and she said, give something that you want done to a busy woman and it gets it done. That is Kim Jacobs. Not only talk show host, consultant, she teaches speakers and personalities how to do StreamYard. She goes ahead, and a mother of 5 kids, very involved with her children. And then she's become an ordained minister. I'm going, okay, Kim, that's 5. That's enough. All I can say is, Kim Jacobs, what a woman, what a wild woman. So happy that you said yes to our project, even with everything. Oh, and I forgot eWomen's Network. Okay, you've got a turkey platter. We've not on the second hand. But thank you for being a part. Thank you for being in my life, because you are this essence of a woman. And I think we want to hear every word. And I think you are still muted. So please unmute yourself, my love.
Yes, I am so excited to be here with you, Dr. Jody Bear. And I can tell you, I had to go grab my red glasses. I was like, okay, get the glasses, Kim, get the glasses. She talked about them. Listen, I know that Bob is celebrating you as one of your witnesses from heaven, and he is just smiling more than you could ever imagine right now. You have made his heart proud and made mine and all of us that are in this project very proud to be a part of it. Thank you for being a true essence of a woman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to bring up the quote. I love what you say. You know, this is just you. She's going to keep it real. She's going to keep it simple. Who knew? God knew. Here is this title of your book. Now, because you're a noted speaker, author, and true Les Brown, how long did you go ahead and tour with him?
So I've toured with Les Brown when I was in my early 20s. It was actually in the early 1990s, and I just literally one day he was at a pharmaceutical sales conference that I was attending, and he made my heart so glad when he was talking about being hungry and you have to be hungry and all of that. I was like, man, this man is different. He thinks very differently than other people. And I talked to him after the conference and hopped in the car with him and his entourage and spent the rest of the day, and then started traveling, teaching people how to start their own seminar businesses from scratch. So we did that for a few years, many years actually, and he's still my mentor today and friend.
And you know, that is what I will say on this end. I just absolutely, you're one of these people, because you're a Les Brown aficionado. The next, I'm going to come back on and talk about Gabe. But guess what? We've been talking today about the power of one. Who knew? God knew that you were supposed to be in my life, and that he knew that this is your quote. So I'm going to say, Kim Jacobs, just let it rip and roar only the way you can do for the next 15 minutes. My dear, it is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Jody Bear. And thank you all, everyone that is here today as we celebrate the essence of a woman. When I think about that, I think about the fact that without women, literally, I believe the world will come to a screeching halt, because we are destined to be able to carry greatness within each and every one of us. So it's my honor and my privilege to be here today just to talk to you about how important it is to utilize your gifts and the talents that God trusts you with, and that He believes that you are capable of formally salting this earth with. As you see, I said use every gift that God has trusted you with to salt the earth. I am determined that no matter how you slice it, I will not go to my grave with any of my gifts and my talents laying dormant inside of me. And Les Brown, if you've ever followed him, he talks about living full and dying empty. And what that means to us all is that when we get ready to cross over to our new destination, which for me is heaven, we don't want any of our gifts and our talents to be angry because they were put inside of our bodies. So I believe wholeheartedly that we should use every single gift that God trusts us with and to salt this earth and make it a better place for other people. Anytime we're talking about legacy and being able to help someone else that's going to be our successor, someone to come, they need to be able to look at your life. And in my opinion, we should be like walking Bibles. It should not be that someone has to pick up a Bible to be able to learn what the Word of God says. Now, don't get me wrong. I keep my Bible and I have my Bible with me, right? And I read the Bible faithfully. But at the end of the day, my life should be able to be a Bible. In case a person does not get a chance to pick that Bible up to read it, they should be able to dissect my life and see a walking, living testimony of God's goodness and His grace and His mercy. And I believe wholeheartedly that Dr. Jody Bear, and I know this isn't necessarily a shout out time per se, but I want to tell you that this woman embodies what it means to be a true essence of a woman. This woman has gone through so many trials and tribulations, but at the end of the day, she does not let those things be excuses to prevent her from finishing what she starts. So many of us are given different gifts and talents, and we start working on those things, but at the end of the day, we get a little bit tired, wayward, weak, and we decide, maybe I won't go through with that. But God expects for us to finish what we start. So if you have been having that nagging feeling down on the inside of you, and for whatever the reason you can't sleep, it's because it's something that you are supposed to be doing that you're just not doing yet. So go back and do some deep diving and some soul searching to determine what is it that I am put on this earth to do. For me, I already know that it's to glorify God and to be able to be an example, to be an ambassador of Christ. And so many times I've been told things over my lifetime that that's what their gifts were too. So they were using their gifts and talents and sharing the diagnosis that they thought they should be sharing with me. And I thank God for doctors. So I'm never at all bashing a doctor. But in my early years, when I was in my early 20s, I formally was told that I would never be able to have children. And I'm not going to go through every detail because guess what? You need to get the book, The Essence of a Woman. And that way you can read my chapter. Who knew? God knew. And that QR code is right there, right up on the screen in the corner. Go ahead and grab your copy right now, because in there, you're going to hear from dynamic women that have overcome so many odds, trials, and tribulations to be able to become who God created them to be. And so in my journey, I was told one thing, but clearly I am a mother of 5. You'll have to read the book to find out what unfolded to be able to get to that side of the mountain. I will also let you know that I have been told that I have children that battle a disease called cystic fibrosis. And sometimes when we're getting a diagnosis of something that society says puts certain limitations on you, it reminds me of when I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Forrest Gump, right? But it's like, okay, so society tells you that you have a limitation, but guess what? Run, Forrest, run. I could just see Jenny. She said, run, Forrest, run, Forrest. And he came out of those shackles that were shielding and preventing him from being able to be all that God had created him to be, so much so that he ended up taking off and running around the country. We do not allow society to put limitations on who we are and what we are able to accomplish on this earth. That is man-made. But God says that we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us, and that we are more than conquerors, and that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. So we can do things that are well beyond what we think we're capable of accomplishing. Now, my 3 children that have been diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, guess what? Yes, it's a lung disease, it's life limiting, and blah, 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 blah. Guess what? They helped raise $2.2 million last year for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, using their story, their voices. All of us, we have a story to tell. All of us should be salting this earth and utilizing the gifts and the talents that are only exclusive to you. Now, guess what? The entire world, we miss out if we don't get the opportunity to experience your gift, to experience your talent. So what is it that God gave you? What is it that he wants you to do to be able to make sure that your dash, the thing that separates our birth date and our death date, there's that thing called the dash. We're all going to have a birth date. We've already had that. That's why we're here. We're all going to have a death date, all of us. But that dash in the middle, that's what separates those two. And what we do with our dash is what makes the difference. That's what we're going to be remembered for. So when you go back and you watch videos that involve me, Kim Jacobs, there's no sad story. I can tell you that who knew? God knew. He knew all of the things that I would experience in my journey called life. But he also knew that I would come out victorious, and that I would go and I would sing his praises, and that I would give other people a chance to know that, listen, this is only a test, sweetheart. And in any test, even when you hear the emergency broadcast go off and it says, beep, 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 it's telling you, hey, it's okay. It's just a test. We're just running a test to let you know that in case of an emergency, this is the sound that you're going to hear. Well, I'm here to tell you, in life, we're going to have trials, and we're going to have tribulations. We're going to have tests, things that just sound like, ooh, this could be an emergency. But at the end of the day, it's only a test, and this too shall pass. So as you go on your journey in life, I want you to be encouraged. I want you to use your gifts and your talents. And many times people ask me, because I train people on how to start a show, a podcast, a talk show, a virtual live streaming show, an audio podcast from scratch. That's what I do. If you know that you have gifts and you have talents, and you're trying to figure out a one-stop shop for everybody to be able to formally get to you, make sure you let me know, and I will be honored to work with you and include you in my next group training. I'm excited to be a part of the essence of a woman. And all of these women are true examples that every single woman, we're all blooming. We're just like flowers. I don't know if you've ever heard that quote. Flowers don't compete with other flowers. Why? Flowers just let other flowers bloom, baby. We can all bloom, and we all look different. We all shine differently. We all have different gifts and talents that we're bringing to the universe, to the world. And God expects us to use those. He does not want us to be slothful servants where we bury the 1 or 2 talents that he's given us and we don't do anything with it. So I don't want to go over my time. I think it's been about 10 minutes so far, but I'm just going to keep on going for a few more minutes.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Let's then we're going to wrap up. I'd like to come in when you say your time. We do this Les Brown thing. We know how to get in that envelope, because with Gabe and what you're saying, and because he's forever his age, that I want to bring this Gabe's Heart Foundation. Just go into a little bit, if you choose to just mention, and this is how you can be a part and give to Gabe's Beating Heart. It's just an amazing organization. But you had your tragedy that is now turned into triumph for so many children. Didn't you just have something this past weekend?
Yes, we have. For those of you, I didn't talk about this in detail, but my son Gabriel, I wear his pin every single day. And he was 12 years old when he transitioned from this earth. Gabriel Michael, named after 2 angels, Gabriel Michael Jacobs. He literally walked this earth as a gentle giant, 5'10" when he transitioned. But the thing was, he had a heart defect and none of us even knew it existed. So every year we do a walk in honor of Gabe. and we call it Gabe's Heart Foundation 5K Walk. We raise funds for defibrillators to be put in public spaces so that we can keep Gabe's heart beating through other children and young people, that gives the paramedics time to arrive in an emergency situation. So even though Gabe's heart is beating in heaven, other people's hearts are beating and they're sharing testimonies because of the defibrillators that we're putting in public spaces. So I'm honored. We just had our 5K walk, our 9th annual 5K walk, Dr. Jody, and we gave a defibrillator away, and someone came and also surprised us with a check to get 2 more defibrillators, and we'll be able to be placing those in public spaces as well. So Gabe's heart will just keep beating. It'll just keep beating.
Because if you think about the absolute 2 angels, 1 young man, and this is, I'm just going to say, because I'm like kind of Auntie Jody to this family, okay? And my favorite part of this is how, because in the pillars of health and holistic health, Kim, it starts spiritual, then it goes mental, emotional, physical, financial, and social. My goodness gracious, Kim, where are we with this? That how many young people got saved at Gabriel's funeral? Hundreds.
Yeah, over 100 young people came rushing to the altar, which I don't usually see that at funerals at all, but over 100 young people, they say they want to serve the God that Gabe served. So they were like, whatever God he serves, at 12 years old, serving as the anti-bullying mediator and helping merge friendships with people that didn't like each other, and helping somebody that was deaf, that couldn't hear. And he welcomed him to the school and learned sign language so that he wouldn't be alone. They said, we want to serve that God. And so over 100 people, Dr. Jody.
Yes. And it goes on and on. And this is why I just say, I'm just going to finish up with this. And then I would love your last piece of wisdom. But like I said, I know when somebody else called me a pusher, or a little bit earlier, a health pusher, I guess I am. But I know I closed you hard and I said, but Kim, I want you in this book. When I saw that you were backstage, I almost did a handstand and a flip, gymnastics flip. And I said, I'm just so happy that you said yes. I'm just so happy that this Phoenix rising, this spiritual being, and this Old Testament being with this woman. And yes, I'm going to woman up and use a different green screen tomorrow. I'm going to just share it up and then we're going to go global. But I'm just so honored and thankful that you said yes. It was, to me, it was one of the highlights of the 9 months that we put this book together. Thank you, Kim. So close it out. You've got 1 minute to close out and give us your last word of wisdom, because it's going to get ready, get your pants, because it's going to be a doozy.
I just want you all to know, first of all, Dr. Jody, and part of my minute, I just want to say thank you again for choosing me and saying yes to me, because you could have chosen anyone. And I really appreciate you believing in me in this capacity. And I love you. And I appreciate you and all of the women in this project, in this anthology. My last 30 seconds, I will tell you that, listen, I'm the balance doctor. And what I want you to know is that God already knew what season you would be in your life. So sometimes things do look out of balance to other people that's looking in. Don't be discouraged. Know that you are exactly where God knew you would be. Who knew? God knew. Don't be discouraged. Always be everything that God created you to be, and you'll be okay.
Kim Jacobs, you are amazing. You are amazing. Your words are magic. You just thrill my soul. So happy that you're in my life for a lifetime.
Thank you. I love
on our
you.
way to what is that E-Women Network? That's E-Women, where we're women of essence. So we're going to switch it around. We got a mission.
And Tiffany Haddish won last year. She Ready. The foundation won in 2023 at our E-Women Network conference. Yeah.
So we be She Ready for tomorrow. We're getting close. Thank you, Kim. I love your message. I love you. Ciao for now.
I love you.
So now we're going to our next commercial break, which is, remember how I said at the very beginning, why don't you just take a cup of coffee, sit down at our virtual table. What are you feeling like your power of one is? What is your thing that you're going to unleash? Well, make sure you pick up some of your Vibra coffee and have the 6 mushroom blend. Your body will thank you. As our next commercial. My goodness. And I'll tell you something about health coaching. When you keep your body alkaline, you're disease free. Coffee is one of the most acidic things on planet Earth. This coffee keeps you alkaline. Why do I know about this coffee? It's Dr. Jody approved because I formulated and helped formulate the product. So get yourself right here, right now, vproducts.store. You can go to my website and just find me, Jody, and I'll tell you something. Our next speaker, author, it all kind of, I just got to give a shout out. I got to give them a call after this. How many of these women in this book have a Les Brown connection? Here we are, Dr. Tyra Good. Met her through our work and our coaching with the essence of a woman now, but it started with her essence, with Ignite the Hunger in You, way back in 2020. Tyra Good is not only a doctor, but she's a doctor educator. She talks about diversity, equity, inclusion. She'll tell you what we came up with, a new DEI slogan for health. But I had the honor and pleasure of helping her through kind of a big thing in a crisis in her health life. And she reached out to me. We were kind of at the tail end of this project. She said, do you have any room? I said, kind of like what I said for Kim, but I don't always do this. I said, I got room for you. And Tyra, I am so glad that you're back in my life, back in this project, back in doing something that's #good. Wouldn't you like a name like Tyra Good to go ahead and brand yourself? Well, she has done it as an international speaker. She has done it with the educating students as a college professor, but she also does it with the UN. And it is with great honor and delight that I can give this a good shout out to Dr. Tyra Good. Well, I didn't want to do it. Now I did. Hey, honey, how are you?
Hi, Dr. Jody. Thank you so much for that introduction.
Well, that one was easy. That just kind of came off the fly because I love you. That's easy. As they say, the Staples thing, #easy. When it's #good, yes, the good and lasting healing. Just share a little bit of your story here and how we kind of hooked up for the first time. Would you please?
Yes, absolutely. So it's a pleasure to be here. Again, I am Dr. Tyra Good. I create radical spaces of hope that brings goodness, progress, and prosperity to the world. And it's such an honor for me to be a part of this bulk compilation along with you, Dr. Jody, just to even bring, this journey with us when we met first through the Ignite the Hunger in You book, when we were doing that book compilation, and then under the mentorship of Mr. Les Brown. So to just come here, to this moment in full circle, and to have you as my foundational health coach along this journey is truly, truly, truly amazing. So just thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity. Within the book, I do share my health story of a challenge that I experienced roughly about 2 years ago. And within that, 2 years, I was losing the mobility to walk. I had to use a cane. I just went through all of these health challenges up and down. But through that, that's when we actually reconnected, Dr. Jody, and you took me back to the foundational health principles of your coaching and of your mentoring that really was the guiding light along this path and this journey to begin to heal again. So along with my faith in Jesus and just knowing some of these core principles, this is where my health really began to take a turn for the better. And so in this book, I actually share within the pillar of physical health. And with the physical health, my title is called My Good and Lasting Healing. And as far as my power quote, it is when you stop getting better, you stop becoming the best version of good. And when I think about good, of course, you know, it is using my last name for branding, but good means your God ordered and ordained destiny. So when I think about living my good life, I always ask myself, am I showing up living my good life? Am I being successful? Am I contributing to the world by living out my God ordered and ordained destiny? And one of the things, you know, in reflection of that question, I had to take a step back. And taking that step back within my health journey, I knew that there were some things that was completely out of order, turned upside down and out of balance. And one of the things, you know, that really resonated with me, that as my work as a university professor, one of the courses that I teach is trauma-informed advocacy in urban education. So preparing future educators in pre-K through 12 to really cultivate a learning experience, but not only just for the students they're going to serve, but for themselves too. So how are they showing up and contributing to this learning environment? Are you showing up healthy? And I had to realize that, wow, I'm teaching my students this, but then I wasn't even actually living that. And when it became so much of being out of balance, that's when it was that health scare and that health check where I knew that I was not living my best version. And that was scary. You know, it was very scary, you know, for a few months. And it was this health scare. And I won't go into it too deeply because I really do want you to make sure that if you haven't already, go ahead and order the book. And my story is shared on page 267 here. And I really get into some of the details about, you know, getting sick and becoming better. And then not only through my health and becoming better, I became a better educator because of this experience. I was able to use my own life and my own experience as the living curriculum and walking out this journey. So, you know, over these past couple of years and continuing to just to refine, to stay in contact with you, Dr. Jody, of keeping you definitely as my health coach and my health mentor on this journey of wellness has really, really, really helped me. So that's like, you know, the beginning part in which, you know, I share within my book chapter of just connecting these principles from my journey of my health, teaching. But then one of the things, you know, that I really wasn't expecting, that as I teach about injustices and inequities within school policies and teaching practices and how you have to advocate for yourself during this health scare, I found myself having to advocate for myself and begin to learn firsthand the health disparities that exist for women, and particularly women of color. And knowing that, you know, there's a lot of research out there that shows that, you know, our physical makeup and experience of women, we suffer a lot from that chronic pain. And a lot of it, especially with women of color, it is prolonged because the medical system, because of the different medical biases, right, it's viewed as though it's untreated, unrecognized, and this helps to further the health disparities in that gap. So learning all this information, experiencing it firsthand around gender inequities in the healthcare system, racial inequities and the biases that exist, I would begin to parallel that along with what I was teaching my students in regards to their journey of becoming a good educator, that is fully looking at disrupting and dismantling educational injustices, and then had to apply that to myself. And it was just a wow of just sitting there, taking it in, breathing too along this journey, and then deciding, how am I going to show up as this best version of myself, this new version of myself, to make sure that I am staying good, to make sure that I am still in alignment with my God-ordered and ordained destiny. So I took some time and I processed. And, you know, as we are out here and we're living our lives day to day, you know, it's a question that we should ask ourselves. How are you showing up? Are you living your best version? Do you feel like your life is out of balance? And if so, when can you just take a minute and pause to begin to reflect, to now get back on that journey for health and for wholeness and for healing? And as I had stated, like the work that I do with teachers, with educators around educational injustices really was kind of broadly falls under the umbrella of DEI. So a lot of people will hear those terms as diversity and equity and inclusion. And here I was then now experiencing my health DEI. And for that health DEI, diversity and equity and inclusion, I had to make a choice now of how I was going to show up, right? And so I think, you know, Dr. Jody, of getting to that question of like, what is my good health advocacy, and reframing and redefining what DEI is. For me, the D is our daily habits. How are we showing up? Learning to, you know, learn, unlearn, or relearn how we show up in the spaces in life. So diversity of our daily habits is the D. For the E, for equity, it is equity of everyday self-care, our emotional regulation of ourself. What are you saying to yourself? What are you believing? What are you saying yes to? And what boundaries are you putting into place to also say no to, right? And so learning to understand where you're exerting your energy at, and where do you have to protect yourself and put those boundaries around and just say, I'm going to take a mental health day. I'm just going to take some time for myself. And then for the I within the health DEI is inclusion of me first in my life. And, you know, at first when I was thinking about it, it was just like, of course, it's my life. I'm first. But so many times we put others' needs above our own. We keep going. Like we have no more left in our cup. We have no more left in our saucer. And we just keep going, and there's an exhaustion. And I realized that I wasn't even including myself first in my own life.
You know why I came up to the screen just for 1 minute? Because girl, you are on a roll. But this is why you're a supreme educator, motivator, and the UN just is so blessed to have you in your diversity, equity, and inclusion, because you are so coachable about making that flip to your health DEI. So it was just time to give you a little compliment. You just keep on a roll, be with yourself for your last 4 minutes. Okay, go.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And so the inclusion of yourself. So that's the health DEI, right? The self-awareness and the self-advocacy, where I had to learn how to use my voice also within this health disparity space, and then teaching others. So just showing people how to treat you, and, you know, creating the environment and creating the atmosphere that you need to make sure that you have good and lasting health, to make sure that you are protecting your mind, your body, your soul, and your spirit. And when you do these things, that's when you become and stay also good. So Dr. Jody mentioned, you know, the United Nations and some of the work that I do globally. And I really began to dig deeper into my global education work of focusing on women and girls, their empowerment movement, of looking at social economic status, where are they at as far as equity and access to a quality education, and making sure that like whatever resources that they need, whether it is through the medical system, providing the supplies, and then also for the education, teaching and learning, of working with the teachers, but also with the students, of just showing up. And so, you know, over the last 3 years or so, I have been a member of TRIM Global Charities, which is under Dr. Cindy Trim, and serve as the Global Education Chair. Had the opportunity to travel to Kenya twice, specifically Nairobi, to work with women and girls in impoverished areas, to do career mentoring, to speak about health disparities, and to provide just healthcare products for them, to even just show up, you know, to school so they can learn. Because, you know, there's a Maslow hierarchy of needs. And if those basic needs, those foundational needs within that structure are not met, there's nothing nobody can say in regards to teaching and learning, because mentally, you're not even there. You're worried about, you know, other things of just showing up to be able to learn. And so this journey, which started off as this health journey, has then now redefined how I show up as a professional, how I show up as a mentor too as well, not even just locally here within the United States, but also globally. And so, you know, there are the things that we do go through. And as long as we are able to sit with ourselves, to listen, this is when we begin that journey of health transformation and show up our better versions of ourselves.
You being the best version of you, you take it to a whole new level. Can you even imagine how cool this is going to be? I was just going to go back and say one other thing. When you've met somebody and connected with them, as we did online, I never knew from all my years when I had a brick and mortar clinic and practice and whatever, what an amazing time it would be being online and whatever. When we met, and I happened to be in Atlanta, was doing some taping, got to meet you with Cindy Trim, and I got to meet you in the flesh. And then now we're doing this. And I know you, love you, feel you, and I don't help anybody heal the body, put in the proper condition, can and will heal itself. And you did the healing. I'm just a relay person, like the relay baton. But can you imagine thinking that we have an opportunity to sit and be with Princess Moradeun, UN ambassador from Nigeria, to be at the UN January 30th and 31st. If you're out there and you were a part of Healthopedia, say, I'm kind of feeling like a stepchild. You know, when you first have your first book, they'll never be the first. You'll always be the first. All right. But the most important, Healthopedia family, all women, the essence of women book family are all invited to this gala event. There's nothing like I like better, Tyra, than a party. It's going to be amazing to be at your neck of the woods, to do this together. I know what you and Ann Lawrence are going to be doing together at Barnes & Noble with that book sales. You'll have so many coaching clients. You're just going to have to decide that, oh, I need to leave the college because I don't know. It's like, whatever. It's going to be amazing because they're going to say, how'd she figure out how to just be a full-time this and not with us? Because guess what? That's what women do. They woman up. Thank you, Tyra. Thank you for being in my life. I know this time it is a good and lasting healing. So I was going to say, ciao for now.
Ciao for now.
I can tell you, we're going to take oops. Oh, there we go. That's okay. It's live TV. Anything is about to happen. We're going to take a little break for what I'm going to say, exchange liquids, and we'll be right back after a 5-minute commercial break.
victim, train your own. Stop, grab hold of yourself.
Well, it's called Woman Up, Woman Up, Woman Up. That's what we've got. We really, really do. And frankly, womaning up, this is what I want to share with y'all. We have woman up with this book. I'm going to put this on the stage once again. This is a collaboration because I would say great women need men to lift them up. This is what we did in our sales report, not only in Kindle, but also in our paper book. All right. You know that we sold out. We sold out the day that we launched. I had to wait 2 days to get my own book. All right. Myself and Dr. Jim Marinakis, co-founders of Healthopedia, having these 3 A-listers, Tiffany Haddish, Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali, Her Royal Highness, Dr. Princess Moradeun Ogunlana, and Dr. Glenn Depke, traditional naturopathic physician, being a part of this initiative. You'll hear from Dr. Glenn Depke tomorrow. I call him the happy hormone doctor, by the way, and amazing, amazing man. But look at this. I always said, and I guess when I think about coming into this moment with this goal card, I hope you don't have to wait 40 years for it to come together, but it's okay that it did. It was the right time, right place, right now, because now spells backwards is 1. We have won in 7 categories. And then in biographies, we're top 20. And the best selling biographies and memoirs, because it's your memoirs, lady. It really is. And these memories and memoirs, it will never be the same. And truly, truly, we are the essence of a woman. I want to take just 1 more minute to say that proceeds of our book, and you'll be hearing this throughout the day. I'm going to bring up these statistics because I didn't have my real sheet. I want to get this out to you. So if there are 73 million children under age 18, 1 out of 5 children go hungry in America each and every day. That is 14,600,000. All right. That power of 1. You go out, buy the book, 1 book, get that other 1 book for another woman, your BFF. You're going to give it to her birthday, holiday, whatever day, and then inspire 2 more to do the same. Then all of a sudden, what can this book buy? It can buy, like I said, 1 for a girlfriend, it will feed a child for 2 months. Then inspire 2 women to do the same. Then what are you going to do? It's just like Kimberly Meredith said. Somebody came in her office in California and said, I heard about this book. I got my copy. That's what women do. That's what Princess Moradeun said. We go down in. When you plant a seed inside a woman, it grows up to be a garden. That's our message to bringing to. We have earmarked this money for the children that have been devastated in Western North Carolina. This hurricane is far from over with Hurricane Helene, because as Les Brown says, children are 100% of our future, maybe only 40% of our population. But I want to say this again, 100% of our future. And that intuition, and having Miss Barbie Layton up next on our stage, it was kind of an inside thing with the women. We've got a Telegram group, but I really did take a picture of me with my rollers and my makeup. And I said, you ready? We're going to use Barbie Layton's saying. She is intuitive Barbie. She's got an intuitive sense about her, just like very few women on planet Earth do. But her quote, rock what your mama gave you, is, I've got to say, it's one of my favoriteest quotes of all time from one of my favoriteest women. Barbie Layton, thank you for coming and being a part of this initiative, being a part and helping us rock what our mamas gave you. So
absolutely.
Yeah, so let's take it away. Tell our audience a little bit about you and maybe a little bit about how we met.
Yes. Well, basically it's kind of like one of those things where it's like my whole life keeps evolving in this weird, beautiful, synchronistic, like quantum way. It's just, I mean, right now there's just so many things that are completely brand new because of the fact that one of my messages to people is to say yes to the universe. Whatever the universe brings you is what you need to say yes to. If it resonates with you and your frequency is in the right alignment, you need to literally go out and do whatever you need to do. So I 4 years ago during the pandemic, I really threw myself into personal growth and development. And there were so many people who were, you know, you could go to these sessions and seminars and stuff. You'd have to pay $20,000, $30,000 to see these famous people. And, you know, you'd have to get a hotel room. You'd have to go do different things. I mean, you and I spent, 4 days together at Money and You in San Diego in 2021, which was amazing.
Amazing time, as we said, with the amazing Dave Doria and that rock. What my mama got to, I just want to back up and say, this is your chapter title, and start with there, and then we'll go to Rock With Your Mama Got You. So continue on what you were saying, because it's always amazing.
Thank you. So pretty much, having these opportunities to be in person is wonderful, but everything kind of like, shut down. And so you had musicians that wanted to perform for people on social media. You had people that wanted to speak to people, but you would go in and find these really powerful people that would have no audiences, and they didn't know what to do with themselves because they were so used to being on the road and doing this conference and that conference and this event and that event. And so I literally, while I was working virtually, I had 2 other iPad Pros, and I was on screens for 12 hours every day, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every single day for the first 2 years. And it was so amazing that I would then get invited to this circle and then to that circle. And then I would say, oh, I know you. How's it going? And I private message people. And it's just like Clubhouse exploded at that time. There's just so much momentum that was happening, but I was also learning how to cultivate my intuition. And I gave away almost probably about 1,000 free sessions globally of my intuitive healing, my one-on-one coaching, because there were so many people that were in need. So I had clients in South Africa, I had clients in Dubai, I had clients in Australia, I had clients from all over the world, but it really allowed me to hone my intuitive sense of being able to really like almost like pick out a Polaroid out of somebody's consciousness and be able to clear and release that for them. So as a result of the work that I've done, I have babies that are born on this planet in the 3D reality of where, they were told they were infertile or they couldn't have babies. I've had so many miraculous things, and I've been so blessed to be the vessel that's basically, the clear channel to be able to have these things manifest for people. So that's pretty much, kind of like how I started, but I didn't have, I did everything backwards. I didn't have a website. I didn't have anything. I was in the SEO. Someone said, did you Google yourself? And I'm like, no, why would I do that? And I was at the top of the SEO with the Barbie doll. And they were just like, other people got credit for that, but it was still an incredible thing because Vishen Lakhiani recognized me because I was part of his original premium coaching group, and he said, oh, Barbie Layton is speaking on this expo and you might want to go check it out. And so like 70,000 people just like came and checked it out, which was incredible. So I mean, kind of the last 4 years have been this experimental space to be able to figure all these type of things out. But then I think that creating a really like a specific reputation in the sense of where, I'm now connected. I've been on the Los Angeles Tribune for the last 3 years with their summits. I've been connected to, I'm, part of Secret Knock. I'm on their advisory council for the last 3 years. It's like, it's just been amazing of where you would, like I said, when you just say yes to the universe, all these beautiful, juicy things happen. But this particular one, when you invited me to be a part of this book, this is my 7th book now. That's an international bestseller. I'm blown away by that. My first one was Women Gone Wild in 2022. We were on 6 billboards in New York Times Square, which was insane. And just watching that, because that was a complete quantum leap, because you don't have that cellular memory anywhere. It was just so surreal. But being able to be a part of so many of these really, really great things, my chapter is called Your Weight Is Not Your Worth. A woman's weight is not her worth. And the whole chapter is really about the fact that, I found out that a business partner had kind of defamed me in the sense of where she knew the fact that, I got irradiated by Chernobyl in 1986 because I lived in Austria and I was basically in that first ring. So I gained over 200 pounds. I had to wear that body for over 12 years.
Chernobyl will do that to you. Yes.
Yeah. So, I was irradiated, and it's something I couldn't help. And then after, but I wore that body of 200 extra pounds for 12 years. Then finally I had gastric bypass surgery, and I ended up, the guy nicked me. It was the first laparoscopic surgery he had done, and he nicked my intestines. I woke up with 85% of the blood in my body on my bed. I literally was almost not going to make it. I had to have 3 blood transfusions for that. That was one of my 5 near-death experiences. And so it's like, I've got I've had to have skin revisions. I don't have any plastic surgery, but I've had to have skin revisions. I have scars on 70% of my body, which is definitely something that, you know, it's not a comfortable thing. And those surgeries were so excruciating. People don't know what drains are and all these things that you have to go through, and, you know, being immobile and things like that. I mean, it was an incredibly painful thing. But then to find out that my business partner was basically calling me fat and saying all these rude things about me, I was like, and when she's not a slim person herself too, I thought to myself, why do women do that to each other? Why do they weaponize the word fat against another? Oh, she's fat, or she's flabby, or she's this and she's that. It's like, you don't see a lot of times men doing that kind of stuff to each other. Men oftentimes kind of take each other as they do, but women somehow, I don't know if it's a biological thing of where they look at the other women as competition, but it's still that weaponization of the word fat is, to me, is just it's such a nasty thing. It's almost like you throw a hand grenade into a room and you allow it to explode. And when I heard that, knowing that, you know, I mean, in my life now, even though I'm middle-aged, et cetera, and I don't believe that I have a perfect body, it's still, as I say, I rock what my mama gave me. And as a result, when I go places, people call me gorgeous Barbie, you know, beautiful Barbie, things like that too. It's like, because a lot of times it's your essence. It's the light that you exude. It's your aura, it's your energy, it's who you are. And it's something of where it's like, and I appreciate compliments like that too. But by the same token, it's like, I'm not going to define my worth as to whether or not I'm fat or slim or I'm this or I'm that, whatever. It's just, you are who you are. And I think that if women stopped tearing each other down like that, we would be so much more empowered, because that's the part about it to me, in the sense of where I always want to look at the good in people. I don't want to tear people down and look at the negative thing, but people oftentimes, that's the first place that they go. So I feel like this was a chapter for me that was really cathartic in a lot of ways too, because I've never talked about this before. But, you know, I've been a plus size model since my 20s. You know, I did runway modeling in my 20s, even when I was really large, in front of thousands of people on a catwalk and things like that. So obviously people have thought that I was attractive enough to be able to go out there too. But again, it doesn't matter. That's not supposed to be the raison d'etre for your entire life. You shouldn't have to focus on your external, because beautiful people, to me, I've seen beautiful people that are total jerks and they're not attractive anymore. I've seen people that aren't that attractive who have beautiful hearts and they're gorgeous. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just seeing that kind of energy to me too, in the sense of where it's like, focus on your health as much as you can, focus on being the best version of yourself that you can, whatever you do. I mean, be yourself. But by the same token, it's still having that of where women rip each other to shreds over their appearances. It's just something that it would be lovely if that were to stop.
Yes, and you know how when you were saying that, ripping to shreds, because I know that you were driving and, you know, and getting here. I loved what Kim Jacobs said, because she talked about women are flowers. Flowers don't compete; they just bloom. And that's what I believe we have done with this book. We have just bloomed this book into something that was bigger than even Dr. Jim Marinakis thought it would be. And we just got this party started. Don't you think, Barbie? You feel it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that whole thing with flowers, I have another metaphor that I like to use too. And that is basically, when you look at the twinkling stars up in the sky, there's not another star that's looking at another star and saying, stop twinkling so brightly. They're just twinkling and twinkling and twinkling as bright as they can until finally they fade away. And that's the best part. If you can literally, at any point in your life, if you can reinvent yourself and you can say, you know what, I'm choosing a new version of myself. I'm choosing the best version of myself today. I'm choosing a different version of myself today. Then that way that you don't have to have all the stagnant and the stale energy in that sense too, because you can choose your frequency. You can choose your vibration as to what you want to do. And that's one of the most important things, in the sense of where it's like, you know, I've never given up. I'm not a perfect person by any stretch of the imagination. But yesterday I got called by an amazing man who is uber connected with billionaires and all sorts of people in Hollywood. And he'd seen interviews that I'd done on red carpets for the last 4 years. And he reached out to me, and he is also about, you know, he's a universal ambassador, peace ambassador. He, like I said, super connected to different people. But when we were talking, it was like, we're planning on doing business together, but it was really about heart to heart, about the fact that we need to make sure that everybody that's been a part of our journey is taken care of as well. That people make sure that they're not taking advantage of other people, that people do business the proper way, where they all take care of each other, that everybody gets a chance to eat. And so that's something of where it's like, now I have, you know, all of a sudden I was thrust onto a VIP pitch party yesterday with a bunch of like heavy hitters. I was talking to a guy who owns a private jet. He's the CEO of a private jet company. And he called me up today and said he wants to mentor me. And I'm just like, it's like, wow, it's like you can literally be turning a corner and you have no idea, but because you're open to it, because people saw you, and he said, I loved your energy. There was something about you that told me you're a good person and I want to work with you. So he reached out, but it's also that follow-up of where I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this guy, but I reached out and I said, hi, how can I help you? And we had this beautiful, beautiful conversation. And we have multiple things that, are out there to be able to be offered, where we can do business together. But it's that heart-centered conscious entrepreneurship that is the most important thing, because when you surround yourself with other people who are like that, you then all win, because you uplift people and you can be of service to millions.
Billion to millions. I guess all I could say is, Barbie, you rocked what your mama gave you, and we're going to keep rocking with our initiative. Thank you for blessing us with this story. That is just truly, truly, it went to my core, it went to your core, and because you birthed it, so many women will feel you, because that's what I said. When you're the best, people will feel you. Thank you for being a part of this Essence of a Woman. And now we are going to our next commercial break, which is with Medical Mindshare. I was not able to give Renee Brown shout out. I'm going, when am I going to get to mention Renee Brown? I guess now. Not only does she have Next Level Recovery, the largest natural addiction center east of California, that dyslexia mine hits in, but also a sober living center. But now she's created an umbrella with Medical Mindshare, which is truly, truly an integrative medical, foundational health, and the best of Western medicine with the intuitive best of Eastern medicine. Renee Brown will be speaking tomorrow, as she's in the mental pillar, obviously mental health. Renee Brown is also, this is her second book. Renee Brown is also someone who I met through Manny Lopez. I give shout outs to these great networking pieces, but also Renee Brown is the tech person and genius behind most things that you see here, with not only our first book, Healthopedia, but our whole deal with the Essence of a Woman. You'll love her story, but you're going to even love her company more. Thank you for being a sponsor, Renee. Let's take a listen to Medical Mindshare.
From the well-known brands of Next Level Recovery and Sober Living Properties, Michael and Renee Brown present Medical Mindshare. Medical Mindshare has been designed to deliver integrative care and precision medicine throughout the community. Discover a more personalized path to wellness. Some people might ask, why is integrative care up and coming medically? Our answer is that integrative care can be tailored to your specific needs and goals. Integrative care considers mindfulness as a modality and many other alternative therapies amongst traditional medicine. Another feature of Medical Mindshare is enhanced recovery and rapid healing. It's always at the forefront of our minds so that you can experience accelerated healing and a reduction of symptoms. Contact us today to schedule a consultation.
I just love how this works. Here I was giving Renee Brown praise about Next Level Recovery, Sober Living, and Medical Mindshare. And who is our next speaker? Our best-selling author, international best-selling author, multiple platforms, none other than Dr. Needy Solomon. Dr. Needy was a referral from Renee Brown. I remember when she called me, I was in my house, she said, oh, Dr. Needy has just got to be in this book. I said, well, if you say so, let's just call her. It was 11 o'clock at my time. But when Renee Brown calls with an idea, you just listen. And we have listened and listened and listened to the lovely words. I will bring her up with her Asian background, with her ethnic women. We have a Caucasian woman, a Latina woman, an African-American woman, and an Asian woman. To me, Dr. Needy looks like Mulan, but what more than anything else, she is an MD. She's an integrative medical foundational MD. She has more initials after her name, by the way, than Dr. Jim Marinakis, with a naturopath and a homeopath and an acupuncture physician. So you won the prize in the table of contents, Dr. Needy, for the most initials after your name. Bright, beautiful, and soon to be a best-selling author with Healthopedia Elite. Because guess what, Dr. Needy, you and your solo book on naked health will be out December 12th this year. Can hardly wait. But now we're talking about, and didn't I tell you this, Dr. Needy? You do this anthology with us. I mean, she works in the hospitals. She does work with women. She has this, she has that. She's everywhere. I said it earlier. Give a busy woman something to do and she'll get it done. That is you. I'm so honored to have you up on stage because this platform, by being here, will just take your solo book, Naked Health. Isn't that a great title? Who's not going to want to buy something with the name of Naked in it? It's going to be wonderful because you're wonderful. Welcome, Dr. Needy, international best-selling author in 2 different platforms and soon to be the 3rd with Barnes & Noble. How does that feel, Dr. Needy?
Well, ecstatic, Dr. Jody. Thank you. Thank you for including me. I appreciate the opportunities to be a part of this, such a magnificent group of women and men too.
Yes, yes. And you are magnificent. So I know that we've talked a lot. We really did talk a lot about the the feminine and masculine part of energy. Kimberly Meredith, who was in our Healthopedia book, and she was really in the divine masculine and feminine. And I didn't realize until, because I'm so busy in the trenches, when Kimberly Meredith was speaking and I was giving her shine about being in Healthopedia, our first book, then all of a sudden we're back here looking, and here we have our second version of the divine masculine and feminine in the spiritual pillar with you. What a perfect synchronicity moment. Tell us how you came up with your chapter, please.
Whoa, that's a quick, that's a big question, Dr. Jody. I think that, deep down, I realized that we often think of ourselves as separated. The female, male, this and that. We tend to identify and categorizing, right? Pigeonholing things. And it's my intention that to feel like we need to really come up with something that I need to say something that for us to recognize the unity of us. How united, how together we are more than we realize. Like the divine feminine, divine masculine, we are the continuum of one another. When we think of ourselves as separated, that's when we have the problems.
Because we're integrated, body, mind, and spirit. And I love your quote, because you've had some times in your life, as I talked about earlier, that our stories are from the test to the testimony, from tragedy to triumph. But how many, because the essence of a woman, we didn't write a book that had talked about like we were living a soap opera life. No, we put the opera in the soap opera. We gave it a song, we gave it a message, and you gave it a message with this beautiful quote: spirits always seek joy and ways to express love. How did you come up with that beautiful poignant quote?
And in harmony too, by the way, right? We synchronize each other in harmony. It came to me in meditation. I was meditating and in the center here in Monterey, and this came to me at the end of the meditation, and I was like, wow, this is such a beautiful, that quote that the spirit gave me, and also it's so true. Think about what we do, why we do what we do, why you do what you do, why I do what I do. It's because it's one of the ways that we express our love or even as a wife, the mother, the student, the teacher, everything we do is the way that we express love. And one thing I want to remind the ladies out there, that we always need to follow our joy, our bliss. We tend to forget ourselves and be like the last on the list kind of person, because we want to sacrifice and, be the martyr, but that's not the way to do it. That quote, I stand by it 100%.
Because you can only feel joy when you take care of you, as I say, you and your world first, then the world around you is empowered forever. And,
Right.
and that's what we do. So delve into a little bit about your chapter, what the reader can expect, because guess what? Not only is Dr. Needy really pretty, but she's really smart. So you're going to want to take notes, as Deborah Dennis said, how we laid out our book, that you can take notes in the margins. This is a handbook. This is a life book. You can take these 372 action steps and be a different and more elevated version of yourself next year, guaranteed.
Yes. And that's what I love about the book. And by the way, before we move to that, I want to say one more thing about the joy and the love. The happiness is a spillover effect. We have to fill to the brim, then we radiate out. If we ourselves are depleted or not filled, we're not going to give the best version of ourselves. And the way people will benefit from being around you is by you filling yourself to the brim and radiate that essence.
Yeah, the essence of who we are is that piece that no one else can deny. So give our readers, because they got to buy the book, right? We're not going to give them the whole enchilada. What in your last minutes here, what would you like to say? 2 things that a woman can do to give her true feminine essence its proper due.
Well, first we were talking from Barbie, the talk that we talk about mindfulness, right? Mindfulness is actually really, really important to be authentic, to be true to who you are. Start with to be real, right? To be 100% in your embodiment of divine feminine. You have to work with yourself with mindfulness, with the breath work, and of course, self-love, self-compassion, self-acceptance. Those kind of the package deal that we need to be in alignment with, so that we can be our best. And when we are at our best, we are uplifting ourselves and others as well. And that's how we're supposed to be here. We're here to, I want to say another quote that, we are essentially, we are spiritual being having human experience. And don't forget that. That's
Yes.
why we're here to support one another always.
And so if the woman is out there and say, oh, that sounds all good. And I love Dr. Needy's enthusiasm and hopefully mine as well. They said, but what is my next first step? I'm in total overwhelm, not sure how I can get there. I just even don't know what the first step that I can take, so that she's admitted to herself, I'm depleted. I need to fill myself up. What is my first step?
Aside from buying the book, just take the mindfulness.
Good one.
The breath work, which is in our action steps at the end of each chapter, including my chapter, is the first thing. And guess what? The good news is that we all breathe, right? That just to appreciate that we're still breathing, and we breathe 24/7. If we don't do that, our life ends. So this is the essence of life, is that we can breathe and appreciate. Appreciation is very close vibration to love. So just start appreciating. Just think about like half glass full instead of half glass empty, right? What we have instead of what we don't have. And first of all, we breathing, right? We're still alive. So as long as we're alive, there's a next step that can be done. And there are so many different women out there or organizations that can support when you have issues. But you have to come down to your heart first. When you're stuck in your head, the brain don't do two-way things. The heart can pull the brain to
go the brain. Yes, it's
the
always
heart,
best to go. Yes.
Yeah, but the brain don't pull the heart, and you were stuck in the loop. You think. So take deep breath. Remember, you are the divine being. So, having the human experience. One of the other things that can speed things up is journaling also, to write down, what you want. And the subconscious will rearrange. This is scientific, by the way.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
makes can speed up faster. And remember that we are here to support each other. When you love yourself, when you truly embody your divine feminine and love yourself, you will love other people. It's just natural to us.
It is natural. And what is really natural for you, because you really, I believe you're a beautiful woman, first of all, but I think you're more brainy than you are beautiful, because I just want to acknowledge, I've said this about Laura over and over and over, being writing in her second language. Here, you're from Thailand. You grew up there. That's not English. And you figured out to be not English and write not only a story chapter, but in your second language, a whole entire book. Naked Health, coming out December 12th, 2024. There's something about all those 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you imagine giving a book for holiday health, The Essence of a Woman, and then Naked Health to your man? Now that's a 1-2 punch. I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be happier come January 1st, 2025, when they do that, for sure. So Dr. Needy, what a joy and a delight you are, because when Renee says you've got to do something, guess what? At least I'm still coachable, even at 70. I listen. I'm so grateful that you and Mulan have graced the essence of a woman. You really have unleashed your feminine soul. You're in the process of writing something epic. Your story is epic, and how you go in on, I'm just going to say this thing. Take 1 minute and tell us how you can go and do chakra work, just how to get to the base of what you need to do, because you're the best I've ever seen.
Okay,
And
so
yes.
chakra work.
1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute.
The easy part about it is, think of the rainbow. It's lining exactly 7 colors of the rainbow. So from the top of the head, the crown chakra, that's purple color. Imagine the pale purple color, and then next to it is the indigo color, right? And then blue, which is our throat chakra here. The indigo is right here, third eye. The throat is the blue color, and then next to it is the heart, the green, and the solar plexus, yellow, and next to it is the sacral chakra, which is orange color, and then the basic chakra is red. So it goes like that, just like color of the rainbow. And the simple thing that I can teach you is take deep breath. When you take deep breath, you imagine the color. You can do one color at a time. Okay, well, I'm going to bathe myself with the purple from head to toes. And then you're going to start with the indigo color. You're going to start with the blue color, yellow color, green color, then yellow color, then orange, then red. And then you immerse yourself in each color of self-love, coming up with this, like, how much you love yourself, and remember to do more what give you joy. And that's what your chakra are going to be aligned better.
And that will be your divine feminine. I knew you would bring the heat. I'm just going to say, Dr. Needy, what happens here is, with those divine chakras and those colors, it just proves that what you're doing in your message, like that bottom chakra, is red hot. And that's what you'll be when you go ahead and publish your solo book on the 12th. Then we'll follow up with Kathy, her solo book, in January. And who knows what will come out of that. If you're thinking that you would like to write your own story, because the story that you're sitting on, somebody's waiting on, it could save a life, it could save a business, it could save a soul. Reach out to us at drjodi.com. We'll give you all the information. We will be doing that for real, all the way back and forth and take it from concept to creation. We'll be talking a lot about that on Sunday. But right now, we're talking about you, Dr. Needy. Just you brought the divine feminine because you always bring yourself. Namaste.
And remember to have fun.
Oh, and have fun in your namaste every day. Let's have fun. Ciao for now.
Jody.
Oh, and here we are. Here we are just moving. I want to see some comments. Are we having fun here? Are we having fun? As she said, let's have some fun. We need to have fun. Fun is the thing. Dogs don't have fun. You might think that they're playing, but they really don't. All right? They really don't do their thing. It's not like we humans. But what is really fun is when you bring someone into your life that is such an amazing soul. I want to give a shout out to David and Deborah Dennis, and also to Christina and Tony Doty for bringing Dr. Golda Joseph into this book, into this project, into my life, but coming in with her Shiro journey. Dr. Joseph is, like myself, a nutritionist, PhD. We all have our gifts. Remember, there are 8 billion people in the world. We're all needed. And your story with your heroic journey is one for the record books. Welcome, Dr. Golda, to the stage. You look beautiful, and you kind of look like all those rainbow colors of everything. I love it. I love it. I love it. So just tell us about your chapter, the heroic journey. It's one that not many can say that is a part. I'm not sure about the audio here. It's gotten a little confusing. So if you, I will just, this is what happens sometimes when people don't leave the stage. So if you're done, if you can just, before I go with Dr. Golda, just go ahead with the reverb. I'm going to go ahead and remove you from the stage because we want a clear sound for you, lovely lady. Here we go. So Dr. Golda, what a pleasure, what a delight to take you through that heroic journey. You, like Deborah, had a much larger book, and you figured out how to cull it down to just this essence for this, and it is spectacular. So how was it for you writing this book? Because you had so much to say. I know that was it.
Yeah, it was a big challenge. Well, I couldn't have done it without you, Jody. That's for sure. I just was like, I can't do this. I started with 250 pages. I gave it to you with 25 and said, that's the best I can do. And thanks to Renee and others, got me down to the correct size. And what was left was really interesting. But the other part of this book is that it is through my circle of time. So I'm a human developmentalist, a psychologist, expressive art therapist, a somatic therapist, along with a regenerative nutrition. I've always done body, mind, and spirit. And when I say always, I'm talking about 60 years.
Yes.
So 60 years. Yeah. I realized my path at the age of 13 in a Bodhi Tree bookstore in Los Angeles, where I was like, oh, I'm a clairvoyant. I'm a healer. I'm here to heal the world. Of course, my concentration camp parents thought I had gone mad. And it was, it was that time where it was before we were as well integrated into the mainstream than we are now. And that's been my objective over the years, working alongside my husband, working as a professional, establishing the first holistic health centers in the Bay Area, moving into organization development and putting on suits and facilitating CEOs, and then choosing motherhood and having 3 children, where I had to kind of retire some of my masculine ambitions and really step into my womanhood, my feminine. And that's why I speak the heroic journey, because alongside the heroic journey is a female journey. And it's a very, her heroic journey, my heroic journey was very different than my father's or my mother's. And we now are surrounded by women who are empowered, who are gifted. Every woman I've heard speak today is just so full of wisdom. And I am
Isn't that the
delighted.
truth? I mean,
Yeah.
I just have to say, isn't that the truth? I knew that this would be a wisdom weekend. To be quite honest, I am just overjoyed and filled with that wisdom. It's just been amazing. I want you to go in for a moment about this circle of time, because how you break this down, and kind of like Dr. Needy giving her chakras, if you want to find out just how the tools of the trade and how to do it, guess what? You got to buy the book. Okay. Got to buy the book. 10% of the proceeds go to feed these hungry children in Western North Carolina. I'm going to be saying that in my sleep, but give us just a couple of instances about this heroic journey and how you came up with the circle of time.
Yeah, well, it's living in all of us. It's called the 7-year pattern. And we all know that the body regenerates itself. That's now the name of my company, is Regeneration Health. And we regenerate from womb to tomb. So every 7 years, we go through the seasons of life, from summer to spring to fall to winter, in 21-year phases. And I broke down my story into every 7 years. We took that out, but it's there inherent in the story. And my major life transition was at 56, when I discovered I had no estrogen and no DHEA almost. My blood pressure went up to 230 over 240. In fact, I was stroking out. Luckily, I found at that time a naturopathic doctor and a laboratory that I'm still working with, where we can assess what's going on and how to customize nutrition to really balance your hormonal system, which then revived my sex life, revived my ability to stay alive. So I really credit that balance of the proper nutrition, customized nutraceuticals, with the deep psycho-spiritual work that many women in the book have done as well. I do think that writing your own story, your biography lives in your biology. And if you can heal your biography, you heal your biology, and you can stay forever young. In fact, my byline is, it's never too late to regenerate.
And there you are. That is your spiritual, that is your byline for real, for real. And I can certainly say that how we've got this going in your, it's never too late to regenerate. We're certainly contemporaries. Dame Doria, who is up next, is our contemporary, and we are living, breathing proof. For real, for real. So Dr. Golda, the thing about regeneration and doing that, you have your daily routine for regeneration now, don't you? Please share that with us.
Oh yeah.
We'd love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it's very known that packaged processed foods are poison. So I don't do any packaged or processed foods. I start the day with a very balanced shake of fruit and nut butters and coconut oil and juices. It's a sweet treat. It's packed with raw kale. So really the nutrients that I need to really start my day. And now that I'm able to really be balanced all the time, I only sleep 5 hours a day, which gives me infinite energy. And then the other meals are properly combined, vegetables with proteins. The really listening to your body. And I say that's the first condition, intuitively listening to what your body needs. You only shop for the healthy foods. It makes it easy. You don't have the junk in the house, so you don't have to crave it. I do have an inner child, and I let my inner child go out Friday night or Saturday and eat whatever she wants. And so that takes care of the playful willingness to reset on Sunday and do it again. So I do think that the customized nutrition is the piece that is really missing in the nutraceutical business today. And I've been a nutritionist since the late 70s, and I've been around all the masters from before and now, and the basic understanding yourself and really taking control of your health so that you maintain that balance from womb to tomb is possible. And I'm living proof of it.
Yes, I would say you're living proof. I'm living proof.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, that this is just how it goes. We certainly have it's a I love this. You know, I'm sure you've had this many, many times. I love going to the supermarket and when I'm going through and they're checking me out and they're going, this isn't Whole Foods. They will say something like, because I live out in Howie in the hills, there's no Whole Foods here. And they'll say, wow, there are no canned goods here. And then it opens up that conversation. So if you're sitting there with Vienna sausage for dinner, it's okay. That's your cheat day. Go ahead and know that you do those things and you become unconscious competent. It just becomes your way. And health is something that you just become. So
Yeah.
so if you're saying and I want to come back to your chapter for just a moment here, because this idea you have this very big book, you had this amazing, it's really a book ready to go. All right. And I do know a company called Healthopedia Publishing that has a way of making international bestsellers and Barnes and Noble and Wall Street Journal bestsellers. So you might want to contact them about that. But at any rate, the thing that I know is you just went ahead and you pared it down to just the right things. So how did you go through that process? Because we could write forever being our age.
Yeah. Well, what ended up happening was the form that you had for the book was really the focus of my life story, which was probably the most difficult thing to do. It's easy to talk about content out there and all the knowledge that I have and wisdom and experience from being a practitioner for 50 years. But talking my own story was really a challenge to overcome. And I feel it worked, and it really led me to today. And I am now a neighbor of yours in Florida, and we can regenerate, and the medicine
And
that
hang
I'm
out with that
Mhm.
and hang out with that healthy cup of coffee as I've got here. I mean,
Yeah.
and I'm glad that you said this because I really want to give you shine about this. Women tend to stay in our comfort zones. We just do. It's easier that way. That was a really big barrier for you to break through. And we had some sessions. We had some talks about this. But when I said this is the day that we're going to celebrate everything, as Rex Seidman said, did I say everything? Everything. I want to celebrate that everything with you, that you went through it, you got through it, and bravo to you. Just have your last 2 minutes on stage to celebrate you. How does that feel that you broke through that barrier? Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you, Jody. Yes. I do believe that we can overcome all life crises, all the life transitions. They're natural, and we go up and down and in and out. Trauma can be healed. And I witnessed that with my mother, who is a concentration camp survivor and lost 140 members and went on to having 3 children and a beautiful life. She inspired me and became an angel in the last few years of her life. So I have a model, and I hope that my angelic self shines through and assists me in overcoming all of the hardships and challenges that I have faced, and so that I can really shine that light to uplift other women and families.
And you're shining with all these pastel chakras together. You're a living, breathing soul, that the soul that you have brought this together. You've gone through that barrier, and what you're going through, you'll get through.
Yeah.
As Les Brown would say, you've gotten through this to your higher spiritual development. Just great. We're just starting the scratch to scratch. We've got a long way to go with this project, and you will be a huge part of this. Dr. Golda, beautiful soul, beautiful work, and beautiful to have you on stage. Ciao for now.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Jody.
So, goodness gracious, I don't know where is the time flown. I think we've been on the air a little bit, haven't we? But we are not done. We are just begun with the last few speakers, and this is kind of one of those things I'm not sure where to begin. When you meet a woman who just instantly, you just love her. You meet this woman, and she is as humble and gracious, as generous as she is wise and giving. And then you find out she's really famous, and she's hooked up with Buckminster Fuller, and she's had a program for 45 years, being Money and You. But this is what I know about Dame Doria Cordova. She's a true dame. I met her on Clubhouse in the XP mentor room. That Barbie Layton mentioned that during COVID, that was a magical time of making global connections and making this small world that we all had in confinement into something large and expansive and global. See, we're going to take this small community of 40 authors, and guess what we're doing? We're in the process of expanding it globally. Dame Doria Cordova, Money and You, went out to do that program. And I will say, without a doubt, best seminar, moneyandyou.com. We might, if you're watching this seminar, if you DM me at either my Facebook page at Healthopedia or Instagram, Healthopedia365, we might be able to get you a slight discount coming up in January. I'm a shameless self-promoter. There is not a program around that is better. I almost kicked my lights off when I said this, because I wanted to go back and say, Dame Doria, it was such a pleasure when Bob and I met you in Tampa in May, and I gave you your book. I gave you one so that you could autograph, and you went ahead and you said, you read the whole thing in front of us. You said, well, that's really good writing. That's because she does really good writing. Guess what she's doing right now? And here she is in our Healthopedia book, Sufficiency, the Key Access to Sufficiency, the Key to Access, a new definition of wealth. It's not what you think. It's impossible to be wealthy without being of service. Well, most recently, Dame Doria, I will say you have absolutely epitomized being of service. So that means that you're majorly, majorly wealthy. I can say, what a pleasure to have you come and be not only our back office, what do I want to say, our back cover piece on our book, to endorse our book, but then to have your 99-year-old mother, her story be written through you in Legacy Lady. Welcome, Dame Doria.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
I can hear you beautifully, beautifully,
Oh,
beautifully.
Wait. Got my book.
Oh,
yay. It came already. And then, of course, I got my other book. Yep. If anybody tries to rob me, I'll hit them over the head with this. It's so heavy. It's so good.
It is like the Western version of the PDR. It's the Eastern version, for sure, for sure. So just give us your wealth of wisdom here, because that's what You said, no, I'll come and speak. I just want to just give you your words. And we have 2 dames on the back of the book. I guess it started with me. I didn't realize this, but Dr. Jody Bear's love and commitment to bringing the best tools and information, especially to women, is extraordinary. Thank you for that. Never miss an opportunity to devour her wisdom, and from whom she brings together this time an extraordinary collective for all women everywhere. I didn't know I was reading an ad for me when I said this, but thank you. I guess I can say thank you.
I like that word, devour.
Devour. Well, let's devour you and your wisdom about women need to know about the financial pillar. Then we'll come back to Mama. So the next 17 minutes is just yours, my dear. Just give us your best.
Okay, well, number one, thank you so much, everyone, for being here or for watching the replay. Congratulations. I know that you could be doing something else, but let me just ask you something. When I show you something like this, right? When I show you this, do you have a visceral reaction? If you are an American and you use US dollars, and a lot of people also know what US dollars are. The thing is that no matter how much technology is really, changing the world, and no matter what comes in, our unconscious and what is happening underneath your conscious mind around money and finances not only can create tremendous stress for you. And this is where, when I first heard Jody and she was talking about, her gifts, it was like totally my experience that health is wealth. Health is wealth. And I can go into many different stories since I've been doing this for 45 years. So 45 years ago, I had the opportunity, or 46 years ago, I had the opportunity to attend the first business school for entrepreneurs of its kind that was co-created by a gentleman by the name of Marshall Thurber, Bobby DePorter. And they had studied the top business schools in the world that happened to be in the United States at the time. That's not true anymore, but at the time it was. And they were finding out what they didn't teach, or what they did teach about entrepreneurship, which was zero, absolutely zero. So they created this whole platform, this whole first business school for entrepreneurs, which I attended. And then I fell in love with the work, and I knew that this work had been given to me as a gift, because I had been working on myself by then for a couple of years, and I was looking for what I had felt like it was my job. I was a very successful court reporter, official court reporter. I was in the legal system, but there was something inherently wrong. I was very empty. I remember being 26 years old, gorgeous, with health, as many boyfriends as I wanted, men chasing me around, and just having all the money that I could possibly want, and just the status, and feeling so unhappy. So I began to work on myself. But for some reason, the Great Spirit also gave me a family. And here's where I have to talk about that. I'm so blessed that I still have a 99-year-old mama, and she has what we call good dementia. If there is such a thing, mama has it. And that is that she's completely in present time. But I think that mama used to say to me when I was very young, from the time I grew up, that when you get old, in your old age, is when things are going to come back to you. So if you're a really good person throughout your whole life, you're going to be surrounded by people that love you. You will be okay. You will have sufficiency. Things will be okay. And that came true for Mama. And Mama was a great role model, because she also taught me basic business principles that I want to pass over to you, and kind of take you to certain places where you can go to links and pick them up. Number one, you are 100% responsible for your financial well-being. Please allow me to be your mentor for just the next few minutes. Don't fight with what I say. Don't argue with what I say. Just maybe go and find out whether this is something that is true for you, and whether I can truly be of help to you. And just for those of you that have never met me before, Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad Poor Dad was my business partner for 9 years. He hung out with us for 17 years. I'm the one that chose him to be my partner. I'm the one that created him and our organization, our network, in preparing him for the next stages, which was going to be the rich dad, poor dad, you know, wealth and that beautiful work that they did with Sharon Lecter. But what they had and what I have and what many people need to create is an economic engine. And what we need to understand is that there are generalized principles that not only run our lives, but also we have generalized principles that run business, that run how to make money, that there is three stages of money. We either in the process of making money, keeping the money we manage to keep, or we grow the money that we manage to keep. Make, keep, grow. Those are the three stages. It requires for you to have different types of education, but all of them require for you to do the inner work of having money deservability, of being clear on money, on understanding that cash is only part of it. What true wealth is your ability for you to create an engine that will make money in a system, an economic engine system that will make you money whether you are there or not, that will function without you, that will be systematized, that will have procedures that will work on their own. This is how the mega wealthy created. But the challenge is that our educational system, and this is what the first Rich Dad Poor Dad book is so famous for, is that what Kiyosaki learned from Money and You, my program, and leading Money and You and being my partner and us, giving him exposure to all the masters that we work with, is that traditional education does not teach us to being successful. And the thing about Jody and the whole team, it attracts such gorgeous people that have the most beautiful products and services. And the challenge is that many times people think that just because they have a wonderful product or service, that it is going to sell like hotcakes. And it won't, because there are, especially now with social media, the market is so inundated that even for me, even though I'm handled for many lives already from my economic engine in the Asia Pacific region, I am now starting out. Spirit is driving me for the next 5 years before I retire into nothing but philanthropy and doing good works even more full time. What's going to happen is that I have to create a North American economic engine, and I am facing all the challenges that new businesses do. And one of them is to be collapsed in the training industry, in the coaching industry, in the transformation industry. It's like people collapse something called Money and You with many of the work that my graduates have done. Harv Eker, Tony Robbins, Kiyosaki, Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen. These are all graduates of Money and You, and some of them have gotten this started with us, like Tony Robbins and Kiyosaki. And so one of the things and even Harv Eker, who was around us for 7 years, my work gets collapsed with their work. And we are actually the mothership. And we not only teach about financial consciousness, about prosperity consciousness, about scarcity versus sufficiency, about, just what, it doesn't really take to create a business, to have revenues beyond your expectations. All of that gets confused and collapse with all these other things that have nothing to do with my work. So I've had to go back and master again 3 top areas in entrepreneurship: sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and what you are good at. So because I am blessed and I'm lucky, and I have worked very, very hard in building my engine, and now, I'm one of the OGs, one of the pioneers, 45 years doing this. One of the things that I have the luxury of being able to take money from my own business. I don't have investors. I own everything outright, but I have many promoting partners, joint venture partners, strategic partners, and people that I work alongside where we can grow our independent economic engines. This is the secret to my success because my number one value is freedom. So everything that I'm saying right now is related to you. What is your number for you to be financially independent, to have financial freedom? What is your, what are you best at? What differentiates you? Do you have that engine that has the sales, the marketing, all the different aspects that it takes to bring your work to the world, but also to do the spiritual work, to do the mindset work, to do the internal work? Because if you are not centered in your own authority, if you don't have your inner family, your Amakua, your Ohana, your Unihi Pili, the great spirit, the God within, the universe, and then you also have the actual mother, the conscious mind, and the Unihipili, the unconscious mind. If your inner family is not lined up, what's going to happen is that you're going to be thrown around in the wind like a piece of paper, as opposed to a beautiful willow tree, a willow tree that is very difficult to knock down. A willow tree can handle so much. And, you know, and like the beautiful speaker before me, I had to take a few deep breaths when she talked about her mother's family. 146, I think she said, family members that she lost. I'm like, I fell apart when my beloved passed away, when my baby passed away, and then another miscarriage. And it was like 146, and then start all over again, create another family. So that is such an amazing example of resiliency. This is where my mother comes in again, because she was an entrepreneur. I learned from her. I learned from the masters. I learned, what is it? What is this thing about money? What is this thing that makes me tick? And what is it that I want to do with that money? Where I am in the process. So I'm going to give you a few gifts. One of them, I want you to go later, not now. Stay with me. Moneyandyou.com. Moneyandyou.com. You're going to download a little book that I have that I wrote a long time ago called The Business Success Model. In there, it has the spine, the basis of my Money and You program. Definitely want you to come to Money and You. And immediately, when you go to Money and You there and you go and look at the price or whatever tuition, you go, oh my God, whatever thoughts you have right there is your process. Because what you want to do is you want to get to the place, not, I'm going to get in debt. I can't afford that. I can't do that. What is, it's like, no way, I could even be in that room. You didn't go to the thought that we're going to get you to in Money and You, which is, how can I create that? How do I have access to that? What can I do to exchange and to create that? Immediately in our system of finances, it's like people go into debt. They go against their credit cards. And yes, sometimes I do max out my credit cards. And then the next money comes in and they get lower again, right? It's like when you are a business person, you have to deal with a thing called cash flow, which is very different than the money that you have in your bank for you for a rainy day, for you to have for investments, for you to be able to survive and to handle your life. Because financial literacy is crucial for you to understand. And if you don't know how to do it, what you have to do is easy to look it up. Easy to look it up. You can Google it. You can Google up all that stuff. What you can't Google is the work on yourself, on your deservability. This is another gift for you. You go to to fridayswithdoria.com. Fridayswithdoria.com. Under resources, download the magical, I think they're called magical recovery exercises. They actually just called magical exercises, but we were coming out of COVID. Many people, many of us are still traumatized over that. We are like, I think, hopefully not permanently damaged by all of that. That was the scariest thing. Even us, really, the strongest mortal beings that I know got shook up. So just love yourself. Take deep breaths. Know that you are coming out of something that was so scary. People were dying. They had figures of people that had died every day. It's like you're unconscious, your poor little unconscious. Come to my Ho'oponopono prayers. Let's do that clearing. Let's do that cleansing. But more than anything else, do your deservability exercises so that you can allow yourself to receive the wealth, to receive that which you deserve because you are a good person, because you create good product and services, because you are worthy of that. Anything less than that, it is conditioning that you picked up from relatives, from family, from school, from religious institution, from your first bosses, or from people that taught you first around money. And it can all be recreated. Money and you is about you. You are the center of your universe. You're the one that is going to dictate. When you take 100% responsibility for your financial well-being, there will be new neurological pathways that will be created that will have you thinking, not how can I pay for that, but how can I create whatever is needed, whether it is cash, whether it's an exchange, how can I create? Because we're like wizards. We can just create that. Why do you think the movie The Secret opened up this huge market, 500 million copies of that alone? That movie used to be shown to hundreds of people all at one at a time, right? I mean, not one at a time, 500 people were watching that. So if 500 million of that movie got sold, there was billions of people that were affected by it. And what they discovered was that they could attract what they didn't get in the movie that Joe Vitale made very clear. And I know all those guys, I was almost in the movie. That's a whole other story. I haven't wanted to be famous. I'd like to be famous in my own circles. I want to be famous for eradicating hunger and poverty on the planet. When they give me a Nobel Prize, you can get to know about me. So this is a thing. This is a thing that you are like a wizard, but you have to take action. Stop going to programs. Listen to this one all over again. Go do some of my programs. Go come to Money and You. Go and know and study from all these masters that Jody is bringing to you. Learn about your health as well. And then just know that you have to take action. This is the thing. This is an illness. Like people being addicted to just learning and learning and learning. Now you have to take action and make sure that you take all those principles, all those distinctions, all those tools, and you put them to work. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. Yes, it's going to be scary. Yes, you are going to have people that no longer want to hang out with you because they think that you lost your marbles. Yes, there's going to be people that are going to put you down. I have relatives that actually believe that I am faking all of my success. And it's totally okay. I love them. I will spend my Christmas, their birthdays, and we will be together, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the results that I ultimately create, which will speak for themselves.
Faking your success. I just had to come back up on stage on this one, but I just want to make sure that January 18th, San Diego, correct?
No, 15th through the 18th.
Okay. Well, I was just guessing and couldn't find it, so I am going to.
There you go.
I'm going to change it.
No, you just had it. It was just up correctly.
There we go.
Right
there we
there
go.
is correctly.
There we go. Yeah, because that's just a gotta be. But this is a gotta be the way you wrote in the Legacy Lady about my 99-year-old mother who has good dementia, was a fabulous example of living a life of sufficiency. Let's give your mother some honor here, and then you can play this back to her that Miss Jody read this, okay? Meaning that she had access to enough resources for us to have good, prosperous, comfortable life in the 50s in Santiago, Chile. She was a hairstylist who owned a beauty salon in her early 30s, where she retired. She rented stations to other stylists. That was leverage, wasn't it, Dame Doria?
Yes.
She had products for sale and hired resource-poor workers to provide supplies for her. She was a humanitarian and constantly prospered for others in her successful life. It was even encouraged to be a little cashier in her salon. I could just see you. As young as 6 years old, that Dame Doria little Doria couldn't get to the key registers. My first training handling that money. Can you imagine? I don't know if you realize how different the world was then, especially in a Catholic country in Latin America. No matter what came her way, she surpassed it. She inspired me to go after my entrepreneurial dreams. She has been an example for me to commit to a purpose-filled life where I can create wealth as I add value to others. Now, she continues to teach me as she expresses gratitude daily through the fog of dementia. Mamacita, my best teacher by example for nearly a century. I just wanted to read that to you. It is just beautiful, just like you. And Dame Doria, I know that you will be debuting a new book at Money and You in January as well. Tell us about that just in our last couple of minutes.
Well, for 45 years or 44 years, I had wanted to write the Money and You book, and I never found the person that could take it and run with it. And that's the publisher that I have, which is this beautiful Marja Simon. And what's so interesting is she's also an attorney and a military person. She's perfect. And one of the things that I decided to do is to write the history of not only Money and You. I mean, I was going to have a whole history about Money and You only, but the publisher insists that I write my story, which is really interesting because then I had to go back and pull more of where I had really learned to be an entrepreneur. And this is a thing for all of us, you guys. We either learn how to be successful or not successful from family. And so I was born into all these women that were very successful in business when for me it was a natural thing. In the 50s in Chile, you need to understand this. This is so out of the box thinking. It's like women did not have their own businesses in Chile in the 50s. But to me, it was natural. That's what we had. So you also have to be careful with how you give samples to people. So the whole Money and You book is how it's like almost like a training. It's almost like an encyclopedia of the history. And then also many, we have at the end of every chapter, we're going to have self-assessment, self-questionnaires, self-reflection. I have a lot of tools. And so just reading the book is going to allow people to really immerse themselves in being an entrepreneur, a business owner, and not just an influencer. Remember, an influencer is only a marketing tool. Because I meet a lot of young, everybody gets into all this social media and all of this promote. You have to have the economic engine, the bucket to catch all those clients and customers.
Yes. And you have connected the dots. I'm so grateful that you are like my financial Hulda Clark, that I attracted you into my life through Clubhouse. Now, deeper and deeper levels. Dame Doria, I honor you. I adore you. I appreciate you. And if you want to come and hear how, if you're a speaker, author, you want to hear how she teaches leverage, she just generously said, ladies, we are having our completion mastermind before I go away for a couple of weeks. We are going to do it Tuesday at 4 p.m. DM me if you're listening to this and say, I'd like to know more, because guess what? The way we do things, Dame Doria, we just say, we're going to go and be a part and say, I just have to give more. That's what you do. Thank you for being in my life. And I do absolutely adore you. Peace, love, joy. And I want to thank you for being and she's got her dual books. I want to thank you for being a part of what we're saying with our program here. Dual books, dual love. Yes, we do. We are absolutely having a one-of-a-kind experience together right here, right now. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we've just gotten started. You just wait. See you Tuesday. And give Mama aloha. Go ahead and give Mamacita that I read your chapter. Pull up that tab, okay? Ciao for now.
I will. Aloha.
So what are we doing now? We are honoring, starting Dame Doria, her Money and You program. This will be our next commercial. It will be our next commercial. But before then, I want to honor all our sponsors. This is really, really big. There's Dr. Jim and I. Here we are. thanking each and every one of our sponsors. Author Launchpad with Chris Trammell. You'll hear him speak on Sunday. How do you take your book from concept to creation? Tranquil Solutions. Karen Rudolph. That soulful way that she just does it every day with her clients. Renee and Michael Brown, Sober Living, Next Level Recovery, and also what we're saying, Medical Mindshare. I'm going to come back to Lumi Consciousness because I'm giving Stacy Shiflett a really big shout out about this. The book review, Michael Bees, you saw what he did. Yes, he is the bee's knees. Dr. Jim's parent company, Personal Performance Institute. The reason why I can say 25 years later, I'm thriving from stage 4 cancer. Roper's Health Oasis with Shannon Roper. Incredible. Double author with Healthopedia. And she does integrative medicine in Carlsbad, New Mexico, like none other. Money and You. You heard Dame Doria speaking of Money and You. You got to be there with people like Jack Canfield and Tony Robbins and Robert Kiyosaki and Jody Bear and you. That's what we're looking at. Mansions and Manners. Gloria Kerr's having a brand that's second to none, very similar to Sotheby's real estate, but with a personal touch. Modern Consciousness is Stacy Shiflett as well. And New Hope Regeneration. I really did say why it was my regeneration with stem cell being that eternal thing. Now, I was just going to show you. I endorse Stacy's bottle. Okay. Modern Consciousness is Stacy Shiflett, and it is Lumi Consciousness. It's an energy bottle that gives you energy like none other. Stacy will be having her commercials on Traverse TV and all of my podcasts, the 9 that I do per month. But this thing called Hurricane Milton came in and Hurricane Helene, she's in the middle of putting all of her house together on Siesta Key. So I just want to give, if it's good enough for Dr. Jody to have in her hands, it's good enough for you. Just go to modernconsciousness.com, modernconsciousness.com. And I want to go one more time to look at this. This is amazing. Sales Worldwide Ranking Report. Thank you, Michael Bees. 2, Drs. Jody Bear, Dr. Jim Marinakis, Dr. Glenn Depke are 3 A-lister authors. You heard from Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Moradeun, I should say. I haven't done that for a while. Forgive me, Princess. Princess Moradeun Ogunlana, Tiffany Haddish, and Dr. Khalilah Camacho Ali. What did we do? We hit number 1 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 very difficult, very competitive categories. And then in professional biographies and biographies for women, one is Kindle, the other is paperback books. Why is that important? Because we're doing an initiative. I've said this like 64 times. Just get used to it. I'm going to say it 64 times more. If it's 72 hours, I'm going to say it once an hour. Okay. There are 73 million children under the age of 18. 1 out of 5 children go hungry in America. In America today. That means if this 1 out of 5, 14,600,000 children go hungry. That's the power of one. That's the power of one. You won buying that book, but buying it for another friend. And then inspire 2 other women to do the same. Or maybe there are men that are really evolved men. And we keep it going and going and going. What can that do? Well, you buy that book, buy it for a friend. The child, this one child will eat for a month because we're giving 10% of our proceeds. Guess what? Then we do it again with those 2 other women you've inspired. And then you keep spreading the word, just as Princess Moradeun said, you plant a seed in a woman. It goes into our uterus. It goes into our soul. What happens? We birth something amazing. Let's continue to brace this. 11 countries, as you see, 11 countries around. That's an angel number, that what we did with those flags. We are earmarking this money to the children that have been devastated, have no home, have nothing in Western North Carolina through feedthechildren.org. As Les Brown says, children are 40% of our population, but 100% of our future. And I can tell you, my future would not have been this bright in the present if it had not been for this next woman who is winding this up for us today, Betty Norland. Betty came into my life. You've heard the story. This is the essence of a woman. We attract this, the essence of a woman. I saw Betty several years ago with Manny Lopez. I said, I've got to meet her. I'm going to work with her. And through angles, and we pivot, the editor I was going to use for this book needed to change her direction in her career. I sat down, I meditated. I said to our creator, I know you're going to give me the right person. I woke up after that meditation, and guess who was in my mindset? Betty and I hadn't talked for a couple of years, and it was Betty. Now, she is a health coach. She is an English teacher. We've got many projects with Healthopedia. I promise you, one is going to be, as Bob Bear has said, we need to write a book similar to Chicken Soup for the Soul, but there's going to be like a kids' corner, little vignettes from kids. We've got lots of projects in the offing because Betty is a middle school English teacher. I think it's a fantastic idea because she's a fantastic human. She has a podcast with Dr. Wayne, the Mango Man. I was happy to be and honored to be their guest last Monday. Check it out. Her brand is Healthy in a Hurry. But when I have books from others, guess what? Oops, that was the wrong thing with the green screen, but it's called Our Bodies, the Optimal Design, a New Understanding for Our Miraculous Bodies. But I will say, Betty Norland, it might be a miraculous body, but you're a miraculous woman in my life. Thank you for being the chief editor of our book and being editing in a hurry as you did. Welcome, Betty Norland. Thank you for being our EndNote speaker. And winding up with you today is just absolutely amazing. Enough said.
Oh, Dr. Jody, my heart is just overwhelming with beauty and love and graciousness. And thank you for coming into my life. And I've got to tell you, if you're listening, Dr. Jody shared her story of meditating and me coming into her spirit. But what was interesting, for 2 or 3 weeks, she kept being very present on my mind. And so when she called, we both knew this was just supposed to be. And my friends will always say, you're so busy. How can you do more? And yet I just knew this was something I was supposed to do. And it's funny, I've got to correct you a little bit. I have helped about 40 authors write and publish their books. I wrote my own, which you held up, but I actually have taught math for many years. And in the last 2 years, I've been teaching computers and business. So Dame Doria was
close for English. It wasn't even close for English because I don't do math. That's I don't do math. Okay. And going ahead and knowing that's a skill set. What we created with this book, and then the next 17 minutes are yours, my dear. I just want you to pour in to every author, but I want to say one thing before I go on this, because Betty, the author was supposed to have an edit with me and then with you. They were only supposed to have one edit with you. I've never known an editor. There were some authors that are on this stage that if they called, Betty went in. Listen, there's 2 authors that I know that you helped 5 times, because that's your giving heart and soul. And that's why this book is destined to be epic. It's going to be out, and you have helped authors. And I should have mentioned, forgive me, about your publishing and what you've done. I had your book here and how you just assist and serve. But by golly, I know you've got a very special man in your life. However, the next book is Real Men Are Aware. You've got to edit that because that may be your next husband. We don't know. I'm putting that one into you. So without any further ado, Betty Norland, healthy in a hurry, editing in a hurry, publisher, author, math, computer science teacher, absolute extraordinary woman in my life. Let's just end this with a Betty Norland touch, shall we?
Sounds good. So Dr. Jody, thank you so much. And for all of you that are listening, I just want to speak to you from my heart. And I want to touch on a few things. The first thing that I want to talk about is the storms in our life. And the very first storm that I remember was my chronic fatigue syndrome, Epstein-Barr virus. And at the time in my late 20s, I was in bed 20 hours a day, too weak to move. And I could get just enough energy to get up and walk across the hall to the bathroom to take a shower. And that would exhaust me for the rest of the day. And I didn't know if I would ever get better. And the doctor said to me, well, there's nothing we can do for a virus. Go home, rest, take care of yourself. At that point, I always thought if you got sick, the doctors would fix you. And I learned that no, it's our own responsibility to be part of our own healing team, as Dr. Needy was saying earlier. And so I learned at that point how to rebuild the immune system naturally. And that has been one of my life missions. That's one of the lights that came out of that dark storm of my life. And I teach people how to tap into their own healing power and the miraculous power that these bodies have been designed to give us. Now, we all go through more than one storm in our life. And so some of my other storms were breast cancer, Guillain-Barré, breaking my back a few times. But each time I was able to come out with faith and with joy. Of course, I prayed to be able to have that joy that surpassed all understanding. So watch what you pray for. But I was able to maneuver through these times knowing that there would be positive energy and there would be growth and it would be okay. And I learned more things that I can share with people. And I also have to talk about the fact that I live in Tampa, Florida, and we were hit not by one, but two hurricanes in the recent months. And I know many of you have been affected either by the hurricane or by other storms in your life, environmental or otherwise. And in bringing our middle school kids back together, we had what I called a beach party or a class meeting. And I talked about when we go through these storms in our life, when we go through unexpected changes, our emotions are going to go up and down for the next few months. And so when you're doing well, stand in the gap for somebody else, because next week you might break into tears. You may be yelling at people. You may not even understand where that's coming from, or somebody else may be doing that toward you. So when you're not doing so good, you want somebody else to stand in the gap for you. And so that's one of the ways that we can cope with things. One of the things that I teach people I work with is, you've heard the saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But I've twisted that a little. If I learned about the vagus, VAGUS nerve about 5 or 8 years ago. And that really ties into our parasympathetic nervous system. And what happens in our vagus nerve stays in our nerve. And there's ways that we can easily reset that. And so you can just go onto the internet and you can search for ways to do that. But that's some of what I teach the businesses and the people that I work with. And so the next thing that I want to talk about is what Dr. Jody said, which is the power of one. And the power of one, it takes one moment. It takes one thought. It takes one kind word. It takes one action. It takes one phone call. We don't have to do a lot. It takes just one. I'll tell you two quick stories. One is, I was having a really down day. This is years ago. I was feeling really sorry for myself. And I walked into the local grocery store that I often went to. And the gentleman that worked there looked at me and he's like, you have always got the nicest smile and it lifts me up. And I thought, wow, that one sentence has stuck with me for over 20 years. It just was a beautiful place in my soul. The other thing I want to share is a friend of mine was standing in the grocery store and she could sense a real darkness over somebody. There was a few people behind her. And so when she went outside, she sat on a bench and she waited for this person. And when the person came out, she's like fumbling through her purse and she's like, I've got to take some medicine. I'm kind of nervous about it. Would you please sit with me while I do this? And so the lady sat down and they talked and she got her medicine. And then my friend said, here's my phone number if I can ever be of service to you. And the lady left. And about 20 minutes later, the lady called and she said, thank you so much. I was going home to take my own life. And just that little interchange stopped that process. So it's one moment, it's one word, it's listening to that one heartbeat that tells you to do something. And we need to be tuned into that. The next thing I want to talk about is my book and the chapter in the Essence of Woman. And that is our bodies, the optimal design. And I've learned that there are 10 different systems within our body that are designed in perfect order from head to toe. And I also have an online course that dives deeper into that and into the research with it. And you can find that on my website, BettyNorland.com. But I'm going to talk about the eyes and iridology. So here in our country, we don't necessarily think this is a hard scientific thing. But in Russia, you have to be a medical doctor, an MD, to practice iridology. And Howard Hughes in the 50s, I think he went down to Mexico and he was actually diagnosed with somebody that studied not the iris, but the whites of the eyes called Scerology. And he predicted that at some point we would use the eyes to look at what was going on in the body to be able to diagnose things. So let me share a little bit about the eye. This book dropped out in front of me when I was going through my chronic fatigue, and I picked it up and I read it. And what it talked about is that the top of your eye reflects the brain. And as you go along one side of your body, one side of your eye, it reflects the organs on that side of your body. And when you go along the other part of your eye, that reflects the other part of your body. There's also rings from your pupil to the outside of your iris. There's 7 of them. So the outside ring represents the skin. The third ring from the pupil represents the colon. And it was funny because during that time of my illness, I was pretty stopped up in my colon. And I was looking at what this book told me, and I could see a pretty dark area in that third ring of my body. And as I went through the illness and as I healed and as my body started working better, that part of my eye began to lighten up. And I was like, this is amazing. There's 10 different parts of our body that do the same thing on our imperfect order from head to toe. And I just think it's so fascinating. The Bible talks about our bodies are miraculously made and wonderfully made. And yet many of us don't know about our body and how to listen to it. So those are some of the things I teach businesses and I teach people. The next thing that I want to share with you is something that Dr. Jody taught me, and that's talking about the silver thread. What's that one purpose, that one main thing that is kind of the theme, whether you're doing a speech or a podcast or a book, whatever you're doing. And so what is that one thing that's yours? What is that one thing that you want to share? What is that one thing that you want to use to make an impact and influence others? And I help people to discover that through my writing programs, Write Your Heart Out, and 90 Days from Conception to Published Author. And so it's really been just a joy and a pleasure to be able to help people put that together. Now, I also know I've got Dame Doria shared about her mom and a good Alzheimer's or good dementia. And I've got to share a story about my own mother. My own mother had Alzheimer's. And I chose early on to listen to her and assume she understood me, even though she could not respond to me. And I remember at this stage of her illness, she would give me a one-word answer about once every 3 months. And I had a friend that had had a baby. I had not had any children. And I asked my mom, I was the oldest, what was it like when you had your first child? I never expected an answer. It took her about 5 minutes. And then out of her mouth came beautiful. And a tear rolled down her cheek. And I was so grateful that I had decided to talk to her as if she heard me and understood me, because I didn't know if she did or if she didn't. But in that moment, it just reinforced she's in there. She can't always get out, but she's in there. And Dr. Jody had also mentioned our podcast, Be Healthy in a Hurry.com, or you can find us on many of our podcast areas. And I had met Dr. Wayne, the Mango Man Pickering, many, many years ago. I was so impressed with his knowledge, his humor. He taught me to peel an orange with a spoon. He taught me to open a coconut by throwing it on the ground. And he, Buddy Lee, the best jump roper in the world, and myself started the podcast, Be Healthy in a Hurry. And so it's a weekly podcast, and we teach people how to naturally tap into the power of your own body. And then we also interview people that have been successful speakers or other people that can share their own tips with you. And so I want to kind of bring this to a close. And what I want us to understand is the power of one. There's only one you. There's only one you. And even if you're not feeling like, hey, man, I want to share, or you're afraid, there's still only one you. There's the essence of you. And that's different than everybody else on this earth. And so you have a unique essence. And the process of being able to write in this book with these amazing women and these amazing people has been so humbling. It has been so rewarding. I've learned so much, and it is just fun because some people are walking into this and it's new and it's scary and they did it. And others have done this before and they just know how to provide service for others. And Dr. Jody, I want to thank you so very much for bringing me into the team and being able to help with the editing. And just remember, share your heart, share yourself, share your message.
Share yourself, share your heart, share your message. I'll tell you, you've shared all three. You're a true trifecta, a divine being that is just someone I admire, I honor, I appreciate, and have deep gratitude, respect, and love for. Betty, thank you for giving this package of our first date, this beautiful bow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is what I know. Remember, real men are aware. We'll be starting first quarter of 2025. That man friend of yours better be good to you, because there might be one of those 40 in your future. Much love. Talk soon.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have one more commercial that I want to really honor. It's Dame Doria's Money and You. You heard about that. You heard about what she has done with this program. To think part of her philanthropy was giving back to you and to me. So let's take a look. Take just a feel. You have the feel of Dame Doria. Take a listen to her program with Money and You.
Money and You is the longest running entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training in the world. And we have been impacting the lives of over 200,000 graduates from over 85 countries since 1979. I am Doria Cordova, and I own Money and You. And I would like to invite you to join us to the next program, where you will have an opportunity to be with a group of people that will all be immersed in experiential games, where you have an opportunity to clear any blocks that you may have to really creating wealth and doing good, but at the same time, learn the business success model, which really immerses you into a conversation about leverage. Leverage is key in creating wealth and doing good. And we have the results to show that this program works. People like Tony Robbins, Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Ben Cohen of Ben and Jerry's, and many others have attended this program and changed their lives and created new industry and are some of the most well-known change makers in the world. Thank you. Aloha. Bye-bye.
And I want to thank Denise and Trey and Tom Chesser of Traverse TV. I would ask you to go to Healthopedia on YouTube, Healthopedia 365. Go ahead and like, subscribe, and share. You're going to want to share this broadcast day out with your friends. Put it on social media. Let's spread the word, because guess what? It's about the children. Remember, I said a few minutes ago, those 14,600,000 children go to bed hungry. You buy the book with a friend, then show 2 others to do the same. What will you have there? You will have a ripple effect that will go to a wave, and a certainly a tsunami. If, as Dame Doria said, we leverage ourselves and we do it together, what will happen? When we do, it will be amazing. So keep that in mind. I want to thank Toya Glenn of Go Giga Creations, best backstage manager around. But as we called her, I am bringing up Laura Ibarra right now up to the stage. Laura, the Latina, you were the wrangler, and day one is always very interesting. You made it look easy. So I would love to hear from you what you're looking at and what really happened for you today.
Thank you.
Your 3 to 5 takeaways. I know they're going to be amazing.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all the people that is watching now. And for me today, Jody, we had a princess. Then we have a dame. We are royals here. Everyone who shared today, I was in awe. I mean, I have my book here. It's huge. It's among us. I'm gonna read every single story because you asked us to share the story with the different authors, and every time that I'm connecting with a different author, I'm just like, wow! Now I feel that you're my bestie, and you are my bestie, and we are becoming a powerful group of women. And guess what? I have here a book club. And guess what? I say, do you want to read the book that I'm co-authoring? They say yes. They text me today, hey Laura, what about having a autograph sign in here in South Carolina? So this is the ripple effect. This is the leverage that Dame Doria was sharing with us earlier, and I'm in awe. And tomorrow we will have more, so I'm excited.
Yes, and Laura, I will tell you, this is what I want to honor you about, because you came in at a very critical time in this project. I needed another set of hands, and you have had the most giving, sharing heart, and you really had a no problem attitude. That is an essence of a woman. That's that 3 wins that you have here. Truly. I loved what Princess Moradeun talked about, quiet courage. Yes. I just wrote on my notes, that was Laura. That's what you have meant in this project the last few months. Just the language of love. I think about what Kevin Lucas said about these infinity cells that we have through stem cell. Really, we've infused with 40 authors these infinity cells, now, haven't we? That's what we have in there, those infinity cells. I think when Kim Jacobs said, what do you do? Betty Norland said something on her podcast that said there's one thing about that Dr. Jody, that she just goes at it. I guess I've always been being a master marathoner, just run, Forrest, run. But I think we have an ordained destiny. I'm not sure who said that. And it may be that ordained destiny with Tyra Good talking about our health DEI.
Yeah.
And we everything that we do integrated for each other. I know that we have created something absolutely extraordinary, but it's just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, buy the book. Buy the book. Laura, thank you for today. I know you're going to be helping Serena tomorrow. So I'm going to have two Latinas in their background. And I want to just wrap it up for just a little bow. So I'm going to say, Laura, ciao for now. Hang around. All right. We'll have
Ciao
our
for
recap.
now. Bye.
Ciao for now. But this is what I feel today has meant. We know about the children. We know about many, many things, more than you've done. As Dame Doria said, this is what we do. We, as my quote says, immerse yourself in the flow of who you are and how you are becoming. How are you becoming now? What if we sat down with this cup of coffee, with this mushroom coffee, and you said, Jody, this is what I unleashed. This is not Dr. Jody talking. This is Jody. This is what I unleashed today. This is what I found about that power of one, that power of an expression, like my goal card in 1984. That power of one in an action, in a deed. When Betty Norland said, gee, I just like your smile. That was the power of that one word, that power of that one person to come back to tomorrow. Because tomorrow we've got another day. Oh, yes, 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 we do. And it's going to be a day. It's a short day because I honor my self-care Saturday. But this is what we've got on our short day. Tomorrow, this is when we begin to change the world. Now, don't we? Because you're going to integrate what has been the change in you. And then you're going to think, how can I change it out to another? When I said this quote in one of my books, when you take care of you and your world first, the world around you will be empowered forever. That's how you sit down, take your notes, just look at where you are at, then take yourself to the next level, and the world will be empowered forever. I have written a poem. You will hear it on day 3, the entire poem. And this part goes like this, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen so you can see this couplet that I wanted to share with you today. The essence of a woman, just one woman, the power of one, isn't it? Just woman can lighten the burden of one who is suffering or stir the hearts of millions and change the world. How will you begin to change the world? Well, I'll tell you how you are going to do it. You're going to do it with pink. You're going to do it with pumps, those high-heeled moments in our book, pearls. And tomorrow, we're going to even spray a little perfume around. Why? Because the essence of a woman, we are going to woman up with the actress, comedian, Tiffany Haddish. Let's woman up, and in every day and every way. Let's make it a great Healthopedia day. Ciao for now. Until Saturday. See you tomorrow.
Woman up.